All right, guys, let me get to the comments section. I was messing with the banners. So that Steel Will Mini Gecko, great knife. All right, guys, so we're going to talk with Russell from Artisan Cutlery. I've known Russell a couple years now. We met at USN in Vegas. He really liked the Sea Snake design, and he pushed forward to get it done. Russell is the reason you guys have production Sea Snakes. I know a lot of you guys have them. Russell is the main reason. Well, Russell is the reason, the only reason. Well, I mean, the design's pretty good. That's the other reason. But Russell is the reason you guys have him. So I'm going to bring him in right now. So, but I would like to remind everyone, Luke Harper just got back from a deployment to the Middle East. And as soon as he got back into the memberships for the channel. So welcome back, Luke. I'm glad you were able to make it back safely. So let me go ahead and bring Russell in. Hey, Russell.
Hey, what up? What up? Hey, Mike, how's it going?
It's going. It's going.
Good. Dude, I feel like an idiot because I left my Sea Snake upstairs. I'm like, of all the things to not bring down, is like, oh, of course, I just left.
Don't have mine either. Mine's open, but mine's closer. Mine's just across the
It just disappears in the pocket.
Once again, guys, nothing professional here. You guys are sitting on empty milk crates in my garage in front of my love seat with the laundry to the back. I will say, you guys are going to have to give me a second if you can hear that. I don't know why the dogs are going nuts. I am going to have to close my garage door, even though I want some air coming in. But Russell, here's a question for you. Go ahead and start answering that while I step over here.
What am I EDCing today? All right, yo. I have not let this guy go for since Blade Show. That is the mirrored. That is the full tie Aran, designed by Cerberus Knives, Chris, who is actually very close to Mike. They're distance-wise. But I absolutely adore this thing. This is the slickest, probably one of the slickest knives that Artisan has done, period, at least in my opinion. I love the action. This little hole here, I originally looked at it, I'm like, nah, that's a little weird. I don't know if that's going to work. Works perfect. God, that's good. We actually do a micarta version. So we have the original red micarta, so the double coral. And then we did a green version with the blasted blade. And then we have this one with tie and a blast, and White Mountain Knives just did an exclusive version that just came out, I think, 2 days ago, a small liner lock version, which I hate to say it, I bought outright. I'm just like, hey, Justin, just here, take my money. I don't care. I could ask the company. Nope, buying them. Gimme.
I'm going to tell you, I get to take a little bit of credit here.
Yes, you do.
Because Chris would never have gotten that knife to you if I had not mentioned it to him. He was really hesitant, didn't know if he even wanted to do it. And I told him, I was like, you need to, I can get you in touch with Russell. And it's a good design. When I saw the render, I was like, yeah, it's a good looking knife.
It's got that thing where it has,
Cheers,
I like to think of it as snowball growth. It's one of those knives, like we released a few that just like the Centauri. The Centauri just hit and then the sales tapered off. The Aran is moving where the sales are just picking up slowly, and now we're running out of stock.
We were talking about that before I brought Russell in, guys. We were talking about the titanium version is actually already sold out. By the way, cheers. Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
So I actually, no Skull Cup. No, I'm not drinking the Irish apple juice tonight. So the Skull shot glass is over there. And but I did bring my bell. I brought the cowbell in case someone does a super chat. So I have it tonight instead of being lost without it. But guys, I'm glad everybody's here. We got like 16 people here. I don't want to get too far into, I want to see if we can get a few more people in before we start getting into the questions I've got for Russell. But Russell, I publicly want to thank you for making sure that the Sea Snake did happen.
You're welcome. It's a really good knife, man. I cannot argue. That is one of the most. So can I just go off about this one a little bit? Because
sure. Why not? Like I said, we're waiting a little bit till we get some people in.
So it's interesting trying to put out knives as an overseas company and getting into the fixed blade market. So SE tops, your classic fixed blades just rule that roost. There isn't anything you really do about it except to put out something that is genuinely more interesting than what they have to offer. And as many smaller knives are out in the knife world right now, The Sea Snake is unique in the sense that it is a very strictly EDC knife that is just like, nope, this is for EDC, nothing else. It cuts well. And I'm kind of tired of seeing 3-inch knives that are meant for utility that just cut badly.
Oh, you're talking about like the thick neck knives.
Yeah, it's like they're not neck knives. They're just like less functional small knives. They're not. It's like, cool. If you need to put it through a tree stump, you can. I'm like, when the hell am I going to put a 3-inch knife through a tree stump? I don't want that. The Sea Snake fit in a niche that is so surprisingly underutilized, except for people in the custom world who are making small, high use, not super like hardcore beater EDCs. They're meant to cut. They're not meant to do massive amounts of things. It does it really well, and I can't even call it a unitasker. It just does a lot of things.
You know what? You say that, the only company that I can really think of that puts out a usable small, and I guess you could still call it custom, a usable small EDC fixed blade is Anza. Anza has some of those small, and they're great. My dad had a couple of them. They are great. But sometimes those can be a bit thick and unwieldy.
I was going to say it's Bradford, right? Bradford.
Yeah. Well, as much as I like him, I think that those knives just aren't comfortable for my hands, and so I forget about them.
I like
the Guardian 3s.
The Guardian,
the Guardian
it doesn't fit my hand well either.
I mean,
but yeah, no, I got tiny hands. Like I got tiny hands, and the Guardians are like, I love the idea. And every time I pick one up, I'm like, I should get one. Oh, it's great. This is a nice quality fixed blade, American design, American build. I don't like it though. But I grabbed one of his 3-inch knives. I'm like, this is actually really good. Like it's small. It's really not super like hardcore heavy built. But to be fair, I'll take the Sea Snake over it for many reasons.
Okay, so we got like almost 20 people in here. So I think we could, and I know that you might not be able to stay for like, I try to set this for like 2 hours. I'm figuring from 7:30 to 9:30 is a good time frame. Kind of goes along with, but what was this? Stonefish for EDC would be interesting when you have to field dress a buck. Yeah, I mean, it would come in handy.
True. Not wrong.
So before that, I want to thank everyone that donated and gave money last night for the veterans mental health, the Bastards Road program. We made like $60 just in super chats. And so, like I said, we're splitting that with, I'm splitting that down the middle with the Bastards Road program. That was the whole thing. David didn't even know that was happening. That was just, I took him by surprise, and I had forgotten about it until the first person dropped a super chat. And then I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that was the whole plan. So he was kind of surprised about it. And I talked to him today, and he thanks everyone that was in. He enjoyed it. And so it's just too bad that his internet cut out right at the end. So tell us about, I have my list of questions. Tell us about Artisan Cutlery. Like, I already know about Artisan Cutlery, but kind of tell us like how it evolved, how it came to be. And like, I do know, and a lot of people don't, that Artisan is an American company.
Yeah,
it just happens to have production overseas, which is not uncommon these days.
It really isn't. Also, I see someone in the chat asking what I'm drinking. I'm currently drinking Fat Tire. Pretty good beer. I enjoy it. So Artisan, how do I start? So I actually met, oh great, it's all just me now. So the owner of Artisan,
well, I'm still here. It's just you.
Oh great, I just get to look at my face. Awesome. So the owner of the company is Mr. David Wong. I actually met him when he's like, I think it was only a few months after he established Artisan in the U.S. He is a U.S. citizen. He's just a Chinese immigrant. He came here because his daughter is currently going to school here, and he just decided to move here so she could have a place, he can help her get through her education. She's in, the medical field. So he's a U.S. citizen, and he decided to start Artisan. I'm not sure it was really his like, oh, this is my end all be all company, but he's like, I want to start a knife company. I'm like, okay, cool. Met him out in the middle of nowhere. We went to an Italian restaurant. We're sitting there. He's just showing me boxes of knives. I'm like, wow, these are pretty cool. How can I help you do this? He's like, oh, tell you what, why don't you come to SHOT Show, help us out, and talk about the product. Can you learn about our product in like, oh, I don't know, 3 weeks? I'm like, can I learn about your, yeah, I got you. So flew me out to SHOT Show, worked at SHOT Show, worked at the booth, talked about the knife, showed off to a bunch of people, and yeah, it worked out pretty good. They hired me on afterwards, and that's kind of how I got into the game. But as Artisan stands, we are a US-based company. We have our manufacturing in China. The nice thing about us is that the company is actually split down the middle in terms of how it's run. We have, Mr. Wong on this side, on the U.S. side, and me as the other U.S. employee. And then our factory team and the owner of the factory actually takes a fairly involved role in the production of the knives. So we kind of cut out any of that back and forth. My boss and the other guy on the other side, they talk directly. They occasionally argue about stuff. And it's kind of cool. I'm sitting there going, I don't know what you guys are saying. I don't speak Chinese, but you do your thing because clearly something's happening here. So that's one reason we're able to get stuff done in a fairly quick manner. If you notice, our releases come really fast. It's because we don't have a middleman. It's just here's the design, goes to the main team talks to the owner talks to my boss directly. They literally call each other up. The design gets done. It goes to production. It gets out. So that's a massive benefit Artisan has over several other overseas manufacturing companies. On top of the fact that we are US based, that allows us to do most of our sales in the US instead of having to do any direct back and forth. We are selling from China, obviously, but we try to bring things into a US warehouse. We try to get things to dealers, distributors, and small companies. Our pricing has always been very small business friendly, intentionally. It's one of those things where we don't require you don't have to buy 5,000 pieces out the gate. You can buy 5. It's not always
hang on a second. I wanted to address something.
Sure.
So I really don't want any of the Chinese knife bashing stuff, because the fact is quality is quality. I've said this before. If you have your opinion about China, but the fact is you don't need to be thrown up there. You can't trust China anymore. Willingly do. It gets into a whole political thing, and I'm not even going to address any of those questions. If it continues to get brought up, I'll just block you from the chat. I apologize. It sounds harsh, but the fact is, the truth of the matter is, these days I can't work. This is my job right now. And anything that you put up that is anything about China, if it gets put up in the chat, there's a chance that this could get flagged. It could get demonetized. So talking about bashing Chinese production, bashing China, bashing anything aggressive in the comment section can actually impact my revenue. Well, I understand everyone has an opinion. We don't need to get into that because it immediately turns into a downhill slope. And I like I said, this is my job right now. And so I do have to moderate that. So I'm saying, let's just stop that right now. If you have questions about how Chinese manufacturing works, because the fact is, I know these Chinese companies, and while the Chinese government does take money, the fact is these guys enjoy making knives. They enjoy their job. They enjoy doing it. And the fact is they are doing it well. They're not out to try and take anything away from America. We just typically, in American fashion, have screwed ourselves out of a market. So that's all I've got to say about it.
American company. The money is staying here. Also,
it's an American company. The warehouse is an American. Just because production is done in China, it's not a Chinese company. It's an American company. The money is coming to America. And if you were to look at the amount, and I know this because I deal with Elliott Williamson, I've dealt with and I've dealt with other companies, even Chinese production knives that come to America, 90% of the income from that knife product and sale stays within the continental United States. Shipping, vending, vendors, sales from other American companies, Blade HQ, Knife Center, things like that, small mom and pops like White Mountain Knives and some of these smaller vendors, that money all stays here. The majority of the money that comes from these knives stays in the continental United States. The only little bit that gets done is the amount that they get paid for the manufacturing, which really is not, it's only a fraction of all the overall. When you look at how much gets spent for shipping and all the things that go into that knife, making it into your hands, 90% of that money goes to American employees in the continental United States. So there's where we're at with that. I just want to make sure, I've said it before in videos, it keeps getting brought up. I just want to make sure we understand that's where I'm at on that. And I really don't want this to become a whole diatribe on Chinese manufacturing. So there we go. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Russell. I just wanted to stop it before it became a cascading effect.
No, it really is a hard topic to avoid. This gets brought up every time I do a show. Someone has to come up and ask about it and kind of make a thing of it. And I can give you the short answer, the long answer. Also, there's a gentleman asking about the interesting Artisan logo. Can I tell him?
Yeah, I was gonna. That's actually one of the questions. I'll take it off my list. If you want to address it now, that's fine.
I'll make
I
it
was
easy.
just gonna. I
This
had
is
it on my
actually
list, but that's fine. Go ahead.
it's actually super easy. That is a squared off character for human. It is not a traditional or current simplified Chinese character, but is a modified older character for human. There's an extra line in there, a vertical line that is a sword. My boss actually showed me originally, way back when, showed me a little gif that he made of this character coming to life with a sword in hand. So bringing the sword around and putting it in the ground in a kneeling position. Granted, everyone kind of has a thing about it, and we have had our share of comments about it. But at the end of the day, it's nothing, related to what everyone says it is. We don't have a reason to have that. We have no reason to affiliate with that. And while I do agree, it's like, can we please round out the edges? The boss is like, this is my logo. This is the thing I made. It's what I love and care about. This is what, he made this company to have as his logo. And he's like, nope, this is what it is. I'm like, all right, boss, that's your thing. And you know what? I as much as I'm like, hey, wouldn't hurt to change it. The boss is like, hey, well, when I feel like it, I'll change it. Like, hey, you pay my paycheck, we'll let it stand. So, well, I guess it's probably the extent I can explain, because that's all it really is. It's just,
Yeah,
it's a
and these guys, if these guys have been watching my channel for real, I've explained it numerous times because, this is in my collection, and
the Mastiff. Ooh.
Woo, it's one of my favorites. I mean, this was on a short list of knives that almost got Knife of the Year.
That one, it still barely sells. That's the problem with having fast releases, is sometimes if we just release something at the wrong time, it doesn't get any views.
It's not all of that either. I mean, you know how big my hands are, and look at that knife in my hand. This is not an every person knife. This is a large chunk of material.
All right, here, wait. Actually, Mike, here, I think I can illustrate how my hand size is compared to yours. So I have a Rhea. You got your Rhea on you?
Of course I have my Rhea. It's right here.
I like that one. So that's my hand size. You actually get the butt end of the Rhea. And
I can almost.
You can almost do the whole knife.
Completely cover my Rhea.
Love this knife, though. This is such a great knife.
Okay, so Snuz is like, yeah, but Russell speaks clearly, Mike. You shiny brother. Ha 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 ha.
It's not wrong.
I love you guys.
Everyone in the knife community, brother, every time. I've been called brother more in the knife community than anywhere else in my life.
Okay, so I'm going to address this. I'm going to go ahead and address this as a knife maker.
wait.
I will tell you right now that recently it has come to light, and I already had discovered this. There are some steel manufacturers here in the United States that have been selling a substandard product, knew they were selling a substandard product. I talked about it in a live feed. I actually had to throw away what could have been turned into $3,600 worth of income, and I had to throw it away because the materials were flawed. And I'm not going to get into the company or anything like that, but I will tell you, I have never gotten a piece of steel that was a Chinese manufactured piece of steel, because I have used them and as test, bought some cheaper, like 9CR and things like that were Chinese steel, and I never had an issue or flaw with them. And I'm going to tell you, I honestly can tell you there are some of the Chinese steels that I will take over American steel. So I'm just going to address that as a knife maker.
I will also put this out there. This is American steel. This is CPM S35VN. It comes from Crucible. We have records to prove it, because there is no reason to get fake S35. It'll cost the same. Yeah. It's not going to get any better. We just buy it from Crucible. The same stuff goes for the M390. That's Bullier M390. Yeah.
God, Bullier M390 is expensive too.
Yeah, it's not really worth it as much these days. Like, yes, you have that premium performance, but for the additional cost that it is right now, and in China, it's certainly cheaper than the US because we have an outlet in Shanghai, whereas in the US, you buy it directly from Bullier, so it's actually more expensive to use M390 in the US.
Yeah.
But it adds so much cost to the knife. It takes more time to treat. It's more finicky than S35.
It's harder to grind.
It's perfectly fine. Our M390 is fine, but it adds $50 to each knife we make. And at the end of the day, we have found that more people are willing to buy an S35 VN knife for $50 less then yeah, Sandvik, we tried. We have some in 12C27. We tried doing 14C28. The RPM 9 does better than it. It just outperforms it for most things, with the exception of pure edge retention.
That's what I was going to tell you. I was going to say, I don't necessarily agree. While I like the ARPM 9, I definitely like the edge that you get with 14C, and I like the way it holds.
Yes.
I can put a 5,000 grit edge on 14C and it doesn't get slick. As much as I like ARPM 9 because of the finer grain structure, you get up to about 1,000 grit, it starts getting slick and loses its tooth. Yes. The flip side of that is at 600 grit, this polishes up and it looks mirror polished at 600 grit because the grain structure is so fine.
But the RPM 9 is significantly tougher.
Yeah,
I've beaten on things that are. I love 14C. If I'm choosing a budget knife, that's probably going to be one of my preferred choices because, well, RPM 9's ours. We made it, we produce it locally, and it does really well. It's just that if we're going to do 14C, we got to be able to source it, which isn't hard in China for the most part. Lots of companies use it, but we are always competing with every other Chinese company making $50 knives to get 14C. And there are some companies that will always win out over us because comparatively, we are tiny.
I say you guys are a much smaller. You guys are a much smaller company.
You probably know who gets most of the 14C.
Oh, I know I know absolutely who gets the. Yeah. But I can't get into it because I have non-disclosure agreements with both parties involved in that.
Yeah. But yeah, and it's good stuff. But to source it regularly for the amount that we're producing, it's one of the reasons why we went to RPM 9. It's also because 14C is not extraordinary or interesting anymore. And for what you pay for it, you don't really get a wow factor. We made RPM 9 for a bit of a wow factor, a bit of a pot stirrer, and we wanted it to perform differently than something like 14C. It did pretty good. I think
absolutely
overall RPM 9 is not as like perfect as we hoped, but we shot high. We shot high with a low budget, and it's like, of course, you're not going to get exactly what you hope for. But it turned out, you were the first one to run tests on it.
Yeah,
we expected it to perform a little differently. It certainly did. It did not perform in the way we expected. But we're sitting there going, "This is great. All right, cool."
So you guys don't know the video accidentally went public for like 15 minutes. Like 39 people saw it, but Russell definitely got to see it. I actually hammered my RIA. I actually hammered my RIA in 9CR, or I'm saying in ARPM 9. I hammered it through a penny into a steel anvil and immediately went like this. And I was like, it's still sharp.
Yeah.
And any deformation or anything that I felt immediately stropped back out on the leather strop. And I was like, okay, that's great. And then I also did a bunch of testing. I cut cardboard and found that you can strap this back up on cardboard or on a piece of newspaper incredibly well. And I went literally way further through a bunch of cardboard and was able to bring that up than I could with any other knife that I'd had at that point. There are other steels that will do that, but in a budget steel, that's what surprised me.
It's surprisingly resilient. I don't think we factored in that level of resilience when we constructed the steel. We mostly were looking for that kind of like D2-esque like edge retention. But with the powder form, it just didn't seem to get that. Like, I'm not a metallurgist. I just like steel. I'm a nerd. But as we put it together, it was really focused on being as close to it was supposed to be as close to stainless D2 as possible. That didn't happen, especially if we powdered it. It just, the structure is so different. But that resilience is like, wow, okay, let's keep this. This is great. That was neat. So
I'm going to actually answer this one. It's not. 9CR is not as good as this. I have knives in 9CR and I have knives in ARPM 9. They're close, but what you get with this is a finer grain structure that's easier to deal with sharpening, and you get some features that you don't get in 9CR. I like 9CR, but it is absolutely not better.
I will go. I have a little thing to add to this one. The usual comparison we get is between our RPM 9 and Civivi's 9CR. One thing I would say, Civivi, just good stuff. Civivi does a fantastic job with their edges. But one thing that I think a lot of people don't seem to factor in is that Civivi hollow grinds a lot of their blades. Ours are flat ground. And everyone's like, oh, cutting performance Civivi is better. Like, yeah, it's a hollow grind. but ours are flat ground to have more durability, whereas Civivi's cut a little nicer because, yes, they have a thinner edge because of the hollow grind. It's all well and good, and their 9CR is probably some of the best I've ever used. But I think the one huge benefit RPM 9 has, and that one thing that I think is very telling about it, is RPM 9 is really meant to be easily maintained as well. So you even had this one where stropping RPM 9 is like lightning fast. It's good to go.
Yeah.
NCR done really well.
I had my Sea Snake. I did a video. I know a lot of you guys saw it. I cut through. I had been cutting cardboard for like a couple days actually with it. And the whole reason I did the video, it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to show you how long you cut. I was just amazed. I was like, oh, it's dull. Let me strop it real quick. And I was like, oh, and I did it in the video. I cut through a bunch of cardboard, and I'm not like, I have knives made by Russell, but you guys know me. If I don't think something's good, I'm going to tell you it's not good.
Yeah.
So I took it and I was like, touched the edge. I was like, yeah, it probably could do with a quick run on a stone. And I was like, well, you know, I have some steels that I've done that, you know, you can use newspaper, because newspaper, the binding agent, it's a ceramic mud that they use for binding the paper. And so it winds up being mildly abrasive at about 3,000 grit or so. And I stropped it up, and it went right back. Like it was shaving sharp after just a few passes on newspaper. And no, it is not like N690. So chemically, it's really close to 9CR, but there's enough differences chemically that you get a lot of different components. And the fact that it's powdered, you can do things with chemistry in a metal. It can be slightly different, and a slight change can do it. And a slight way of processing the difference can be dramatic.
The biggest difference
to that one,
powder form.
That's the one I was answering right there.
Yeah. So like the whole powder form thing, it's powder form. It's got less carbon because the percentage of carbon is lost in the powder form, and there's an additional amount of cobalt in it. So there's a bit of cobalt where normally with 9CR you don't get cobalt. 9CR CO you get cobalt, but no one uses 9CR CO.
I actually had one. I had a steel wheel, and that is a very, very good steel.
I've never seen one use a 9CR CO ever. Like if there is, it's like
not 9CR. It was N690 CO. That's what it was.
Yeah, okay. I haven't run that one before, but
a
little bit of cobalt in there is a bit. It's kind of like, okay, if we put more in, the cost starts going up dramatically, but it was enough to get those kind of chunky carbides. And then the powder form, obviously, you lose carbon in that, so there's less carbon. But again, with the way the edge is constructed and how it holds, I just think the coolest thing about RPM 9 is that after sharpening, normally if you have something that sharpens up this easily, the edge doesn't hold as long. Like think like VG10 always seemed to be a fairly good trade-off of like, hey, VG10, I'm
gonna let you answer this one because that one's a weird one. But go ahead and finish your stand, and we can answer this one.
Yeah. So anyway, so with VG10, when it dulls out quick. When you sharpen it, it sharpens up quick. RPM 9 seems to be like, hey, dulls out a lot less quick and sharpens up even faster, which I'm just like, okay, that's kind of crazy because normally that's a very inverse kind of thing. It's, you know, levels are even. If it dulls out quick, you sharpen it quick. If it dulls out slow, you sharpen it slow. You know, take M4. M4 doesn't sharpen up in 3 seconds. You take ACR. ACR sharpens up pretty fast, but it loses the edge. Whereas
it won't hold it for very long.
Yeah, exactly. And RPM 9 holds it way longer. And I'm just like, cool. How does this work? I don't know. I'm not a metallurgist. I'm just a nerd. Let's see. Our guys actually making the knives qualified to know what they're doing. Well, I'd be really upset if they weren't. That would be.
I was going to say that I wanted to leave that one. It's just
what kind of qualifications are we looking for?
I was going to say I make knives, and I have never been in a classroom for knife making. I've never been in a classroom for metallurgy. I've never learned anything except just arbitrarily through other knife makers about grind, about abrasives, and things like that. So I would have to say that the average kid coming out of a high school shop class is qualified to make a knife.
Yeah,
the fact is, these guys that are making these knives they're craftsmen. And if you were to look at the knives, and this is that stigma. Well, I was saying, Jim, like you already know the answer if you already have a RIA. I'm just saying, like some of these questions are just kind of arbitrary. I'm trying not to get upset, but these are the things that I have to deal with having knives made offshore. Even though it's an American company, like I don't understand where these questions always come from, and that's why I wanted to do this. I like to have this kind of a format because it allows me to answer some of these questions. I don't get upset, but I'm like, where does this come from? So I'm just kind of curious sometimes where questions like this come from, but they are, these are people that studied machining. They're qualified to run the equipment. They're using CNCs. So I would say absolutely yes, they are qualified.
These are people that know more about this stuff than a lot of American makers because they have been doing this stuff as a job since they were very young. It's something you train, you go to school to be a machinist, you get training to do these certain things, and this is something that you do professionally. It's like, hey, is someone who builds houses qualified to know about houses? I hope so.
Yeah.
I should hope they know what they're doing. If you want to be an artist about it, great. You just have to have someone behind you that knows how to make these things happen. And when it comes to steels and everything, yeah, we have a wider array of people that know what they're doing. So like when we do our heat treats, we have someone who knows about heat treats that we hire to help us do the heat treats. It's not like every single person who works on the line is an expert at heat treating. They don't need to be. They ask the guy who's the expert. You have someone who's doing the grinds. Yeah, we have like 6 people that sit at wheels and do the hand grinds after we do the initial water jet to finish the edges. Yeah, they've been grinding knives a lot. They have done a lot of knives. It's their job. They sit there and they grind knives every day. It's what they do for work. Or they're working the line. Thoughts on Damascus? Good question. Mike, wait, should I answer this in terms of art or in terms of metallurgy?
Well, I was going to let you answer it, and then I was going to talk about the differences.
Okay, Damascus.
Between monolithic, I was going to talk about monolithic Damascus and hand-hammered, forge-welded Damascus, pattern Damascus, pattern-welded Damascus.
I will say that there's a lot of Damascus out there on the market. Damascus does not mean anything especially good these days when mono steels are so much better in terms of performance. Damascus, something for aesthetic purposes. There are plenty that are great, and I have actually worked with a few people who made traditional Damascus, so Wootz Damascus. It's a wonderful thing to do. Great project, great piece of art. It doesn't make the blade any better though.
So guys, Wootz Damascus is what typically is the crucible Damascus. That's what you think of when you think of like what was in the Hilbert swords in the Viking times, and the actual true Damascus was a Wootz style steel, and it's a crucible steel, and as it forms, you get the pattern.
Yeah, Wootz would just be the Indian style of it, and then you have the whatever the Viking one is, where it's more stacked and pattern welded. But there's a bunch of different ways to do it.
Well, that's what I was saying. The Hilbert swords actually came from Damascus steel. That's how they figured out that the Vikings were trading with the Middle East was because some of these swords were actual made with Wootz steel from Damascus.
So, but anyway, just the process of it and having it in modern pocket knives is, I will say pretty much, at least on my end, 100% aesthetic, which is totally fine. Like you want a cool looking knife, you get yourself some Chad Nichols Damascus. Oh, it's great looking. You end up with a much more expensive product, and you do have to pay more for Damascus that performs like mono steels, but you're paying for the art and the appeal and how it looks. And that's totally okay because we buy $100 knives. What the hell do I know? I'm sitting here with like, oh man, if I needed one knife, it's like, cool, I got a feldspar. Ooh, yeah.
We're not talking about that. I'm not getting into this. I'm avoiding drama. There's only one piece of drama that I'm actually at all concerned about, and it involves another YouTuber. And that may occur, but it's not going to occur here. That's not what we're here to talk about. Sorry, Michael.
KPL. But yeah, if I just needed a knife to cut, I prefer not having Damascus knife. Damascus usually means that there's more things that can go wrong with the steel. Kind of like a machine. You have a more complicated machine, more things can go wrong. Might work great, might perform just as well as a simple machine, but you're adding more to it. And if that's what you want a slick looking knife that has some visual to it. It's got some appeal. It performs, well enough. Or if you want to get good Damascus that performs the same way as mono steels, great. You pay more. And that's cool. Like Damascus steel, fantastic stuff. Love it. Looks great. Performs great. Cuts well. Sharpens well enough.
That's where I was going to go. So you kind of segued into what I was about to talk about.
Steel.
So now there are other forms of the visually striking Damascus, and the powdered metallurgy Damascus are way closer to what would be considered the monolithic or Wootz style Damascus than you would think. So the big difference is what Russell was talking about, like inclusions and difficulties with the knife and possibilities with weak points and things like that, that comes with the forge welding process, which it's multiple layers, and then it's folded, and then it's forged again, and then it's folded. What you wind up with that is multiple non-similar types of steel. So you have dissimilar metals together. There's spaces where there's chances for inclusions. And what you wind up with is a steel that you can't guarantee is going to be hardened all the way through evenly, because you have multiple dissimilar types of steel that may or may not harden at the same temperatures. So the fact is, with these monolithic Damascus steels like Damascus steel or the powdered 9CR Damascus like this, what you get is basically two almost identical steels that are going to harden at the same rate, and then they're powdered, and then they are hot rolled together to form one monolithic piece. These are not parts that are hammered together. It's just powdered steel that are laid down in a pattern, rolled together through a hot roller. They adhere to each other chemically, and when you harden them, you have one piece of steel. There is no difference between this blade and a regular 9CR blade. It's going to be the same hardness. It's going to be as consistent. You won't have any of those issues that you have with a, say, Alabama hand-hammered Damascus, which can delaminate. And when you sharpen it, you're going to find parts of that, different elements of that hand-hammered steel, because sometimes there's up to 4 different types of steel in there. And you're going to have parts that are softer and harder. And when you cut that, you can feel it on the stone, and you can feel it on the edge, where those lines are, where the separations are, where the forge welds are, and it's not going to hold. Chad Nichols Damascus, as beautiful as it is, and Vegas Forge, sometimes they will use steels that are a heavy nickel-based steel that will not harden. It's not austenitic. So when you put it up to temperature, that part's never going to get as hard as the rest of the blade. Those are a lot of times artistic, and they are not something that is going to hold up to the rigors. They're basically art knives. Chris and Elliot made some knives in what is called dragon scale Damascus, which is so cool. Multiple different kinds of steel beads that are put in a canister, and then that space is filled with nickel. And when it is forged together, the nickel holds those in place. And when you sharpen it, nickel does not harden. Nickel does not hold an edge. So it just really never is a usable thing. It was strictly for art. Some of those are just art things.
So cool looking, though.
They are gorgeous. And that's one of those ones that you chemically blew, and they're gorgeous.
Oh, so cool.
But yeah, I just wanted to jump in on that too. So, all right.
You know more about this than I do. So
and I had to learn a lot because Elliot would quiz me. And to answer the question that was asked earlier, is Elliot actually as good of a knife maker is he overrated? Elliot, good. Now I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not really biased because I judge people based on what I've seen, but I can honestly tell you, Elliot is a legitimate fucking genius. Like people joke about it, and there's been some like people don't like some of the things Elliot says, but Elliot did his research. Cliff Stamp, who just recently passed away, was a metallurgical genius. Like that's who people look to. And to give you an insight, I would be in Elliot's shop, and there were times that Cliff Stamp would get a hold of Elliot to pick his brain about metals. So like to even question whether he is a good knife maker or if he's overrated, I mean, it's just his reputation, the sheer volume of design, the popularity of design, the sheer numbers of sales should speak for itself. I shouldn't have to say this, but it is true. And I may be a little bit biased because I think Elliot like family. Elliot is like the little brother I never had, and he tells me I'm like the big brother he never wanted.
Elliot likes his data. He has a great grasp of things. And I think that's the thing that, like, he always looked at this whole knife making thing as very much a business that was going forward like a steam train. Every time I talk to him, he's always got new plans. And I'm just like, dude, I do not have your energy, but good on you, man.
He doesn't sleep. He's like me. He just doesn't sleep.
I don't know how you guys do it.
But well, you couldn't put Russell with Elliot. There would be no verses because Elliot is about 3 to 4 inches taller than me.
Yeah.
I'm 6'3". Elliot's
I'm looking at that dude's belly button, man.
Elliot's a good 6'5", 6'6", easy.
Y'all are giant.
Yeah, we're not little people. Chris is my height, and he's the shorter of the two. Okay, so I do have another question. Here's the next question. So we were talking about Artisan. We did get kind of sidetracked. I get kind of upset when people, hey, we got our chat.
Also, we'll say for Mr. Miguel, like your comment about the biscuits, appropriate. Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's very. I saw it and I was trying to scroll up, but you can only scroll so far through the comments on here, guys, or I would have popped it up because it's very accurate.
Yeah, I have not had
with a knife. What you want is a very poorly leavened biscuit for a knife, but what you wind up sometimes with is a very fluffy biscuit.
Mm-hmm. Still tasty, but probably less good at cutting.
Get the best knife makers around the table and see what they come up with. Actually, Elliot was supposed to be on and then remembered, like I got a hold of Russell because Elliot was actually supposed to be on, but remembered that he had a prior engagement and told me I can't do it. But we will have Elliot on, I guarantee you, I promise.
There'll be a titanium frame lock drop point. Just watch.
I don't know. I'm thinking that I have gotten to where I have went from as much as I like my frame locks, that I'm starting to like some liner locks a lot.
Join the club.
So next question, we talked about Artisan. We know Artisan, the company, they do make quality knives. And I will tell you guys, like the reason some of the questions is because Artisan is one of those small batch companies, unlike like we and Civivi and some of those other, Reat. They can do larger scale production and roll stuff off the line. But as far as Artisan, I know that there's more behind the scenes because I do know stuff about the company. I can't tell you because I am in a non-disclosure agreement. But the fact is that Artisan itself and CJRB themselves they're actually kind of small production run kind of things. And so that's why no one really hears about it because they're not putting out the numbers that some of the other companies do. But I will put the quality on the majority of the knives that I see at the budget line. I'll put it on par with any of the other companies that are out there.
One thing that I think a lot of people don't seem to realize is that we are one of the only overseas manufacturing companies where both our high-end line and the budget line are made on the same manufacturing line. So that's something a lot of the other higher-end companies have a budget line do not do. They outsource the production of it to another trusted factory, and you get, different knives. Like there are some, and I'm sure I could point fingers, but I'm not going to because
we're not gonna do that. I don't like pointing fingers. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, CGRB lines or CGRB knives roll off the same line as Artisan products. The guys that I know who check the Artisan stuff also check the CGRB stuff. Granted, we have to go a lot faster with the CGRB stuff because those are larger batches, but yeah, it's like. They are done by the same people, which is something that on a U.S. line, you'd pay extra money to hear that.
Yeah. I'll pop that one up and I'll let you answer while I grab my sheet and see what question I had next. Oh, I got it. Okay.
Big drops have been delayed to us this year. Oh, let's see. Okay, so all right. I think I could say this one. We have some designs with Joe Flowers coming out soon. Mr. Joe Flowers. I have been told by several people if me and Joe Flowers get into a room with 3 Red Bulls, something will explode. Because we talk a lot. Me and Joe have the same kind of energy. If we get going, the speech patterns just get faster and faster. We start yelling. We start like saying dumb shit, and it gets nuts. Like I don't even want to know what would happen if I drank with him. I'd probably pass out because half Asian.
I'll find out at Blade West for you.
Like, it doesn't take a lot for me to get drunk.
No. I'm talking about Joe. I'll try and get Joe drunk because there's not many people I can't drink under the table.
If you drink with Joe, you're gonna end up like sometimes you're just gonna wake up outside holding 2 machetes on like a half cleared forest, and Joe's just sitting there in a hammock being like,
I got a sneaking suspicion that I've been drinking with Joe. Sometimes during the night, I'll be like with Joe over my shoulder, going, "Hey, which room was he in?"
Joe is a tiny guy. It is surprising. Joe is for a guy with the amount of experience he has with bushcrafting, with outdoorsmanship, and all the classes he teaches. Joe is this very friendly, nerdy guy who loves talking about Godzilla, and it's like he's such a fun dude to talk with. He's such a nerd, but he's also like
I've seen some of his stuff. Some of his stuff's pretty nice. Okay, so next question, and we're only 2 questions. Remember how you said you didn't think that we'd be able to stick around? We're only 2 questions in on this sheet. We're 2 questions in, Russell.
I talk a lot. Come on, man. You know this.
I told you. It's been 44 minutes. You were like, I don't know. I told you 44 minutes on one of my live feeds. It goes like that.
Well, I'm drinking beer and I'm talking, okay?
Artisan's plans moving forward. What are the plans moving forward? I mean, are there any plans on bigger runs?
Well,
expanding, anything like that?
So right now we're not having plans to expand. We're kind of hitting a point where we expanded really fast, and now we're trying to maintain. We're trying to hit that stride where instead of releasing like, here's 25 new models, like our first year, our first release, our 2018 show was 23 models. We're not doing that.
Regular's catalog.
Yeah, a whole ass catalog. That was our first release. That was like, oh, you can start ordering from our boom catalog. We're trying to pare things down. We're trying to get things a bit more tight. We're trying to work with getting these designs, getting more designers in, getting some more kind of well-placed designs out instead of doing volume. It's kind of a large complaint about overseas manufacture. Like, various companies will put out lots of products, just boom, lots of them, and then they get lost in the mix. So again, for Blade Show this year, we only put out 3 new products?
I think you had like 3 new products, then my knife, Chris's knife, which were Q4 releases from last year.
Yeah. And then we had one that was a proto, like Dylan's knife. So the cell.
I would say Dylan's proto. Okay. That one.
Yeah. So this one was just redone to kind of fit what Dylan changed, and then it was released a little later than expected because we did a little fine tuning on it. But so far, the actual here's the new stuff. I guess in that sense, the Cazador.
This is just a compliment. I just thought I'd throw it up there for you.
All right, to be fair, no one picks up the Barranca. No one buys that knife. It's so freaking good. It's such a honking knife with that big old thumb ramp. It's so cool, but yet no one picked. It's like the Barranca, the Mangrove, and the Rampart are 3 CGRB knives that are all awesome, and no one goes for them.
This one, I can't tell you guys how much I like this one, and it doesn't sell. We already have talked about this.
This actually covers exactly what I was talking about, is that this is the problem. If we put out a lot of releases at odd times, like if we do a mid-year release that doesn't correlate with the show, they just get swept under the carpet. No matter how good the knives are, they're just kind of gone. And no one picks them up. No one looks unless someone picks it up online. There's a big enough stink that everyone's like, oh, this is great. I want to try one. And granted, since CGRB was kind of fresh at that point, and then the initial 5 releases from CGRB were big ones, and by the time that people kind of knew about CGRB, they were still trying to get the original 5 first releases, and the new stuff came out. It was like, oh, I'm still trying to get a Centros. And yeah, it just kind of flew on past.
You mean one of these?
That's still one of my favorite knives.
I love this. Dylan somewhere. Huh? Dylan accidentally made a very nice tactical folder. Yeah, unintentionally came up with a knife that I was like, well, isn't that a stabby little thing that I like to have along my side?
We're still working on the small version of it, which is how Dylan wanted it.
Why would you make it small? This is perfect. It's great.
Well, you got giant-ass hands, man. Have you seen Dylan?
This thing is great. It's just perfect for letting the air out of somebody.
Dude, Dylan is like navel level to you. The guy is tiny. His hands are way smaller than mine, and the small size for him is perfect. But to be fair, we talked about the Centros, you mentioned it, because with the way it fits in your hands, works well because you get the 3 fingers in the choil.
It's just not perfect, and there's not a lot of knives. There's not a lot of knives with that handle shape. Okay, so not to call this out, and I don't want anybody to get upset, because Bill will be upset with me when I see him at the show. But that handle style with that scooped out area, there's several other knives that have that, and I just can't use them. People get upset when I give a knife, say it's not a knife for me. The Arius, the Koenig Arius, please, Bill, I hope you don't lose your mind, has that same scooped out thing. I can't use it. It forces my hand down in. This is scooped out, and it's just done well, even with that skinny profile, that it fits even my big triple XL glove hands. It fits my hand really well. Yeah. And I never thought that a small, thin knife like that would be so comfortable. I told Dylan several times, I'm like, bro, I didn't think it would work for me. But
is that the standard one, or is that the micarta scale one?
This one is just the G10, the checker G10.
The micarta one is so good. I've been careful.
I don't think I would like it more than I like this one.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Because it's more contoured. That's why I didn't like.
So it's contoured.
It's feldspar. That's why I didn't like the feldspar as much, because while they're really similar, that contoured, it just didn't feel the same. I liked this with its harder edges. For some reason, usually I don't like those hard edges. But on this one, it works. It just pops.
It does. It doesn't roll as readily in the hand, but we actually thicken the micarta one just a hair to make it fit a bit better. I love it. But Blade Q only did one run of them. They were exclusive, and it's just like, well, that's kind of how it works. And that is one thing going forward. We are probably going to be doing more and more exclusives because people keep asking for exclusives, and it's a great.
I keep asking for an exclusive,
and
I'm kidding.
But anyway, so that's kind of going forward with a lot of overseas companies, especially in the budget range. The big companies are just like, we want this, we want this, we want this. And we're like, well, okay, because it's a paycheck, just boom, here's a fat wad of cash in hand to make these knives and deliver them on a certain date. For a company like ours that has the capacity to do a large volume of knives with a company that is not really intended to do high volume production, that's just money. Like, it's just like, boom, that's money in the bank. Let's make these knives. Let's get the program set up. Let's pull in the people who need to work on these, get this project done, get them shipped on time, and we get a fat paycheck instead of having to set knives up so that they sell piece by piece by piece. Knife Center did a bunch of exclusives. They did all the Centauris. They did the whole run of liner lock Centauri, something that we've been hoping. And I was talking with Ray about that forever. And boom, just Knife Center, 4 full runs of special edition Centauris. That's insane.
It's a good looking knife. The Centauri is a good looking knife.
It's a cool knife. It is probably my favorite front flipper.
And Ray, I mean, you can't go wrong with Ray. His designs, like everybody says, his designs are all the same. And I'm like, yeah, you know why? They fucking work. They're great.
Ray can draw something. I have seen Ray draw stuff on a napkin that people look and say, oh my God, that's genius. It's like, yeah. Ray stuff does look the same. He does not need to deviate from his style. Right? His style is so iconic and so just well positioned. He's got also BGM knife. Not sure what that is. I have handled some of John's stuff. John has done, I have a knife here that he reground. It's actually a Ferrum Forge that he reground, and it's got a hollow on it. And John does amazing work. If you're in the market to get a knife reground, I know that like I could do it, and I'm thinking about starting to do some regrinds and charging people for it. But the fact is, John does an amazing job on his regrinds. They come out great. Mike, I work for a knife company. I'm poor.
Right. So I haven't been on a job site since April 2nd. This is my job now. I'm poorer than you.
Well, either way, I cannot say I've handled one, but I will be happy to see if someone wants to put one on my hand at a show. I will happily look at it because
John does really good work. Really good work. And now you're talking about having design cues that carry through, just like Ray's. Like you can pick a Ray Laconico design out of a lineup. Dirk Pinkerton is another one that you can like. You can look at it and know. You can look at a knife and know that Dirk designed that. The jimping, the lines, all the stuff. Super
angular, super clean. Dirk has a way with handles. I don't know what kind of black magic that man practices, but he could give you a knife that looks weird and you grab it, it's like, oh, okay. Like, but we finally did a re-release of the proponents. Finally, it took us forever to get mirrored. Finally, full-size G-type proponents in all black. The tactical proponent, finally.
I believe that I got to handle one of those before it got sold at USN in Vegas. And I was really surprised. I'm like, I'm not going to like this. And I put it in my hand. I'm like, okay, you have my attention.
The fat titanium one that was.
That's exactly what it was. It was a big fat titanium one. And I was like, I'm not going to like this. And I grabbed it and was like, that's so comfortable.
I can't, dude. I just can't. Like, this thing does not even work in my hands, but it is comfortable. God, getting used to the mirroring on here. This thing's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. But we probably
get used to it. Like, if I want to put like.
Dude, we've practically made an empire on this thing. Smoky Mountain sold so many of the brass and copper versions of this thing.
Okay, guys, I'm going to tell you, I handled the brass one because you had it at the show too.
So heavy.
My God, I was even for me, like a big guy, like I'll carry a big heavy knife. I'm 6'3", 230 pounds. I'll carry a big honking heavy knife. And I picked that up and I was like, I believe that this is too much.
It's a pound. It is a pound of knife.
It's literally a pound. It's like I was like
if you had a steak like that, dude, like that's a big old steak. That's a full meat.
The one I had the one I saw at the show had like a design engraved in the handles. If I remember right.
I think you saw someone did one of those. Like I see so many customized versions of the proponents because it's so fun to customize. It's just so like it's such a big honking knife. I'm honestly hoping at some point we'll see about making some just plain scale, just flat scales, so people can actively just take a Dremel, just have fun, just go play with it, play around, see what you make. We'll post good pictures because it's just such a canvasy knife, but man, it's monstrous. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I think Metal Complex said something really good about it. He had a whole video on it, and it's like,
Peter,
hey, it's Peter. Hey, my neighbor. He literally lives 20 minutes away from me. He gets to see all the artisan stuff first because I get to see his cool things. Everyone that's like, oh, hey, he hangs out with artisan too much. Where's he got all these things? Like, yeah, I could drive over there and be like, Peter, let me see your things. I heard you got cool things. Let me see. Oh yeah, here's the new protos.
Hey, Peter. Okay, so I do have a question. Yes. So plans moving forward, we talked about that, and we can talk about whatever you want. Like we like I said, this is a very loose format. Do you need a step ladder to get the milk off the top shelf?
No, because my fridge is really short.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Also, I'm Asian, so I might be lactose intolerant, so I don't drink a lot of milk. Cereal, though. Fuck the guys that put... Oh, shit. You're the guys that put... Here I am still swearing. Yeah, you put cereal...
It's okay. It's okay. If you had been around and heard some of the stuff we talked about last night on the the veterans mental health one, and it still didn't get demonetized, I'm like, okay, let's set the bar. We got it. I know what we can and can't say. We can drop a few F-bombs here and there, just not like constant.
Yeah. Anyone that puts cereal way in the far back on the top shelf, you're an asshole. Because no,
I put it on top of the refrigerator. Like we have a full size, human size refrigerator.
Bullshit.
But my daughter is now taller than my wife, so she can actually pull the stuff off the top shelf. Okay,
but I'm not that short. I'm not
actual question. This is an actual question, and you don't have to try and be like, oh, I have to stay within the lines of artisan and things like that. It does not matter. I mean, because I'm pretty sure your boss is not watching this.
Yeah, pretty sure. As much he totally is.
Favorite maker? Who is your favorite maker? Now that could be a small scale like BGM, Elliott, from Forge, or you're talking like just a company in general.
Maker or designer?
Maker, like I'm talking like maker production. It could be like a custom, or it could be a company. It just depends. Like, who do you think does the? I'm not talking about like as far as a design. I'm talking about all around, from start to finish, the full Monty, the full package. Who does the best job on making sure that every aspect of the knife comes out as perfect as possible? And you can't say artisan. That's the caveat.
Yeah,
other than artisan.
I like our designs. I think when it comes to actual production, oh god, okay,
that's a good question, right? That was a good one.
This is going to be a really terrible answer because I don't actually like their knives, but I'm going to say TRM. I appreciate that TRM interfaces with their customers. Their build quality is not the best, but it's compensated by keeping a very reasonable price point, by making their knives highly accessible, by putting it out there to a wider community, making knives like the Atom. Like, I got rid of my Atom because I never would carry it. I enjoy the Atom, but I'd personally never use it as a tool. Same with the Neutron. I adore the Neutron. Excellent knife. Not what I want, but for what it is and what the construction is, it is simple, well done, well executed, and clearly, considering how their pre-orders are, really well placed. I appreciate what they do because they are not overpricing a product that I feel is very reasonable. Granted, the secondary is doing it for them.
Yes.
The people that run TRM have kept a very even head about things, and Marianne is the sweetest freaking person ever. She is incredible, and she is not like, I've had my share of makers who will not talk to me because it's like, oh, you're a competitor. Marianne is, nope. We chat, we talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've talked to him. I asked if I could possibly get a couple samples, not even to keep, just to like I just want to get them in, put them on. I would like to see I want to see a virgin one. I don't want one that somebody's been beaten on, because they are really thin. And if you get one in that somebody's buggered up the edge or they've screwed with the action, I asked, and she was really sweet about it. She goes, but the thing is, our stuff sells so fast, we really don't have anything I can give you. And I'm like, hey, fair enough.
And it's worth it. I agree that what they have going on and the business model they have works, and it's good. And it seems like out of many things in this knife world, where as soon as something starts getting hot, it's gone. And then the prices just go. Phew. TRM strikes me as very honest, very straightforward. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it sells out. We'll get you the next one.
Yep.
I was lucky enough to get the Atom and the Neutron. I was very lucky to get those.
And like you said, they are very responsive.
Yeah, they're excellent. And for
you know who else is on that level where responsiveness to their customers is Holt.
Yeah,
Holt is another one that does. And I've been one of those people, like, I am willing to forgive issues if the customer service is up there. Like I always like to say, like, a warranty is not a replacement for quality.
Yeah.
But I will say that I am willing to forgive issues with things if I talk to somebody on customer service and they're immediately like, I'm so sorry, we're going to take care of this. And just to throw that out, one of the companies that I honestly, now that I have had to deal with their customer service, because I am one of their affiliates, and I had heard stories about how good it was. Olight. Yeah. Olight is like, they are Johnny on it. They're sending a print. I told them I didn't have a printer for my return media, RMA. They're mailing me one. We'll print it out and mail it to you. I was
they are throwing down really hard. They are throwing down so hard on just like their customer service and their social media game, and I appreciate that, because Olight. All right, so as someone who I still carry my 4.7s, my 4.7 light. I really like them. And when I got into flashlights, 4.7 and Olight were kind of like neck and neck. Yeah, there's a reason why 4.7s is not around and Olight is. I just wish I liked the Olight interfaces more, because I prefer an actual click rather than electronic click. But
they have some. I'm giving away one that has a physical click.
They have some. I also like the profile.
I love the fact that I can charge this thing without having it plugged in. And the fact is, this thing is a powerhouse light. And it's magnetic.
Really good stuff. They really do. I wish I was more into flashlights. I'm pretty much in the realm of, I want a flashlight that is strictly to complement my regular EDC. So it's got to fit in my side pocket with a pen and a flashlight. So
I'm more of the guy, like, I've got to have something that I know is functional and I can use it. I know it's going to last. I know it's waterproof. I can put it in different situations, and it's going to provide me with multiple options. Like, this has 4 different brightness settings and a strobe and a timer. Like, you can set it. So I'm going to answer the same question I just asked you, and it's going to surprise a lot of people. When I wrote that question down, I was like, how would I answer that question? And I know a lot of people are going to say, Mike's going to say Fair and Forge, or Mike's going to say Weed Knife Company, or Mike's going to say some other random. And I'm going to tell you right now, I sat down and I thought about all of the things that I've owned and lusted after, and how many just sheer volume of knives and sheer, not necessarily quality, because you can get a knife that has some quality issues if they're rectifiable, like edges and things like that, but reliability and things like that. And I have to say, it's cold steel. As much as I complain,
all right.
As much as I complain about it, cold steel, you cannot deny that a cold steel knife is, like, their claims of being the toughest and strongest knives in the world. They put their money where their mouth was, and they really freaking meant it. And they still, even I've been watching some of the stuff, and I've been talking to some people about how it is now that GSM took over. There's still, the quality is still there because they're using the same design base. They just are doing it under a different company. Cold steel still is like every time I think about it, I think about how many knives total I've owned by each company. Yeah, I have 8 Fair and Forges. Yeah, I have this many of this. I counted it out. I have owned a total of 32 cold steel knives.
Yeah, man. I will say my collection of cold steel is actually increasing, because I am finding them to be excellent general users.
Yeah.
As much as I'm not a huge fan of their higher end stuff, I'm like, why would I buy this? I love my Tough Light, my mini Tough Light. I
told you that was a gift from my dad.
Yeah.
How are you going to go wrong with a Tough? I don't have the mini, but I have the Tough Light with the triad lock. You cannot go wrong with that knife.
It's been my back pocket knife for a long time, since I carried a Spyderco Jimbo for many years. Like, I think it was going on almost 9 years. I carried that knife, and I'm just like, hey,
I'm gonna have to do to you. I'm gonna have to do to you what I did to David. You're talking about Spyderco, and I'm gonna have to do this, guys. You should never buy a Spyderco knife. They are horrible. They are the worst. They are the worst. They really are. They're so bad. They are the Yu-Gi-Oh cards of the knife world. I'm sorry I had to step in and do this, but Russell was going down the same route as somebody last night that talked about mint chocolate chip ice cream. That is disgusting. Okay, I'm gonna bring him back, and maybe he can redeem himself.
That is my favorite flavor, man. Don't go there. I love mint chocolate chip.
I gotta put you back in the box.
No, I will not stay in a box.
No, Poopy puts baby in a corner.
Oh no, someone's asking me my grail. Oh no.
But no, I get you. I joke because you guys do know I've said this so many times. I used to love Spyderco knives. I just don't like the direction they're going. I don't think that the price and the quality even out. So I do like the ability that I can put people in timeout. I can put people in a corner. Like, I don't want to hear what you're saying right now.
Mint chocolate chip.
No, Jim. Okay, so Jim, I wanted to get you in because you continue to go with that. I had said we're not going to address the Chinese manufacturing. We're not going to address all the issues with China because we're not talking about China manufacturing. We're talking about Artisan Cutlery, which is an American company. So I took you out. You were in timeout for like 5 minutes, but it was just because I didn't have a chance to address why I was doing it. So I want you to understand that's where I was going because that turns into a cascading effect, and then the comment section gets nasty, and I was just trying to do a preemptive strike. I had talked about it before you really came in, and I don't think you heard it. So that's why I put you in timeout. And it was just, I was waiting for you to come back in because we were at a point where I really didn't want to stop the conversation to do a little bit expositional about why I wanted you to stop. So I apologize. It wasn't personal. Okay.
Still going mint chocolate chip, man.
I know. I understand that, Jim. I was just saying, like, it just wasn't something. It wasn't what we were running to address in this. So I apologize, Jim. You've been on a lot of these feeds. You know how it works. Every once in a while, I'll tell somebody to, I'm gonna jump on this right there. I'm fine with that. I am fine with bringing back the SOCOM Delta. That was an amazing knife. So. Okay, so that was my favorite maker. Oh no! Who?
Hey!
Spitfire, you're never getting that Cold Steel Archangel back. Oh, did you see? I have a Cold Steel. I know you like Bally's. I actually have the rarest of the rare, the ultra rare Cold Steel Archangel at my house right now. It came from Spitfire. Spitfire actually, because you guys, if you don't know, Spitfire actually, he's stationed close to here. He's a Marine. He came and helped me move. And once again, thank you very much for that, Josiah. But he dropped off to me a Cold Steel Archangel when he came down to help me move. And I got to do a review of it. I've always wanted to see one. Never got to see it. The last they were even mentioned on Cold Steel's website was 2001.
God, I remember
that was the last time. And that was a closeout and seconds. Like they'd already stopped making them. They were just like leftover stock and factory seconds in 2001.
All of a sudden, it's just me. What's going on? Oh no, what happened? Did Mike disappear? Am I running this whole thing now? Oh geez.
Oh no. Something happened. I don't know, but my entire thing went down. I had to log back in, and now so I'm here. I'm gonna bring that up, and I'll let you. But I have to go in the background here real quick, so you can talk to the guys about. If you only had one knife for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I hate that this is an easy one. I hate it. All right, so again,
I'm bringing back up the Artisan website so we can look at that if you want to.
Still going the Aran. Pretty much out of anything I would carry, this is it. Chris, I see you in the chat, Chris. This isn't because you're here; it's because it's true. If I were to carry one knife, period, it's probably this guy.
Chris is here. I haven't seen him. Where is Chris?
I saw him in the chat, unless there's another Chris Ortiz.
Where's it, Christopher?
Yeah,
Christian.
This covers everything I would want in a general EDC. There are other knives in the Artisan line. I think all right, so if I had a choice between this and the Centros, those are kind of a toss-up. I think in terms of general use, this is it. Probably the full tie one for the overall durability. I like the way this feels. It's easy to carry. It's hard to lose. It's big enough. It's got enough tip that I can do small work with it. It covers the bases of what I want in a knife. There are other knives I think I'd be very happy with as a one knife. That's it. If I was, if I was really poor in one knife, probably.
Guys, this is the designer of the knife that he's showing.
Hi, Chris. What's up? Chris is awesome. Chris
is a great dude. Like, I love Chris. And if you need custom scales made, that's the dude to go to over at Cerberus. He does drops. I don't think he not to do this, but Chris, are you doing custom orders still, or are you only doing drops and people can pick up what you have available? Not to interrupt you, Russell. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good, man.
If I had to pick one knife, see, my strategy on picking one knife is different than yours. Because I didn't say that would be the only knife. Like, you're stuck with that one, and if it wears out, you're fucked. Like, you could, like, that's the only knife. Like, if you had to replace it in person, I'd ask other people this question, and I had to. Mine would be a Mora Companion.
All right, I thought you were going to say
Companion in carbon steel, because the fact is they're like, I think they're like $17.
Yep.
And if you can wear one out, you fucking did something. You have accomplished it. You can wear one out. Great. And the fact is they're just all around probably the GOAT right there. Like all the other knives in the world that I like and all these things, if you were to look at pure function, comfortable use, reliability, and even over cold steel, because it's a fixed blade, and just general, value and ability to be replaced at a budget, it's got to be the Mora Companion. That's for me. The Mora Companion heavy duty with the carbon steel blade.
That is the conversation ender for what does someone want to buy for their first fixed blade? The Mora is a conversation ending piece, because there is no way that anyone would be like, well, that's not worth it. Like, no, that's the most worthwhile knife you can get at that price point. Moras are excellent. I wish I did actually. Well, yeah, yes, Cutlery Shop. Buy Chris's stuff. It's cool.
It is, Chris. I can't lie. Chris's stuff is it's the shit, as he likes to say.
Wait. White Mountain Knives has the exclusive small Aran right now. They just dropped them. Buy them out so they can make more. And to quote Chris with a statement that he says that like he says all the time, and I'm like, okay, this is new slang, but Chris's shit fucks hard. Kind of does.
There was one on here I wanted to see. There we go. Facts. So there's only one knife for the rest of your life. Okay, so the next question, because I said there's would be mixed in some abusive questions, because me.
Here we go. So
does your girlfriend, like, when you guys go to bed at night, does your girlfriend have to give you a boost up into bed? Like, hop up, there you go. Like, are you afraid? Do you have the rails so you don't fall out? Because for you, I mean, that could be like a scene from Alice in Wonderland.
Considering I just broke up with my long-term girlfriend a month ago, ouch! But she was shorter than me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No,
it's fair. It happens. Ugh, it's gonna go and dip down for a second here. Pain. 4 years. Ouch.
God damn. I'm sorry. I wish you'd had told me that.
She was almost a foot shorter than me, though, so it's fine.
What is that? I was like, what is that over? And I'm like, what is that I forgot the mirror. It's the top of my knife case. What is that? Ding, ding, ding. Where's the ding, ding, ding? I didn't get any money. Ding, ding, ding only happens when I get money. Did somebody send? Did I miss one? You guys want to hear the dings? Start dropping them super chats. I'm kidding.
Ding, ding.
Not really kidding, but I'm kidding.
So yes. The boost. I'm not that short, Mike. You see me in person.
I know.
Your buddy Nico is a lot shorter than me, and you've seen Dylan. And if there's anyone in a show to compare to, it's Dylan or like the 5-year-old.
Okay, you guys. Okay, I mean, you say you're a lot taller than Nico. You're really not. Like when you're that short, like being a little bit taller, it probably does have some perspective. You guys look like you guys standing in a row. Dylan, Nico, and you look like the steps that lead into my front of my house. Like I'm like, oh, hey, look at this little guy. He's so cute.
It's off to work.
I'm gonna get you guys a big lollipop, and you guys got way rapper that. That was
a set of Maddox.
I'm sorry, that was not. I'm going to hell for that one. I'm sorry.
You're just tall as hell, Mike. I'm an average 5'7". Come on.
I'm average for guys growing up where I lived. Like you would have went to my high school and been like, oh Jesus, we're all this high. We're all dairy farmers. 2'8" Dave is getting a joke. He gets a kick out of that. How tall are those two? Well, let's see. Nico is about that tall, and Dylan is about that tall, and then he's probably like, I'm sitting down, so like no, that's like I'm doing it like they could walk under my hand, they could limbo under my arm right now as I'm sitting.
Dylan's like
I shouldn't have done that. I forget what I look like. I forget that I'm so back ass hillbilly, and I stick my arm out like that, and I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Wait,
no,
cancel it.
Not what I meant. Okay, so in all honesty, what is your favorite of all of the artisan designs?
All right, so since I just talked about the Aran, all right, so the Aran is probably
excluding the Aran because, like you already said, that was your knife.
That was my current favorite out of all the current artisan ones. All right, so the two I've mentioned already, I will exclude because the Centros and the Aran are two of my all-time favorites. They are probably two of my all-time favorite knives, period. One, I'm kind of happy I had a hand in getting them in production, but just like, yeah, they are designs that I am very fond of. And because I've had a lot of experience with them, because I get to handle a lot of them, because I work for the company, yeah, there's a reason why I like them. There is no, I don't have to coddle them, but let me just pull another artisan design. What's another one that I like? So actually, do you want to do artisan and CGRB?
I mean, yeah, I mean, may as well, because like I kind of consider them the same because, like you said, they come off the same production line. Because my favorite artisan is actually a CJRB.
Yeah, I'll go with sleepers here. So the artisan line. Hey, you gotta get a bell. Ding, ding, ding.
I was actually going to get a bell, and Jared Neves told me that this actually is more entertaining to have me do it with the thermos.
It works. Okay, so artisan line, absolute sleeper. The Wren is one of my favorite knives.
Okay.
It is an oddball. It is such a weird knife because it really is like it's got horrible blade to handle ratio. The flipper is not aesthetically pleasing. The blade shape is so interesting and so kind of like
you're really not selling it all that well.
But it worked. All right. So in the same way, and Mike, I'm sorry for mentioning the S word again, but Spyderco Native is ugly as hell. Ain't that great?
And it's not great. It's ugly and it's a piece of crap.
Think of it this way. The Wren is an upgrade to what the Native could have been with a tie frame lock. Better scale.
Okay, I get where you're going. I get where you're going.
It works well, and the blade shape is, it's not the same as the Native, but it's got a fine tip profile, almost like a spear point profile.
I got you. Yeah, I can see that. And I mean, I had a Native back when Spyderco was still making somewhat decent knives, and it wasn't a bad knife. It just wasn't. Hey, Dave Warren is here. So if you guys don't know, Dave Warren, to you.
Dave is awesome.
Dave?
I see him every show. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, I had to pop that one up. I love Dave. Hey. Dave's just another happy hillbilly in the knife community. Just there's only a few of us because most of the hillbillies in the knife community are just angry.
You really? I've been to Blade Show, Mike.
Angry, stinky, non-bathing. Yeah, they're not great. Like most of the hillbillies in the knife community, they're very well. They're not good people. Yeah, right. That's right. I was going with it.
Nothing against that.
The Wren is what the Native could have been if it could tried. I like to say that squirrel is what chicken could have been if it had tried, because squirrel is amazing.
That is the redneckiest thing I've ever heard coming from you.
Not a redneck. Big difference. Rednecks are usually really racist, backwoods. Hillbillies raise livestock. I'm a hillbilly. Hillbillies raise livestock. Rednecks get emotionally involved. There's pet names. They buy jewelry. Big difference.
Fair enough. But anyway, the Wren is one that is very much like.
It's not funny.
It's a sleeper.
That's not funny, Peter. Anyway, I'm sorry. I keep interrupting you.
Anyway, so the Wren is great. It's also the knife I use for take down and set up at shows, because it's something I'm like, I will take this thing and it's like, all right, staples, cut through a brass staple, pull things up, cut things around. It's a chunky S35 VN blade. It's stubby, and because it's got such a fat handle for something that is like, the blade is just about like just under, it's a 3-inch blade, not including the choil, and a fat ass handle that could have been a full size. It's not aesthetically pleasing, and that kind of gives me a good laugh to be like, this is the ugly duckling of knives. Everyone who looks at it from a data standpoint is like, oh, this is stupid. And I'm just like, yeah, but it cuts great. It works well. The shape is functional, and it performs better than so. I would not want to pry up a staple with a PM2. Just saying. Whereas this one, I'm like, okay,
yeah.
staple.
Especially with the unknown heat treat on most Spyderco knives these days. Sorry, they're not going to get a pass. I'm sorry. So if I had to pick an artisan that was my favorite, and it's a toss-up. It really is a toss-up, but they're both CJRBs because, like I said, I don't look at them much different because they're made on the same line. And it's a real close to, I just really can't pick one above the other. If I had to pick, hey, Shopcat just showed up. If I had to pick, Shopcat just showed up. If I had to pick one versus the other, I would say just because of the sheer ability to carry and versatility of carry in places where this would not be like some people like, oh my God, it's got a great big knife. I can pull this out because it is
great.
But they are both way up there on my list of, I'd have to say totally they're ties.
This was actually going to go as my favorite CGRB if I'm excluding the Centros, because the great thing about the Rhea that I think, one thing about this is it's slightly class defying in a way. Again, this is a gentleman's knife shape. Like, God, mirroring is so dang hard. Hey, you need a ding, Mike? Got a ding ding.
Oh, I got a ding ding. Well, we're gonna get a ding ding. I gotta get this set up because my buddy showed up and I have to get him in.
Yeah, Shopcat. Anyway, so the Rhea. There are a lot of reasons why I like this knife. Like, the carryability of it is awesome. The size is great. The profile is nice. I love the micarta scales. This has got so much patina on it because I've carried this so much. I put the tie clip on mine because I could. It's awesome. I also have one where I did like a super small deep carry clip because I know Mike loves that. Love deep carry clips, right, Mike? So
you're gonna wind up going back in the corner.
Yeah, I'm your guest. Try putting me in the corner.
Aiden, I would give you a ding 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 ding, but I've got a cat in my lap. Oh, here we go.
But anyway, so the great thing about the Rhea, at least the one thing I like about this in particular over a lot of other knives is the design of this performs, at least in my opinion, better than a lot of other gentlemen's knives. The blade shape has that belly towards the tip. You can use this for more, like, if I'm doing small cuts, this performs really well because you have this space right here that gives you a lot of surface. There's enough grip that you can get, at least for me. I mean, can't for Mike, but I can get a full hand on here, or at least with Mike's giant hands to get like a good solid 3.5, 2-finger grip.
It's one of those ones that just fits just about right, like 2.5. Yeah. Okay, you went down. All right, buddy.
So here's the thing that I really like about this, especially over. I'm trying to think of some other like very like iconic gentleman's knives. I can't really throw like the Menandi out there because that's a whole different classification.
But I would say that it's up there with that.
Someone who doesn't really know knives will look at this and say, that's classy, that's cool, that looks great. But this thing is built fairly sturdy. These liners aren't tiny. The stock is thin, but it's not real like flimsy thin. The tip is relatively robust for something this size. It's not like I'm going to go out here and like pry wood with it, but it performs, in my opinion, better than a lot of knives in this classification. And it's kind of taking the opposite of something like the Sea Snake, where the Sea Snake is a great EDC, and it's made to do a specific task. This performs much better as an all-rounder for something in this category. For something that
Dave, when he gets done, I'll address this, Dave.
Go for it. So I'm good on that one. Rhea.
Okay, Rhea. Awesome. Dave, actually, this is since I can't go back to work, and because of the new mask mandates and all of the vending that I've been trying to do, the contracts keep following through because the rising inflation on parts when things get bonded. By the time we get to bid it, they fall through because by the time I get a list of materials for a job site, the prices have risen to a point where I can't come in under budget they're looking for. So a lot of these projects, this is my job now. I basically have turned YouTube. I'm going to treat it like a job. This is my job right now. So
Hey,
ding, ding, ding. So this is going to be,
ding, ding.
I actually have an email, I'm sorry, not an email, but a Facebook Messenger post that is drafted and has not been sent to you because I would love to have you on here. I'm doing this Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. and nights that we run over we may still run over and things like that. So that's actually, this is basically, I'm turning this into my job. I went ahead and it wasn't very expensive. I invested in this beautiful studio suite application that you're seeing right now, and with all the stuff. Mike. Huh?
Sweet studio.
No, I'm talking about the studio suite. This studio suite too, but
yeah. Garage. Yay. It's not like I'm not in one either.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I told you guys, so this, while I am stepping up production quality and you guys see the backgrounds and all that stuff, I want to just throw that out while there's still people here. It's just 33 people. I still, as much as I want to improve the quality and things like that, like you guys see that there's a background and you guys are seeing the videos where I'm putting other channels in and things like that. I still want to keep it, like, I want this to feel like, I would equate this to, like, I watched Cinnamon Toast Ken. And when it was Meme Couch back in the day, it was just Buff Pro and Ken on a couch in a living room. I kind of want it to feel like that because as much as I like their channel now, I liked it so much better. It was much more casual. I want this to feel like it's just a handful of guys sitting around in the garage, drinking a couple brews and talking about some knives. And so that is the whole thing. And part of the reason we're doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Thursday Night Knives. I didn't want to interfere with their stuff yesterday, but Thursday Night Knives, I really like Bobby D. I didn't want to interfere with his live feed, even though I know but I was kind of limited yesterday. I wanted to get that done. David had another hunt that he was going on. So I want to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If I do Wednesdays at 7:30, Jared over at Neves Knives he's finishing up right about the time I'm starting. So what was this? This is where I want to be. That's where I know, like David sent me an email this morning. He goes, bro, last night's live feed was a blast. And I was like, I know, it was me. Come on. How can you not have a good time with me? So, and David, I want to thank you for that. But like I said, I just reached the point where I was like, well, there's no income coming in. And I was like, I'm going to just treat this like a job, and have managed to double in the last 4 weeks. I doubled what I was making on YouTube just by actually treating it like a job. So.
Someone's asked me if I know any good small time knife makers.
Small time knife makers. I think we
Emler, Chris Ortiz, Dylan Mallory.
Yeah, I mean, why are you even asking? I'm here. Ray Laconico is awesome.
Dude, his new stuff they're doing with Monterey Bay Knives is pretty cool. I'm kind of into it.
I cannot tell you how much, like, I know a lot of guys don't like this because it doesn't lock. But the Monterey Bay Knife stuff, the larger version of the EXW, what was it? What did they call that one? The locking one. I can't remember.
EZC.
EZC, that's what it was. It's basically this.
The large one's amazing.
It's basically this.
Is that a part of EWC or is that?
This is a very special. So I got a hold of Sanford, and I'm like, hey, bro, I'd really like to eat. I know I did a video about EWC. I want to get one, and I want to do it revisited because I saw the Gen 1. Mm-hmm. And he was like, okay. He's like, and Nico wanted one too. And I was like, I'd like to get one for Nico, and then like I'll just pay you. And he's like, well, I'm doing some in micarta. And so he did the olive drab, the olive micarta.
Yes.
The olive green.
Yes.
And I was like, yeah, I got so many green knives. I was like, maybe I'll just wait till the carbon fiber ones come out. And he was like, I got like 10 tan micartas. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how the color's coming through. This is tan. This isn't olive green. This is tan micarta. There's only like 15 of these. And he's like, tell you what, I'll send you 2 of them. And that dude, I kept asking, I told him, I was like, I'll get the money out to you. And then something happened. I forget what happened. The car broke down. I'm like, I'll get the money out to you. The car broke down, this and that. And he's like, bro, don't worry about it. And I was like, no, I'm going to pay you. And he goes, don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. And I kept telling him, and a year later, I got up all the money. I told Nico, I was like, we got to pay for these knives. And we got a hold of Sanford, and I'm like, how much for him? And this dude charged me $110 per knife. And he's like, you could have just not paid me. And I'm like, I'm going to pay you. Like, that's not fair.
Sanford is a really cool dude. He is such a nice dude.
Great dude.
He's all I got to drive down there more often because I'm relatively close to Monterey to his actual store. And it's like, he's got cool. The store is so cool. The area he's in is so nice. And like, he's a good dude. Him and Ray, when they get together and just chill, it's a good time. It's just like you hang out. They just like him and Ray to get together and go out for ramen. It's chill. It's super chill.
So if anybody wants an EWC, Jeremy Russell still has 3 of them available. I actually want to thank you and my subscribers. Actually, the premium and baseline tier members need to thank you because I am giving this away. Just a reminder, the giveaway announcement went up. I think it went up yesterday. I don't know. I've been filming so many videos. The days just kind of run together.
That guy is selling well. That has probably been one of our best. The Crag is one of the just like it hit just right. Smokey sold tons of them on the initial run. So good. I have this. The problem is these are so close. I just can't justify keeping this. I never meet in the middle and get a Tigress. Just meet like dead center. Get one of these guys. There you go.
I honestly, to tell you the truth, I just wouldn't have room for it because if anything, I still would carry this. Like I don't need as my father would say, I don't need the fucked over rebuilt version. I got the original.
Yeah. But it's
but yeah, this is coming out. And to answer this question, who's Sanford? Sanford is he's basically the driving force behind Monterey Bay Knives.
Mm-hmm. He's the owner of Monterey Bay Knives.
He's the owner.
I guess him and Ray are co-owners, as far as I know. So they both own Monterey Bay Knives.
And he's a great guy.
Someone's asked me about my Grail. I have the worst answer.
Well, I'm going to leave you because I actually have to intermission because I had 2 beers before we started. And I had 2 beers while we were here.
The short, it's a 1-word answer. I got nothing after this one.
But come up with a justification as to why.
Oh crap. Okay. I really want one of those Oz Machine Company Roosevelts, mostly because I really like the aesthetics of it. But I know it's not worth it. If Chris is in here, he's gonna boo me so hard. I absolutely know it's not worth it. But I like it. And I think at my point, because I am very lucky to be able to handle almost everything in the industry. I get a chance to handle almost every production knife out there. I do not buy a lot of customs, says the guy that has more customs than I should. I like production knives. I appreciate production. I've handled enough Norsemans. I've handled a couple of Rasks. I've handled all these knives that are higher end production. I like them. I appreciate them. And for some reason, the Roosevelt is talking to me. But I'm also not really willing to put in the effort to like get myself on the wait list to get one because, man, they're expensive for what they are. And I'm just like, at some point in my life, it'll cross my table. That's cool. So, yeah, other than that, when it comes to like a custom Grail, man. Okay, so there is a design.
You want a hand ground, hollow ground Habu in S125V with micarta handles and a leather sheath.
Depends how cheap it is.
Oh, it's not cheap.
I know it's not, Mike. It's you. All right, so I forget who does this one, but Dylan Mallory actually did a collaboration design with God, I can't remember his name, but the Sinister. So
I was hoping you would remember.
I actually own the first one that was made. The first one with thumb studs. It crossed my table one day, and I'm just like, I don't care how much it is. Take my money. It needs a touch up real bad. I got to send it back to Kendall Hughes. I got to send it back. I keep thinking like, I'll get it back to him.
Unless you told me there's something with the pivot or something.
Yeah, whoever had it before me probably like I don't think they used the wrong size torque wrench and just screwed up the pivot. I think they took it apart to maintain it and didn't put it together well. And I'm just like, this thing.
Oh, I had an issue like that recently.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. But it's not like the knife is bad. The knife worked fine. Aesthetically, it's just kind of junked. I love the knife, but the new versions are so freaking nice. I kind of want one, but most of it's because I like Dylan's designs. And I think other than that, all right, this is going to be a little old school, but I like Pohanlu's stuff. I know they're a bit easier to get these days. I always wanted a Hamachi. It was one of the first like custom knives I ever handled. A buddy of mine like got into his raffles way back when Pohan was like.
I have a story about a Pohanlu.
They're nice. And I think for me right now,
they're nice until somebody asks you to do what this gentleman asked me to
do. But I like the idea. I don't think it's for me. It's like I don't think I'd really be like, oh my god, it's amazing. But I like because it represents a place in time where I started learning about knives, and the Pohanlu was just like that was like the shit.
How do I highlight this? I want to make this comment bounce up and go like this.
I will not. No comment. No comment.
Okay, so I had a guy send me a Pohanlu custom folder, and it was the Tonto that had the Scandi.
Yeah, the Hamachi, right?
Hamachi.
Yeah, that's the one I liked. That is the one.
So I get this guy, and he sends it to me. He goes, "I want mirror polished edge," and I'm like, "You want what?" He goes, "I want one of your hand mirror polished edges on the entire Scandi."
Oh.
And I'm like, say that again.
Huh.
That's what I want. And I was like, that's not a standard sharpening. He goes, I don't care how much it costs. I want a 12,000 grit edge on that. And I'm like,
oh, okay.
Okay. It took me because you ready? He did those knives, those first few. He did them at, I think, 180 grit or 120 grit. And that steel, I don't know how he treated it. That steel was nightmarishly hard.
Yeah.
And I took, no joke, it took me 4 full work days. Like I was at my workbench for 4 days from basically the time I woke up until the time that my wife was like, you need to come in for dinner. It's dark. And it still wasn't completely perfect. And I called him and I was like, dude, like I've got it as good as it's going to get because there were low spots and inclusions because it's hand ground. And I was like, I've got it as good as it's going to get. And he goes, well, what do I owe you? And I'm not going to lie to you. This gentleman paid me $350 just for sharpening.
Jesus.
And I was like, that's not, I mean, like in all honesty, I stopped at 350 because I just didn't feel comfortable charging him anymore. But in all honesty, I should have charged him way more.
That's a lot of work time. I
couldn't do anything. Like I would get done and my hands were like, I was like, my hands don't work. I don't like this.
I will say like whatever went into the Pohanlu models, because I've never met him. I'd love to, but I don't know what he's doing these days. I haven't followed up much, but I think that was the time where I saw
somewhere on Instagram snuzz, but it wasn't perfect. Like I told you, there was a lot of it was somewhere on Instagram, and I do believe I did a short video on YouTube about it.
Woo. But that was the first time I saw like a custom knife in action versus a production knife, and seeing the difference in not only construction but what can be done with the grinds. That was, this is me starting to get into knives, and I was working at a knife shop and kind of like learning.
Oh, how convenient. You just segued into my next question is how did you get into knives?
All right. Well, I've always been a knife, carrier user since I was a kid, but I didn't get into the good shit until I started working at a little knife store in Cupertino called Ace of Knives. Boss was awesome. This tiny little Malaysian lady who could walk up to Mick Strider and be like, hey, Mick, hey, let me see what you got back there. And he'd be like, oh, go ahead. Go. And she'd like hand
let me get in your way
and pick out from a gun case every Strider she want, put it into a bag, and walk away like, bye, Mick. And Mick was like, yeah, got it. You got it. That lady was she was a boss. Man, she just walked into places like she owned it, bought knives that people were scrabbling for, walked out with a bag over her shoulder, turned the corner, went online, sold the knives, and just like, I'm done for the day. Bye. She was awesome. Awesome lady. But Ace of Knives got me into the more like, all right, so at that point, I'm kind of like, all right, Kershaw's, maybe a Benchmade. Here, let's, those are nice knives. Getting into the collector aspect, because what we sold there was Striders, Hinderers, some of the more high-end, like, you get the Sprintman Spyderco's. We were one of the top ZT sellers for like a year, because somehow she got this thing where we got all the first 5.62 CFs. Like out of like 4 companies, we were one of the ones that got the first batch of those. And it was like, yeah, of course they're going to sell out in like 5 minutes. And this was at the time where ZT was like, just like you had any ZTs, they were gone. And when PM2s were impossible to get. So we had those. And it was kind of cool seeing these people come in who were talking about customs and higher end stuff and being like, oh yeah, we got them. Hey, you want a Hinder? Yeah, we got a Hinder here. What you want? And I didn't realize at the time, but it was like, this is crazy because no one had this kind of stuff. I just had a boss who knew how to get things. And that's how I learned about this stuff, is talking to these people and kind of just learning about all these. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm in the background. I'm doing something while he's talking. I'm actually trying to set something up for you guys.
A beer. But yeah, so that was me learning about knives and kind of like, I was on the trend wagon early on because I like trendy knives. I mean, this is one of the reasons I work for a knife company. I like trends. I follow trends. If you ask Peter knows my taste in knives is all kinds of weird. I like stuff that is just so boring. I'm into it. But I like watching this stuff and I like watching it happen and having the opportunity to start out at a place where I got to handle like every production knife on the market that was American made that came to the shop and selling it and, letting people come in who at this time, like online sales were still like fairly prevalent, but it's not like it is now, or you usually buy your knives online. Before it was still brick and mortar, and this was
not working. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm
fine.
I apologize, guys. I am still trying to figure out this software stuff.
It's all good. But yeah, so that was how I got into this in terms of the higher end stuff. And I guess the biggest thing and the reason why I got into this is that, we'll say the shop had to close for reasons that were very California-esque, in that the rent went up so high that there's no way in hell we could have supported. We were a walking distance from the Apple campus. It's like, yeah, of course the rent went high. And they wanted us out because, it was a small business and we were close to Apple and they were trying to build up the new Apple downtown area. And you're like, yeah, you're not part of the plan. Get out. So the rent went up ×4. And my boss was like, we're out. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to fire you, but you're going to SHOT Show with me. I'm buying you a room, buying you a meal. I'm giving you money for SHOT Show. You guys go, the two of us who work there. She's like, you guys go network, find a job. I'm like, getting us a room, a meal, and giving us a bonus and taking us to SHOT. Hell yeah. So I was sitting there, me and my coworker Thomas, walking around SHOT Show, me like, dang, this is cool. And I got to talk to all the production companies there on my first time going there. And I'm just like, all right, I'm here. I don't know what the heck I'm doing after this job because I have an advertising degree. I'm a media guy. It's a little hard to get a media job because unless you're real good, and I like knives. So I talked to every company there about, hey, do you want to hire this dude who kind of knows something about knives? Maybe. Most companies would not give me the time of day. Funny enough, Spyderco kind of did, but Spyderco wanted something a little bit like, heavier than I could deal with. And then I talked to another company that was not Artisan, and they gave me the time of day. And they also ended up giving me a job where I was just running, a warehouse, essentially. I wasn't getting paid jack squat, but I got to talk to a bunch of knife designers. I got to talk to dealers. I got to talk to distributors. I got to get in contact with people from, like people like Ben from Blade HQ. I got to work with the people that I know now. From there, I've been able to network into this position, and it's been pretty cool.
Oh, I'm definitely going to network with you because I want to get old big boy from Knife Center on here.
David Anderson. Yeah, David's awesome. David is so fun to talk to.
I know. I've talked to him via email, but I can't find his email now, and I definitely want to do that. But
it's David. Okay,
so this is a good question right here. This one popped up.
First knife. First real knife or first like not so real knife? Because my first knife was a Victorinox, the small little baby one. I don't think that counts because that for me was just a keychain knife.
God, I forget how much younger you are than me because I remember when those didn't even effing exist. Yeah, like those were a new. I always think, oh, those are like a new thing. I forget.
Those are like the little like ones with the toothpick tweezers, knife blade, scissors, file, and
that's it. That's just the time. I'm saying I remember when those were. Like that was a new thing. That was a big deal. The little keychain ones, right?
So I guess I'll go with this on like the first knife I bought. And the first knife that was actually a real knife that was given to me because I was Boy Scouts. I got a knife, tote and chip and all that. But the first knife I bought was essentially the Dolica at a flea market in a bucket of knives. I'm like, I want a knife. It was
go again with Spyderco's
Dolica, not Delica, Dolica.
Oh.
The $3 version of the Delica.
Oh, I got you. I get the one with the eagle on it. The one with the eagle on it. Yeah, I got you.
No, it was the even cheaper version of that. No markings or anything.
Oh, wow.
We'll say that the first anything with a brand was a Frost Cutlery thing that was.
When I was younger, I had so many. I actually still have Frost Cutlery.
Oh God, they were so cheap. But the first real knife.
I have knives from my childhood that I have Frost Cutlery and stuff.
But the first real knife I owned, and this was something that I got through Boy Scouts, which honestly I did not know was a kind of honking expensive knife, a Sunfish Whittler. Which, to be fair. Yeah. Those things are great. I kind of wish I didn't wreck mine by doing a bunch of whittling on driftwood on the beach. So it's junked on the inside. I don't know how to disassemble. I don't know how to take apart these knives, but I use the hell out of that thing. I used to carve I used to sit in the backyard and carve little wooden swords for funsies. My mother was like, clean this crap up. What are you doing? Why are you making swords? This is dangerous. I'm like, swords. But yeah, Sunfish Whittler, really awesome knife. And I'm just like, why is there nothing like this anymore? Well, because it's just kind of an odd knife to have. But,
Dave, I apologize. With this software, whatever your super sticker was, I won't see it until the replay. I know that if you're watching, you guys see it. I can't bring it up. I don't know what the super sticker is, but I imagine it was cool because Dave's a cool dude. Thank you very much, David.
That was awesome. So that is my first knife that I will say is it was first one I bought was that cheapo Delica. First one that was the first one I really owned was that Sunfish Whittler. First good knife I bought, we'll say first good knife with actual brand stuff behind it. That wasn't like the Tom Anderson M-Tech super talony bullshit folders. Kershaw Storm 2 was my first real knife.
That's a good knife.
Is still a good.
It's still a good knife. And my first Kershaw. My first Kershaw was the M16T, the small version by I can't even think of his name now. Aaron Frederick. It was one of his mentors.
Yeah.
It'll come to me. It'll come to me.
But the Storm.
I may have last night after the live feed and at about midnight when I finished editing the video that you guys are going to see next week, because like I said, I turned this into a job and I'm taking it serious. I may have loaded the glass saxophone with some jazz cabbage. And there's a good chance that I'm having some residual memory loss.
Cabbage. But no, the Storm 2, having pulled that knife out recently, because I may have messed up the liner because, I was hacking away at stuff I shouldn't have hacked away at. I'm impressed with how well that knife has held up over time, because now if Kershaw made something like that was on actual smooth washers with, in a weird way, a flipper and those angled thumb studs in 14C28, with a full steel frame log, that would be $100 American-made knife. And I'm like, oh my God, these are $30.
Yeah, they were. I think I paid $48 for a Columbia River knife and tool M16T with the small one with the tight. It was the first flipper knife I ever owned.
Yeah,
I got it in Hong Kong in a little knife shop.
You actually got the Thai one?
Yeah, the titanium one.
Jeez, those are so hard to get. Those are so expensive.
Yeah, that's I had never seen one. I was like, well, that one's titanium, and it was hefty, and it was a great. I used that thing for years, and I actually sold it to another guy. After I became friends with Elliot, I started doing some refinishing of titanium and heat coloring, and I heat colored it at my house and sold it to another guy after I put new washers, the Nylotron washers and stuff in it, and sold it to that guy for $80. And I was like, wow, that's my first flip.
That was one thing I missed out on. I had an opportunity to buy a Cuda Dominator. So the
thank you, sir. I appreciate that comment right there.
Hey, what Cuda? Who did Camelus? The Camelus.
The
Darryl Ralph Dominator. I passed that up for buying the Ember, so the budget version. I could have picked up.
Go ahead, keep going. I've got something I was going to show you.
I could have picked up one of those for $80, and I regret it to this day because even on the secondary back then they were selling for $200. I'm like, that is a slick knife. Great,
bro. I had the Benchmade 42.
Let's see.
and I sold it for like nothing.
Ah,
I didn't know what it was worth, and now I find out that fucking when I sold it, I was like, I just sell it to you like $100. Those things are like $500-600 now, and I'm like, I just really feel like I got punched in the butthole with a broken beer bottle.
It's like you miss a couple of those shots. Sometimes it's like, hey, I had this thing, I didn't like it. Oh crap, it's gone now. I could have gotten tons of money for that. Woo, classic.
Cold Steel Archangel, the rarest of the rare. Daryl, you said it. Did Daryl Ralph design for Cold Steel?
Hey, someone got a Sea Snake.
There's been a lot. I actually, it's in my affiliate links, and there's been several Sea Snakes been sold through my affiliate links on Amazon.
Yay!
I will say, I think the black one is a definite go. I think you guys really need to like that one. Really, it pops. It's a really good knife.
It does. It does its job real well. That's the one that gets chucked in my bag, like my little shoulder bag that I carry everywhere to pack like 2 things of knives. Like, boom, that goes in there, no problem. Ding, ding, ding.
What would it take for the Fixie coated 3V blade stonefish with coated 3V? Ooh. I will not do 3V. I'm sorry. The problem with, and let me expound on that. I would love to make you a custom knife. I will never do it in 3V. 3V is picky on heat treat. 3V is very difficult to work with because 3V will rust if you breathe on it wrong. And especially grinding with a lot of water. Elliot already told me, he's like, do whatever you want. Don't make a knife in 3V. And the first thing I did was grab a piece of 3V in his shop and make a knife out of 3V in it. And he goes, you don't listen to it. He's like, I can tell we're going to get along just fine because you don't fucking listen to a word that anyone tells you. And I was like, nope. And he goes, can you take advice? Like if I tell you to do something, I'm like, yeah, but don't tell me not to do something. That's the easiest way to get me to do it. So I actually made a great big fixed blade in 3V to keep it from rusting, nightmarish, and to actually work with it was not that. Now, I will say, finished product, there is not a steel out there that's going to accept the impact and all those things that you would expect from the big chopper that I made. You guys probably haven't seen my first knife. It's nightmarish. It looks like my baby's first bat laugh. I wanted to make something that looked like a Star Wars weapon. And boy, did I carry it out and execute very well. So when it comes back from Jacob over at Jake Ginsberg Knives, I will show you guys, but it's an ugly bastard and it's horrible. But I did do some pretty good work on it. And that's when Elliot looked at me and goes, you know what? You're not half bad at this. He's like, it's a shit fucked up design, but at least you executed it well. So that's why I will never make another knife in 3V. It's just a nightmarish mess. It likes to leave splinters when you grind it, when it's heat treated. Like you're going to have to pick metal chips out of your fingers. There's just some steels I just won't ever work with again. And 3V is one of them. I apologize. So there you go. That's why I won't do it.
This stuff's a dang nightmare.
It's a nightmare. There you go. You remember you asked me here not too long ago, like somebody just bought 5 right before Christmas. Remember that?
It's a good gift.
It's Chris. My buddy Mike actually bought. You remember when we talked about it? My buddy Mike bought 10 in one pot. Remember that?
Yeah.
And gave him as gifts.
They are really good stashable knives. The nice thing about the Sea Snake is like I know a lot of guys who like. So I got a friend. He's all about like stash knives everywhere. Make sure you got something available. Make sure you got like a tactical escape all the time. He's been stashing it in his glasses area and in his car. Just puts it up there. Just closes the thing, puts a piece of tape on it. It's there. It's good to go. I'm like, oh, cool. That's neat. I dig it. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding.
Guys, I honestly like that. It's amazing. This is awesome. Like the support that I have been getting.
Give Mike your money. Give Mike money.
And it's not even that. Like, I mean, just I get the ad revenue and stuff, and just like I said, the fact that people are willing to share the stuff, and it's been an hour and 53 minutes, and there's still 46 people here. I find that awesome that 46 people would choose to stay and listen to what I have to say.
Remember, I said I'd only be here for like an hour.
You said you're going to be here for like 30 minutes.
Well, I guess I
was around for like 30 minutes or so, and I'm like, you know how my live feeds are. They're a lot like when you get on the Jazz Cabbage. Time has a tendency to lose its meaning.
I'm wrong.
There's been a couple people talking about it. We did what was it, guys? Was it 4 hours? Was it a 4 hour that I did after Jared finished his? We did a 4-hour, and I drank like half a bottle of Jameson's.
Jesus.
I was fine.
I can't promise
I
a
didn't
4
feel
hours.
good the next day, but
dang.
oh, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. So this keeps popping up, and I know that you and I have talked about it.
I know. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I'm going to tell you guys, like, so just all joking aside, Russell and I have talked about this. I talk to you
constantly.
Well, no, I mean, but like, not just that, but like I'm saying, you and I talk, if not once a week, at least once a month.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
It's more like once a week, give or take, like every other week these days, because we're all busy and stuff.
Yeah, and so I'll tell you guys this. Like, I do understand fixed blade market for a company that has their stuff made in China.
It's rough.
Well, I mean, fixed blade market for companies that are not like the fixed blade knives, like that. When you think of fixed blade knives, you think of specific companies. Cold Steel. You think Cold Steel does good with fixed blades. Bark River Knives, fixed blades. Southern Grind does a lot of fixed blades. BGM does, well, BGM's custom, but so it's really hard to get. And I mean, we kind of got lightning in a bottle with the Sea Snake. We really did. It's done better than we expected it to.
It was great.
I kind of had a suspicion it would do well because I have faith in anything I try to do. I like to like, it's going to just work out. It did a lot better than I thought. It didn't do as good as I had hoped, but it definitely did way better than a lot of people thought. But the thing is, to do a fixed blade in this market is really hard. I am searching out other companies, and Russell knows this. I'm searching out other companies to do the sister model of the Sea Snake, which is the Habu.
If we can pick it up before you pick up someone, then I guess we'll make the Habu. But at this point, since we have several more fixed blades coming out, we got to stagger the lines.
And that's the other thing. Like, I know that you guys push because you guys like me and things like that. And I personally am invested in it, but I also have that rational thought in my head that it's a company and they have to think what's best for them. If they already have, you can't flood the market with too many knives from one company in a certain category. It's just not going to work. Yeah. It just doesn't.
It's a thing. Like, you got to make sure the release dates are an art form, because for the knife world, I mean, ZT is the worst and the best because
we're gonna make it work. Like they release shit at the wrong time and they still make it work.
And somehow people still do it. It's like there must be some kind of magical art going on here, and yet there are other companies that have just perfectly reasonable schedules that just don't work. We knife release schedules. Like, what happened to all these knives that were supposed to happen? Oh, they've already been sold and they're gone, or they're just sitting around doing nothing. I don't know. So we got to make sure that things can move. They got to sell. But if we get it at the right time, they sell.
Okay, when you guys say this, like, I'm a realist, and you guys seem to think that that's not. But Russell can tell you that those conversations aren't always as rational and calm as you would think. But at the end of it, like, I come back, like, because I have designs I want done that could be making me money. But at the end of it, like, I'm like, okay, yeah, I do know, I understand, but like Russell knows, there's a lot of times when I call him, there's just venting. Russell got an extremely angry text message not long ago.
Yeah,
it was very pointed and very like too little, too late kind of thing.
I'm trying, man. I'm doing my best.
The next day, it was like, all right, I got it. But so yes, I am very much a realist. I am not a glass half empty or a glass half full. I'm like, why the fuck is the glass so large?
It's like,
why didn't you get a smaller fucking glass?
Just kind of a penis in the glass kind of guy. Just dick in glass.
Drink that, bitch.
He's got a shirt. Dick in glass.
Now I forget the question I was going to ask you. Oh, now here we go. So this isn't this is not an abusive question. This is not a humorous question. It's just a question. Oh, Zach is here! Holy crap!
Hey.
Holy crap! We got Zach here.
Hey, Zach. Long time no see.
Zach, since you're just joining this is a new thing. This will be a Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing. I would love to have you on here. If you would like to do this, we will definitely get together and do this as a podcast thing. I usually run it from 7:30 to 9:30 my time. So, and Peter, I would also love to have you on here too. So question, this isn't a knife related question. This is just I like to ask this because it's almost like a social experiment question with me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
I can actually judge a lot about a person by the answer to this question. What is your favorite movie?
I'm going to give you one to throw a bit more at this. I do not have a favorite movie. Movies are meant to be enjoyed in the moment. There are many movies that I like. There are a lot of movies I will enjoy. There are some movies I want to watch at certain times. But to say that I have an absolute favorite movie that I like or resonate with more than any other doesn't seem to me to be appropriate. I think that everything is good. Everything can be good. There are some movies I'm like, oh, that sucks. Like I got a few.
Well, there's some movies that you just like. I don't like. There's some movies I've never even finished.
There are some that I love hating on, and I will always enjoy those because I get to talk about what went very wrong in my mind. I like that because that is my critique brain coming out. But as for favorite movies, like there's some that I enjoy when I want to be, enjoy just something really like stupid and dumb and chill. Like I love Ratatouille. I will watch that fucking whenever.
I've never watched that. I've never watched it.
It's a good, feel good, well animated, honestly, very well voice acted, cool animated film. But it's not like I'm going to sit there and be like, I'm only going to watch Ratatouille. It's my favorite film. It's like, no, I just enjoy it.
Oh, I didn't say if you could only watch one. This wasn't like the knife question. This isn't like if you could only have one knife for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but
this is just like.
But in terms of favorites, I will sit here and say I do not have a favorite movie at all because it's something that I want to enjoy in the moment.
If everything works out, Chris, there is going to be like I like to stay away from drama. Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. I wanted to answer this quick before it scrolled too far. I like to steer away from drama, but I think that I have to address this one because it is something that's hurting the community at large. And from someone as prominent, I really am going to have to address it. We're not going to address it tonight. It's going to be, I want to do a little bit of research. If anybody knows me, I like to, sometimes I'll jump. I'm friends with Leon Ma. I jumped on the whole Fuller Fanatic and Leon Ma thing. And I realized I shouldn't have. And Leon asked me if I could back it off. And I said, yes. And so I took a movie down. I took a video down about that. But the fact is this one, I'm doing a little bit of research. And as much as I may have had problems with Super Steel Steve in the past, I think we've both grown up a little bit. At the time that I had issues with Super Steel Steve, I'm not gonna lie, I was in a very depressed state. I was abusing alcohol heavily. And I think I took things a little bit too personal that Steve was saying. And I blocked Steve and I really feel bad about it. And so I would like to get Steve on the show. So Steve, if you ever get to see this, I would love to have you on the show to talk about this because Steve is very passionate. I just didn't like some of his approach on some things. And I think I would like to try to bring that back and kind of bring and see if Steve and I can, hey, Shop Cat came back. That's what I like.
Shop Cat.
But yes, I am definitely going to find a way to address the entire thing with Slicey Dicey. Because I feel that if you go and watch Super Steel Steve's live feed that he did yesterday and the one he did today, I think he pretty much summed it up. If we don't address this, if we just let it slide and we give someone a pass for bad acting in our community, because the knife community has been great. I mean, look at what's going on here. I've got 40 people on a Friday night that could be doing other things that are hanging out here. It's a great community. Some of you guys really helped me out. Some of you guys have made it. I'm not gonna lie, I have PTSD, and there's been times I've thought about just like, I wouldn't commit suicide, but I've thought to myself, well, if I just get in a bad accident, maybe it'd be better. And there've been people that I can talk to in this community, and you guys have been great. It's a great community. You guys accepted me in as an unknown knife person and knife maker, and I really appreciate it. So when something happens in this community that is that deplorable, I definitely want to address it, but I definitely want to do a little research first. So that's where we're at with that. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
all good.
That was a really good answer. But I mean, I do have a movie that I have to say is my favorite, and it's for several reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Grosse Point Blank with John Cusack. One, he brought his sister in. Two, I can relate to it because I left my hometown. I had to get out, and I joined the military. And watching that, and my friends say it too, is like my friends from back home, they're like, that's what it would be like if you came home for a reunion. I've never been home for a class reunion. And they're like, that's what it would be like. That's what it'd be like. That's what it'd be. And I'm like, But the flip side of it too is there's another reason for that. And I'm going to tell you guys something that you may not know. Did you guys know that John Cusack is a 5th degree black belt and also an accomplished kickboxer? And holy crap, I have to stop for a second.
Whoa, big buck. Hey, ding, 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 ding. Extra ding.
Thank you, Chris. But he is an accomplished martial artist. And it is the only movie really that you're going to see where he demonstrates that, where he does like, I have some respect for it because it's the background, knowing that he's an accomplished martial artist and knowing that he didn't try to fall into that. I'm an accomplished martial artist. I'm going to just do action movies. He never did. He never really did. That's the only movie where you ever really are going to see him show off any hand-to-hand combat skills. And the first time I watched the movie, I'm like, wow, he's really, because coming from a martial arts background, I'm like, wow, he really did that well. He really, really did that well. He did all that. I'm like, that is really like, he must have really practiced. And so I researched it. And that's when I found out 5th degree black belt, a kickboxer that Benny the Jet, he trained under Benny the Jet in kickboxing. I was like, wow. And then to then go and find the information where he said that he just didn't want to fall into that being typecast as the martial arts action. And I was like, wow, that's really good. And it kind of adds an aspect to that movie. And it's a fun movie. And the soundtrack for Grosse Point Blank is freaking amazing.
Mm-hmm. I will say one that I've just been really into recently that I will watch.
So hot, Nathan. So hot. Smoking in that movie. Woo. Mini drive.
I will say one that I have enjoyed mostly for the fight scenes. Really enjoying the first 2 Ip Man movies.
The what?
Ip Man?
Oh, the Ip Man movies.
Yeah, the first 2 for the fight scenes are excellent. I do like the heavy nationalist themes are always a little funny, but man, Donnie Yen. I love Donnie Yen's choreo.
Donnie Yen is amazing. I loved him in the.
I can't believe that dude's like almost 60.
Yeah, right.
Dude is like on a roll with his placement movies.
Yeah,
and his choreo is so
the movie he did the Star Wars movie that he did the one that was. Rogue One.
Good movie.
I was like, that is amazing. And you're right. He's like 60.
Yeah. Well, he's like 50.
You know what? You know what I find amazing? And I found this little piece of trivia this year. So go find the movie Cocoon. This is another dude that's aging incredibly well. If you watch the movie Cocoon, Shopcat just walked in, guys. He's over here. He's sitting on
Shopcat.
Shopcat is shopcatting right there.
What?
But so if you were to look at the time frame, Paul Rudd is the same age this year that Wilford Brimley was in the movie Cocoon. Little piece of trivia. You guys will get a kick out of that. I got the diabetes. So, Russell, we're at the 2-hour mark, and you're free to stick around as long as you want. I have no more questions, except Jared does this on his somebody's hitting the jazz
cabinet. Wasn't I supposed to show off new knives?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do you want to show off some knives? I have the website pulled up. This is what I wanted to pull up. So before we go any further, I wanted to pull this up and mention something. So if you guys don't know, Artisan Cutlery, ding, 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 Shopcat. So Artisan Cutlery, and I'm not going to be able to see. You're going to have to warn me if anybody throws any more money, because I actually have to go here to scroll through it. So if you guys, this is one of the cool things that Artisan Cutlery has that a lot of other websites don't. You can speak to this, is you can actually, if you need a replacement for some of your hardware, you can get it. And if you want to upgrade,
first party tie clips, like first party manufactured tie clips per size per the knife. They are seriously, I didn't put one on the feldspar. All right. So the real one, sings so good. Right, there we go.
I didn't full screen it, right? They can still see you because I can't see anything. I'm on the website.
I'm holding up a Rhea right now. So I have the tie clip on this one. Now, if I had my Centros around here somewhere, I have a tie clip on there too. It is one of the best upgrades to a lot of our knives because, you know, the steel clip is fine. If you like deep carry, if you like deep carry, our regular steel ones are fine. I think they're good. They service well. They work good if you use like a fairly thick jean because we have a lot of ramp on them. They're fine. They're kind of boring though. And I agree that, hey, a good clip should be aesthetically pleasing, but we have opted for function over form for our clips. They work well. The tie clip is just awesome.
I'm going to tell you a little secret because I got to see, you remember you had sent Nico a replacement Rhea because not the kind of thing. And that's another thing. Like Nico had an issue with his Rhea. He reached out to you guys and got a replacement. No problem. And most people, that's not just because Nico's a friend of mine, and it's not because Nico's a friend of the channel.
It helps if someone calls me because it's just Sammy and me running the return department, and there's only two of us.
But I'm going to tell you that I don't think that this knife, as much as I love this knife, and now I've carried one with the pocket clip, I honestly don't think that this knife would have gotten the review, because I'm picky about pocket clips. That's what I blame Sal as much as I dislike Eric, but love Sal Glesher. Fuck Sal because he put pocket clips on everything. The reason you have a pocket clip on your knife is because of Sal, and it makes most knives uncomfortable. I do understand the whole thought behind it, but I would not have liked this knife as much. That was a joke, not fuck Sal. That's a joke. He is a god among the knife community.
Pretty cool.
I might not like Spyderco these days. I respect Sal. He's an amazing guy.
Sal's a nice dude.
Putting pocket clips on things definitely detracted from the comfort of knives, but this would not have got such a glowing review if it had the standard clip on it. And I think you knew that when you sent it to me. I think you were being sneaky.
Oh yeah. The steel clip on the Rhea.
I'm not gonna lie. It's true.
We did a whole new clip for the Rhea. But there's only so much you really do to make a knife this shape comfortable with a clip. There's no, it's a thin knife. If you put a clip of any size on here, it's not going to be super comfortable. So
can you guys see, I'm just asking, can you guys see my cursor?
It's up. Yep. You can see
it. So you see where it says bestsellers, right? Right. So this is their bestsellers. Look at what's there. Hey, what is that?
Yeah. Hey, it moves.
What is there?
It's one of those things like, the Sea Snake moved very well, especially from our website directly. I mean, that's telling, considering that people buy direct from the website. They just want it so much they're willing to pay the MSRP on these ones because we want to make sure our distributors aren't like, so this is the thing. And I know I've heard this from several reviewers who are saying, oh my God, your knives are so expensive. It's like, well, yes, we put them at full price on the website because that is for the people that just want to get it immediately, get the knife. They want it as much as possible because we want to make sure our dealers and distributors get better pricing and they get paid. We want them to get those options. We put them up on there
too. I can elaborate on it too from a business standpoint because I found this out from a lady named Leslie or Lena at Cold Steel at the show. I asked the lady and she was like, oh yeah, I do some of the sales stuff. I'm like, why is it more expensive to buy a Cold Steel knife from Cold Steel than it is to buy it from a vendor? And she goes, do you know why? It's like, we have to pay the people that are processing your order here. If I send it to a vendor, they burden that. They have to pay that employee. If we have to go through the trouble of processing your order and getting it packed up and getting it shipped off from us, it's going to cost you more. So we have to account for that. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's meant so that we don't want to undercut Blade HQ, Knife Center, Smoky Mountain, White Mountain. We don't want to undercut them directly from the website. Why would you want to buy from us if we're selling at the same price they are or less? I mean, we run an Amazon site for things like that. We have our competitive pricing on Amazon. The website directly is great because you get it off the line. It's like, cool, pull it off the stack of boxes that just got packed up off the line, put it in a box, ships out directly. Cool, great. It means it comes directly.
Something you said just reminded me of something, not to interrupt you, but this is something so I don't forget. For affiliate link purposes, is there just a link to just the Artisan store on Amazon that I can link and people can just go in and look at that?
If I can find out, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because that would make it easier than because I would love to link, guys, I would love to put links for every knife that I love in the affiliate link section on my description, but it would be 6 pages long. There are so many knives I love.
I'll see if I can get that for you. Should be easy enough. The boss runs the Amazon thing, so it's just kind of us doing. We have a very interesting selection of things on Amazon. So we try to get the hot sellers on there. Anything that we have an overflow of, we put on there, and then we try to get things that are kind of like, if we see a successful product, we want to get it on Amazon. It's not like, I don't want to give Bezos any more money than I should, but it does mean that you get a lot of coverage.
Yeah, it does. Well, and that's one of the other things. Like people forget the draw to that. And I spoke to it about the other day, the business model of Amazon really came to the forefront and capitalized on people's reluctance to people's willingness to try and figure out how many things they could do without putting on pants.
True.
And Bezos was like, well, that's a really good idea. Let's just sell everything and have it delivered for free.
But the great thing is, I go on there and look up the feldspar. I mean, this is a Franken feldspar. It's actually the original contoured scales with a black RPM 9 blade.
Hey, I'm gonna let you do some showing of knives that you've got. I have to. My wife actually just texted me. She needs me to go in. I apologize. I hate doing that. I'm gonna bring you up full screen. You can show some of the knives. I'll be back. It won't take me like 5 minutes.
It's all good. It's all good. Gotcha.
I gotta put. I have a little Asian wife, and she needs something put up on the top shelf. That's why she married me.
Because tall. So anyway, Amazon is awesome because there are like 1,000 reviews of the feldspar on there, and I'm happy about that because it means that more people get a chance to see the knife. Same with the Crag. The Crag is almost going on like 800 reviews. It's not in the grand scheme of things. It's not that much, but it means that more people who don't know about us get to see the knives on there. They look up pocket knife and they find our stuff, and that's cool. But anyway, so new stuff. We have put out a few knives post Blade Show. We did a handful. Just like I got 3 knives here that were released post Blade Show. It's not a lot, but we want to keep it tight this year. And then for Blade West, we're going to do another release of cool stuff. So let's start with the one that everyone's probably going to lose their mind out when they finally get these on reviews. This is the mirroring. This is the Scoria. So the big thing, everyone's like, okay, Scoria, it's a weird looking feldspar. Oh man, new version, new feldspar. There's a big difference between this and the feldspar, namely the overall thickness of the knife. The Scoria is super thin. The feldspar is a little chunkier. The Scoria is meant to be lightweight. The feldspar is meant to be a little heftier. And on top of that, well, the Scoria comes with some cool stuff. Comes with a tie clip standard. We have matching gray hardware and chrome studs. This one obviously has a flipper. Great action on the studs. Slightly wider blade with a finger choil that I can get a full finger in. We'll say that the average person with mic-sized hands can get half finger in there, so you actually have a good bit of control. Slimmer handles, contour G10. We also offer a mic harder version, and this one has blacked out insides. Super thin, super light, really easy to carry. But this thing is meant to be a slicer, and this is almost TRM Atom thin. This is a 0.10 stock, not quite 0.9, but this is meant to be a slicer. Feldspar, general purpose. It's kind of like and yes, it is RPM 9. Headphones, so. We do this one.
I will give you guys some warning. I'm going to try and mitigate it by using my headphones. My wife was like, I have to do laundry. So just in case you might hear background noise from the washing machine. So go ahead, Russell. I'm going to bring you down because my wife doesn't like by on camera.
Yeah.
So
Scoria. This thing is so, and just in hand, this thing is, look how thin that is.
That is really thin.
It sits so comfortably in the hand. So the handle shape, let's do both these side by side. So again, there are similarities in handle shape. There we go. The mirroring is just messing with me so much. There are similarities.
You get used to it.
But the Scoria is a bit more trim. Feldspar is a lot more even on the back. There's a bit more, this little like dip right here. It is super comfortable. This is all the data collected from the Feldspar to make a knife that will perform differently but have the same aesthetics. It's just not like everyone's like, oh, it's just another feldspar. It's like, well, it's not. But for the people that really like the feldspar, boom, this might be a winner. So we're really happy with this one. This turned out just so good. God, it cuts so nicely. We also have a mic harder version. We have the full blacked out version. I'm hoping we'll get some regular non-coated blades in, because we just did our first run with all blacked out hardware to kind of make a really like striking model.
That's sexy. It's always sexy when you do that. You know what that needs? The only thing that needs is the red pivot collar.
Oh, I beg to differ, man, because I
No.
love this gray one. We actually did a green one for Blade Show, and then we did some ones at Blade Show with some crazy scales. I was like, "Where's those?" I'm like, I've never even seen that. Actually, you know, hold on. I can grab that one because I have it here. Hold on, I'm just gonna go off screen.
If not, I'm pretty sure I have the website available. We can pull it up.
Oh, it's not even on there. We have the micarta one there.
Don't slip and fall down. I know you're way up in the air right now. That
there
couch
are like
is probably,
so many wires holding up all my janky lights.
It's like I got steps set up so I get off the couch. You guys can't see me. My wife doesn't like being on camera, so I put it as a single screen, solo screen for Russell, just until she gets done. Blue, please. Yes, you know what? That would look good too. Ooh, blue. And then I'm gonna have a question for you, Russell.
Oh yeah.
But before we close, I know you're showing knives. Like, I'll only be in for like a half hour or so. 2 hours and 19 minutes later, we're just getting to showing knives, which means that we're not even close to done yet.
I talk. So
we both do it. It's fun. That's what makes this interesting.
One,
ooh,
this was the one that everyone was losing their mind over at Blade Show.
Okay, I could do without the green. I could do without the green, but
we'll say it was just a shot in the dark. I've never seen this. It's like micarta with acrylic. It's sweet. It's really nice. The colors are all kinds of off, but this thing's wild. I really wish. I don't even know where we got this micarta. I've never seen it before. But anyway, that's the one that everyone's losing their mind over. But now we do a double coral version, which is, again, a lot more elegant. Speaking of double coral, technically this one isn't in production yet, but I have the proto.
Ooh. Okay.
This is the Sirius. And man, I wonder who designed that one.
That has my attention now.
There, now you can see my eyebrows. Who do you think designed this one, Mike?
That's a Ray, isn't it?
It's Laconico. And
yeah, that's a Ray design right there.
Also, this one, full liner. Again, nice trim blade, really good front flipper. Man,
don't send that to me in the next package because you will not get that one back.
I know I won't. And then the clip is actually a little different. Ray said he wanted something similar to our regular one, but we actually did a blind screw version of this one and kind of squared it off a bit to fit in the chamfer. Sits really nice.
Jigsaw, that's a prototype.
Yeah,
so it's
and then I don't know if we're doing this one, but we do have this version. God damn the mirror, the full tie frame lock version.
Oh, you can send me one of those. You've got two.
Yeah, no, I only have one of these because this is the only one.
No, but you have the other one. You have two.
Notice there's no studs on this one though. The other one has thumb studs. This one has no studs.
I wouldn't want that. Okay, so you know that I have just the size of my hands. I have an issue with top flippers, front flippers. I definitely the thumb stud one would be amazing.
Mike, we had a lot of people at Blade Show say the exact same thing and have no problems with this one.
It's not even. I just don't like them.
Fair enough. But
that's a sexy looking knife right there.
Discourse over these two knives of who wanted the flipper and who wanted, no thumb studs with thumb studs. It's like, oh, it's cleaner, full tie, no studs, and
that is sexy.
Oh, multiple deployment, we're fidgety. You want liner lock? Oh god, I missed the flip. Liner lock with thumb studs. So many. Oh, Peter, that is the Sirius. Like the dog.
Why so serious? Okay, you guys have to do a Joker reference. You have to do a Heath Ledger Joker reference with that. There has to be some way to incorporate that into. And guys, I apologize if it's loud. I'm wearing my headphones and I talk really loud anyway. So I apologize if I got louder because now I'm wearing my headphones.
So Mike, you might get a kick out of this one and how I managed to kind of squeak this name through. So I got wrong Sirius, Peter. It's the dog Sirius. Anyway, so. That is the Sirius prototype. Ray's kind of.
So it's not the humorous one. It's not the jovial one. It's the serious one.
Yeah, the serious. The humorous will just be one like dick-shaped knife.
Oh, I have one of those already.
It come from Orpheon?
No, it's a Elliot Williamson.
Not wrong. So anyway, Mike, you may get a kick out of this because I did manage to squeeze in a little bit of a joke name into this guy, just a bit. I think you saw this one. Yeah, this is the Cazador.
Cazador. And okay, so just so you guys know, that is Russell asked me before they ever produced it, and people are like, "Oh, is that a flipper sea snake?" And I'm like, "No, it's so much different than a sea snake.
Quite chunky.
It's so much different.
It's also got the curvature. This is a even kind of almost even curvature, and funny enough, the more I carry this, the more I like it. I thought I wouldn't because it's like, oh, all these colors and this blue.
You've got one of those you're sending me, right?
Yeah.
So you guys are going to, so if you guys don't know, Jared, it's Jared. I just say that because Jared has sent me so much stuff over the last couple of months. Russell's sending me a package of stuff that we're going to see on the channel.
I'll see if I have another micarta. I think this is the last micarta one I have, but I'll see what else I got. But this one is just honestly, it feels really nice in the hand. Like it's super neutral.
It does.
We cut back the handle a little bit. It was originally a little bit longer, and the blade was a little bit. I think we actually widened it a tiny. There we go. We widened it a tiny bit. So, Mike, you may get this reference, but I really want to see this one with navy micarta and orange highlights. Does that name ring a bell to you?
Navy and orange.
Navy and orange, and the name is the Cazador.
I don't know.
You're a Fallout fan.
New
Vegas? Yeah.
New Vegas. Exactly. Bingo. Okay, I got you.
I tried to find so many names for wasp because tell me that doesn't look like a stinger. And there's no cool name for wasp. I'm like, forget it. It is like 4 a.m. What is the scariest wasp thing? I got Cazador. Freaking
from
sound
Fallout.
from those things in New Vegas is enough.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together until you said it.
But just the color scheme of those things, like, can we do this with like really dark blue and orange?
I agree, Snows. That's a good looking knife right there.
God, that'd be so cool. Maybe even like a black blade to go with it. But this is honestly, I've been carrying this more than I expected. This thing is a really good cutter. It has that
you can't go wrong with a black blade.
It's got kind of a cant to it.
I'm trying to block her. Black knives matter. Don't forget.
It's true. People do like black knives. They sell half as well as uncoated knives, but they still sell. So anyway, Cazador, fun knife, big old honking pivot on this side. And some people
it gets your eye. I like that. It's attractive. Like, I mean, sometimes you see a big pivot and you don't like it, but the last 2 knives I've had that had big pivots, I can't remember what the other one was, but like I had this Spartan Harsey that comes and it's got that huge pivot, and I was like, you know what?
There we go.
That gives it a good look. That is, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of it. It just looks like, and I don't mean it to say it like I know that no one can see me. I'm pointing at the screen, and it's not unattractive. It looks like an elevator button.
Kind of, yeah. It
looks like an elevator button. I was like, dude, that's kind of cool looking.
There's one thing I actually kind of like about this. I think it's kind of just a tactile thing for me because I like tactile stuff. I like when I grip it, I'm actually holding the pivot. I knew it was going to come up at some point.
Nice.
But I like the fact that you kind of pinch this and there's an index point, and there's just something very tactilely pleasant about holding here at the point of balance and just, cutting with this and using that as kind of your point of reference. I don't know what it is about it, but I really like it.
I highlighted this from Jigsaw because I actually was going to make a mention of something. And I brought this up. I know my wife is still in frame, but she's kind of out of frame. But a big pivot like that, I mean, I don't know how the company would feel about it, but if you would do a limited release, something that has a
that was exactly what I was going to say. A hammered finish.
That's not hammered. This is, you can't see it real clear. This is
more like a jeweled.
No, it's not jeweled. It's actually carved.
Okay, yeah. So
it's actually carved. It's a carved pivot. It has a spiral pattern in it.
Yeah.
This is that diskin. This is the. Yeah. So do you remember when we were at Blade Show West last time? I borrowed this from Elijah Isham.
Yeah.
At Blade West, and he wanted me to fix the edge on it, and has never sent me his shipping address. I still have his diskin.
Oh,
and every time I talk to him, he's like, "Oh yeah, I got to get that back." I have had this knife for 2 years,
dude.
This is an awesome knife. I'm hoping I'm gonna wait till I see him and hope he forgot about it. I'm like, "Oh, I left it at the house," because I love this knife. Matt, I'm okay. So I know that we've been talking about other stuff. If you want a great experience, talk to Matt Diskin and get him to tell you about his knives. That Matt Diskin is an amazing dude. He makes some of the coolest. This is that double action, the dual action. So it's a flipper and it's a hidden auto. Yep. So but it's just a fun thing. But like, yeah, I love that. The detail work that Matt puts into his stuff. But
I like his stuff. I've always liked his designs. I like his knives that have a lot of belly. The the tuna or the Toro or something?
The Toro had that great big belly.
Always love that knife.
That's a great knife.
Huge knife though.
It's a big, but I mean, Matt's not a little guy either.
Yeah. Either way, if we can do like a carved pivot version of this guy or something where just like there's some more texture here, there's something very pleasing about this knife. And I even with the clip, like the clip is something we haven't done before. This hollowed out clip. Mm-hmm. I don't know, because there's so many things about this knife that kind of are like, okay. But as soon as it goes in hand, it's like, I get it. And especially the close profile, it's very smooth. Like even the flipper.
It's got like an oval shape.
Yeah.
Like a nice rounded shape. It open, it does too.
There's something very organic about this and something kind of natural and stone-like that is great, but it's also so pointy. It's so sharp and stingery.
I was just that would be something that would really, if you work someplace where you have to open packaging.
Oh yeah,
that's I've had so many people and a lot of you guys will
what do you think I do at my job, Mike? I open knife boxes so they don't get damaged.
That's what I say. The Sea Snake, I've had I've had so many people tell me how much they love having the Sea Snake for packaging because it's so thin. It's got that nice tip and it goes right through like the bubble packaging that they were supposed to phase out years ago. And I'm like, fucking win. Because when you order a knife and it comes to you, it's in that bubble, like that vacuum seal bubble packaging. It's like, great. I need a knife to open my knife. So I wish I had ordered a knife.
I like true Wharncliffe blades. They are incredibly useful compared. Like having a nice, like, I love the aesthetic look of a straight back knife. Yeah.
Probably for as detailed and
I want one of those.
The fact that this is a hand carved, one of a kind piece of art that was well over. I mean, the guys, like, I know what I saw how much money wound up being and the guys paid $1,000. This is well over $1,000 knife. And I'm not going to tell you this. I'm not going to lie to you. This is probably one of the most used knives in my collection. If I had not gotten this knife, and if I had not gotten that little custom Warney Morgan, the tiny one, the Sea Snake would not exist. It just wouldn't. I had never had a Wharncliffe blade until I owned this, and I was like, oh, that's my new favorite thing.
Wharncliffes are great. I think they're not underrated anymore because clearly it's like, there's a lot of Wharncliffes out there, but the one thing I kind of am a little tired of is really chunky, angled. Like I say this in the knowledge that Artisan has made a lot of these, and they're like angled, chunky Wharncliffes, like the Crag, or not quite the Mastiff because that has some belly, but just the really like big honking Wharncliffes are just they're fine. But having a smooth, even curved Wharncliffe performs so much better for most EDC things. Again, like Sea Snake.
Yeah.
There you go. It's an EDC knife and it works great. Yeah, you have a fragile tip. Yes, you do. But if you're carrying a knife like that, I'm pretty sure the idea is that you are doing this for certain tasks and not I'm going to do all the things with this knife. Because I'm sure, okay, cool. Expect broken tips. But
do you remember? Did I share with you the comment that the guy was talking about where he was like, "Oh, are they going to make it in a steel that won't break when just because I just won't break it?"
Dude, what'd you
so, guys, I got so mad, and I think I sent Russell a copy of what I paid.
You did.
I was so mad with this guy. I was like, it was one of those nights. It's like 2:00 in the morning. I can't sleep. I'm going through a comment section on a video about my knife because I like to see what's going on because I will jump into anyone's video comment section and my wife is over here like making over the cat. She loves the cat too. And so I go and it's like 1-2 in the morning and I run across this comment. I was like, well, it'd be nice if they made one that the tip just doesn't fall off of. And I was like, well, wait a second. And so I was like, how did the tip just fall off your knife? And he goes, oh, well, I first got it and I pulled it out of the sheath and I dropped it. I was like, did you drop it on like carpet? Like, I'm serious. Like, I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like, how does this happen? How does the tip fall off of a knife? And he goes, like, a tip just doesn't, like, a tip just came off my knife. I'm like, that doesn't happen. Like, it's just like, there's no situation that I can ever think of where the tip of my knife just fell off. Like, oh, I was cutting a box and a tip just came off. I'm like, that doesn't happen. So then I asked the guy back and forth and I'm like, so what happened? He's like, well, I pulled it out of the sheath when I first got it and I dropped it right on the floor. And that's when I got to ask, was it wood floor? What was it? Did it like break over? And I'm like, he's like, no, it's tile, but they're ceramic tiles, but they're really worn. And I'm like, ceramic is still ceramic, dude. Yeah. And then it turned into the whole thing. I was like, you can't go into a comment section and talk about a product and say something that is that makes it look like it's the product's fault when you're just a fucking idiot.
I don't know what we could have used to make that knife that would have prevented that with the shape of the sea snake.
Plastic or rubber.
I could have used VG10. Would have bent it. Would have just.
I still like VG10. Lindy Lou is here. Lindy, how are you? Lindy, the queen of the knife world at the moment.
Cool customizing stuff. Hey.
Yeah, if you guys haven't, like, I mean, I do knife mods, I do knife stuff, but if you really want to see some cool anodizing stuff done, go. What is it again, Lindy? Is it Knife Modders? Go for a bit. Everybody knows Lindy. I mean, really, really awesome. I can't tell you enough how much I enjoy looking at some of the stuff that you put up on Instagram. It's always awesome. Now, if you want something that is like, I meant to ask you, and Lindy, I would love to have you guys. There you go. Yes, sir. Knife Modders on IG. I'd love to have you on here one of these days. Maybe we could do a thing on here because this is now a new thing. This is a Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing. I talked with Zach. I talked with Dave Warren and Russell's here. Maybe we can come on and you guys can talk about what you're doing because I'm curious about the ceramics you guys are doing. If you're doing the same ceramics I was. So at any rate, let's close that up. But yeah, I mean, I was really upset. And as a matter of fact, the comment that you didn't get to see because whoever owned that channel was moderating. I was like, what kind of fucking idiot are you? Like, did you not get enough oxygen in the womb? And then that got taken down. I was like, you can't, like, you don't understand how, like, as a knife maker and a knife designer, how hurtful that can be to sales. Like somebody's like, oh, the tip fell off his knife. That's horrendous. And I'm like, no, 99% of the time, anything that happens with a knife is going to be customer error, but user error, and they want to blame it on all these other things. And I'm like, that's just ridiculous.
I mean, I'm the cleanup crew for a lot of these things. When someone posts something that is distinctively untrue about Artisan on YouTube, I got to call them on it. Like, this is part of my job.
I do it too.
Yeah,
I do it too. And I do it not just for Artisan. I do it for, I've had people say, like, what are you, you're like the lifeguard of the knife community. Like, I go into other people's video comments because I don't know if you guys know this. I have PTSD and I don't like sleeping because sleeping is when the demons come out. So I stay awake a lot and I troll. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna learn about this tonight on YouTube. And it's not just knife stuff. I lifeguard so many other communities. I'm like, no, that's not a true statement. You're an idiot. So, all right, go back to showing knives, Russell. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intercede.
But no, it's very much a thing where you do have people who kind of jump in. It's like, yeah, dude, like, if you say something bad about the product because of your own error and say your personal experience with the product is bad, I understand. And it's always like comments about how someone doesn't like the product or there was a problem with it or design flaw. I like seeing those things. I need to get those and send them back to the team. Say like, hey, we got to fix this. There's some things we can't fix. Like, there's some things you just can't do because the design that's
great. Great movie, Jigsaw. Sorry.
But if someone says, hey, this was a bad experience because this product broke due to my own error of what I did, therefore it's a bad product. One, yes, it is harmful to sales because if someone looks at that and doesn't know, if someone is researching the product, that is a clear-cut way to have them be like, oh, this product is bad.
Well, and I mean, I can use a George Carlinism for that. So there's people that will put that out there. And then when you read that, I want you to remember that I want you to think of the dumbest person you know. And half the people in the world are way dumber than that. Yeah. So they're going to read that comment and take it as gospel. I mean, you see it now. Like you'd be surprised at how many things get put up in Twitter and things like that and get taken as gospel. And then it might get retracted, but the impact of the negative statement that was made first. And we're not going to get into the whole political connotations here because we all know where I'm going with this.
I got one that got me.
It happens. And you say something negative and there's a big flash, but then when you retract it, people are like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have the impact.
One that just really got me the other day. Really got me. And this person was willing to argue this on a knife video about just like this. I don't even know what I was looking at. It was some other company's product. But someone was in there, some kid, like, oh, a true blade master will never touch the blade of his knife. I think it was a sharpening video. And I'm sitting there going, but how do you, and of course, like, everyone's like, you got to be kidding me. You're an idiot. And he's like, no, here's all this thing. Oh, can you prove that you can't touch? Like, the first thing someone asked is, can you prove that your comment is correct over my statement? Like, sure, but that's time and energy. We don't need to give you mathematical, chemical, and scientific proof for your dumb statement. Like, that's the ultimate defense for people like, can you prove it? Like, I could. You're just dumb.
I was, so you guys all know that I have a full30.com channel as well, because I can't talk about pew pew comments and things like that here. So I actually have a 2A friendly platform that I actually create on. I haven't done it for a while, but I made a comment on a video, and then that video wound up on another platform. It wasn't Reddit, it was 9gag. And somebody was talking about comments that I had made because I was talking about the effectiveness of being self-armed, which, I mean, if I could show you right now, you would see that I am armed at the moment, because there has been proven fact that over 2 million owning a weapon 2 million times a year, people use a pew pew in self-defense. I'm being really careful because I don't want to get this demonetized, in self-defense. And the fact is that as weapons, as firearms sales have increased, violent crimes in areas where there's predominant pew pews sold, violent crime decreases. And just the fact of having that in your hand can decrease the chances of you being involved in a violent altercation by 50%. And I put this all up, and this guy was like, well, giving a bunch of idiots guns, in my opinion, is like putting fuel on a fire. I said, see, there you go. That's the thing that happens all the time. Your opinion, now you think, has more weight than a fact that has been published and studied. This is where we get into these things where people have an opinion or a feeling, and we've now gotten to a point where feelings are more important than facts. And I'm like, I don't agree. I will go by facts. And it goes back to the knife community. We're like, well, this is my opinion on that. And I do 99% of my videos are opinion-based videos. I don't try to say that it's the end all be all. I don't try to say it's fact. I would never say, like, if I say that I like S90V for certain reasons better, that's my opinion. And if you can give me a scientific fact as to why I might be wrong about certain statements, I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay, I'll shut up.
Yeah. The uphill battle of RPM 9. That was a fun thing. You know, fresh steel. I knew it was going to get tons of flack out the gate.
I got so much flack for repping it too. Like, people are like, I can't believe you're such an idiot.
I love how you went straight to was it Daryl from King of the Hill? What's his name?
No, that was my Donald Trump. I'm winning bigly. I just can't hear my own voice because I'm wearing headphones.
What was it? The Boom? No, not who's the other?
Boomer.
The cigarette and the glasses in King of the Hill.
Oh yeah.
Every time I think of someone who's making a dumb statement, just say it in that voice, and all of a sudden it's a lot less threat. That's a lot less annoying.
Yeah.
But no, getting RPM 9 out there was such an uphill battle because it's one of the first it's a Chinese made steel. That was already just like whoop, whoop, whoop.
There it is. Wade. Thanks, Fiend. Thanks, Q1 Fiend. It's Wade.
Wade. Is it Wade? We'll go with it.
Anyway.
But just whoops in your head, like Chinese made steel. You know, the immediate the first thing I got from people is that, oh, it's a Chinese made steel. Liar! It's junk. It's gotta be junk. And it's like,
right? Cool. It was always like people like, I can't believe that you're saying, like, they're like, oh,
it was hilarious. They're just like, there's no way you stole
right?
good American 9CR. You stole 9CR and turned it.
Okay, I have to argue. There is no good American 9CR because the best 9CR I've ever had came out of China.
Yeah, it's just a formula. It's like, oh my God, why aren't you using good old American D2? It's like, because we don't want to buy a CPM D2. It's a formula. It's not like, it's like, okay.
It's those things that people that don't understand how it actually works. And I didn't understand. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying like, oh, I always knew this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't learn this. Like Elliot was like, hey, sit down. Like you're saying, because he heard me voice dictating a response to somebody. He goes, don't send that. Don't send that. Come sit down. I'm going to make you much less stupid. I was like, okay.
Yeah. The idea that so many of these things are like, I know we're trying to avoid the Chinese stuff, but I got to throw a little 2 cents out here. As someone who works with the people of this company, we don't want to have junk stuff. If we do, like what we're making off these knives is meant to we're meant to have a long-standing product here. These are meant to be good knives. They're meant to be legitimate. We want to kind of make this whole stigma go away. That's why we're making good stuff.
Okay, so I was in the military, and I can tell you where all this comes from. I was in the military for my entire adult life, and then I worked for the federal government for like 7 years after. And a lot of this, the stigma that comes with that is, and people will tell you all the time, Chinese companies, Japanese companies, America reached out and they said, we want all these things made. And China said, well, we can make it. And they were like, we want it as cheap as possible. And China was like, we can do that too. And so when you get something made as cheap as possible, you get something that is, well, it's made as cheap as possible. So it doesn't last. And so this whole stigma of things from China and Hong Kong, like, oh, when I was a kid, my grandfather was like, just everything from Hong Kong is crap. Well, it's because people wanted to sell kids' toys at $1.99 and still make money. And you can't do that if you're using quality products. You're doing quality machine. And then, but the fact is, like, Chinese companies could always do the level of production you're seeing right now. But and Riat really brought it to the forefront in a knife world for me, really, because the first knife that I ever bought out of China that was like better than a custom, and I'm like, holy crap, was a Riat. And I told Dave Dang this, and I love Dave. Dave loves all my posts. Dave's an awesome guy, and he likes every one of the posts I ever put of my Horizon D with the anodizing and stuff like that. And he tells me, he's like, he sees me at shows and he goes, you have it? And I'm like, because he doesn't, Dave doesn't speak a lot of English.
No, it's great because David Dang and Dave Wong, my boss, they just sit there and they bullshit all the like, they just chat. And I'm like, I'm not even gonna buy. I couldn't translate this stuff.
So Dave Dang will ask me if he sees me at a show. He said, you have it? And I'll pull it out of my pocket. It's my Riat Horizon D. And like he's like, my favorite one. And he's talking about that. I've anodized it and I've done all these other things to it. And he goes, my favorite one. And everybody goes, oh, that's his favorite design. And like, people are like, no, he's saying that's his favorite Horizon D, because I've showed him so many pictures of like the anodizing and the love I've given this knife. And he's like, my favorite one.
I mean, the thing about these people that a lot of the knife world buyers don't seem to realize is like, my boss worked on the line making knives. David Dang worked on the line making knives. The guys at Reich, all these people sat around.
I don't want to talk about the guys at Reich. I had a bad experience with the guys at Reich.
But either way, like the people that are doing these companies that make knives are knife makers. They just didn't make it in the same way they're used to, kind of a more like, the customer. Like, no, they learned how to make knives in groups of people making products. It doesn't mean their skills are any less. And to be honest, they probably made more knives than a lot of custom makers. Like, it's funny because my boss, Dave Long, he knows how to make swords. Like,
I was going to say, you and I talked about that before.
Traditional swords for funsies. It's like,
well, and the other thing too is what people fail to realize is they think that, not politically, not trying to throw us a pillar. Oh, well, the Chinese government's making them do this. Dave Dang started this knife company because he loves knives.
Exactly. Same with my boss.
Exactly. I was going to say same with your boss. Same with these people were passionate about it and they found a way to make it happen. And it just so happens that the Chinese government allowed them to do it. Yeah. And it worked out. And like, if you sit down and you talk with some of these guys, they're so passionate about what they do. Like I guarantee there is not a knife that leaves some of these. I guarantee there are still companies that are putting out the shitty Chinese knives.
MTech.
They are, because MTech,
MTech, the biggest one.
You mean
Master Cutlery?
You mean Emerson's budget line? I'm sorry. I said that out loud. Go ahead.
But still, they are the biggest. Their production, Master Cutlery, MTech, is American. They're American. They're making junk. But the actual factory that makes them is one of the biggest.
Yeah.
Oh, Zach. Yes, actually, let me get this for Zach.
Well, you can answer that while I go grab. I actually have emptied my little cooler.
Yes, it does. But we actually did something really cool with this one. Is the scoria is actually so thin. Uh-oh.
Oh, wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm
So
still
the
learning
story
this.
is so thin that you can actually get in there with your T6 bit and unscrew the screws using the opposite side screw holes. Just go in there, pull them out, shake them out, flip it around, you're good to go. So yes, it does screw in from the opposite side, and you get that really awesome, like still getting used to this mirror. The blind screwed look is so slick. God, it's so clean. I'm really happy with the way this came out, and we've been doing a lot more blind screwed knives because it's not as like unreasonable as it was years ago where you had to do all the extra machine to make it fit. Like, no, tap the holes, mill the tie, contour the scales, keeps it clean, keeps it neat, and it sits inside the scales as well as anything else. It's secure, it's comfortable, and it's pretty much you do the exact same cutouts you would on a knife that screws in the other way. You just tap it differently.
Come here.
So yeah, it screws in on the opposite side.
Look who came back.
Stop
Hi,
it.
buddy. Hey, Lindy, look at my new buddy. God, he's big. Such a monster. Hey, buddy. Hi.
Shopcat's like, what the hell's going on? Where'd he
Shopcat's
go?
like, hey, I was sleeping over here.
Oh.
Hi. Shh. Just lay here. There you go. You stay here.
No.
So, well, we were talking about the score. I'm sorry, I saw Shopcat.
Oh, the Scoria screws in from the reverse side, but the scales are actually thinner.
Oh, that's the one you were telling me about. That like the
You can
T
actually
just
go in
fits
here.
perfect.
Yeah, you can actually go in here with a regular T6 bit, so with a slightly extended, just like a regular, like the micro T6 bits, and just go in through the opposite side, unscrew the screws, shake it out, and put it in the other way. It's just
that's the one I told you I was concerned about, like getting the. And you told me that it's great.
It's actually really
okay.
easy.
So this is a good question. I didn't even think about asking this one. There you go.
Oh boy, I hate this one. This is because they didn't ask me for any clearance on this, as I would have given them a whole different name. It's China Jiangren blade. So essentially Chinese-made artisan cutlery knives. CGRB is essentially forwarded by the Chinese team, whereas Artisan is forwarded by the US side. So that means that CGRB, all the designs there, except for the ones that are designer oriented, are done from our in-house team. So Sam and the rest of his team, who, if anyone has been to blade shows, met Sam, skinny dude. He's our I can't say he's the head machinist, but he's the only machinist that knows any English. So
I just remembered I had my headphones on. I'm sorry. I'll mute myself.
But yeah, no, Sam and Mr. Chen over on the other side, who's kind of the factory owner, they're the ones who put out the CGRB designs. It was meant to kind of be like, oh, this is the Chinese version of Artisan Cutlery. But as it goes, everyone associates Artisan Cutlery with a Chinese brand anyway, even though we're American. So we kind of just leaned into that idea and just kept CJRB. If they had asked me, I would have picked a whole different name because it sounds horrible. It makes no sense. And it's very much like, it's not a sexy name.
I like the logo better.
Cool. The logo's great, though. I do like.
I was gonna say, like, you and I went back and forth. Like, I don't like the logo, and I'm like, I love the logo. You're like, I kind of like the logo.
It's fine. I think the logo fits what it is. It's mechanical. It's got sharp lines. It's kind of like, the color scheme's interesting. I don't hate it.
I like the CJRB logo, and I like it on the black blade. I just like the CJRB, and I'm telling you,
everyone doesn't. I love like this. But so many other people don't like it.
I like it, and I think every one of your knives should. But it's just done like this: black with the carbon fiber overlay and the red pivot collar. Every knife should make everyone like that.
To be fair, it's been pretty popular. I wish we did it in full milled carbon fiber. That would have slapped on an extra $60 though. It's like, okay, fine.
Guys, I want to give you an Amazon affiliate link to this, but Russell and I were talking about this. You want to talk about that? We're at two. I don't know how long. I don't know how long you want to stay. It's 2 hours and 52 minutes. Huh?
But they're back up now. They're back on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I will find an affiliate link for that. Okay, so we're
disappeared for a bit, and it was a very annoying process to get it back on there.
So we're at 2 hours and 53 minutes, and normally God. I'm going to say we will. I'll be on for like 30 minutes. See, so like I kind of like the idea that I'm stealing this from Jared. So it's story time at the end.
Oh boy.
So I want you to tell me the most I want you to tell me a story. Just pick a story from high school that is like one of your most entertaining things, and then I'll do one too if the guys want to stick around for that.
Entertaining, God. High school. You think?
Okay, I mean, it doesn't have to be high school. Be anytime. I mean, like I figured, like high school for you, like you're enough younger than me that's like just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, sure, Mike. I'll pretend. I'll pretend that like
I'll
almost.
pretend that I'm not in my 30s.
That was 2 decades ago. Oh, hey, a decade. Mike,
Hey.
I am.
Hey, you ready for this? My 30th class reunion is this year.
God damn.
I've aged well. I have had so many people like I really, you guys don't have to try and grease my ego, but I honestly have a lot of people like I tell them how old I am and they're like, "You're what?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm that old." They're like,
without the beard, it's crazy.
I look like I'm 12.
I know, it's crazy. God, I'm just trying to think, what the hell did I do in high school that was even remotely interesting? All right, the one time I almost got arrested.
So before you start, just remember what Snuzz said. Words of wisdom. I'm pretty sure that like it's been 20 years. Yeah.
All right. So in high school, I think this was like my senior year of high school. That's an even better one. Also almost got arrested, but more likely to get expelled. So I think this was junior year of high school. Star Wars Episode 2 was coming out. So that'll date me. Yeah. Not a good one. Not a good
No,
movie.
I'm reading. I was giving a thumbs up comment. Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you.
So
which one was it? What was it?
Star Wars Episode 2. Episode 2, whatever that one was. The really bad one. The one with the really horrible voice acting.
Okay, so I had been in the Navy for about 10 years.
The really bad, like the
Episode
really
1. Okay, they were all bad. In your defense, like it's really hard to pick out which one of the prequels was the worst.
Yes, you're correct. This one by far had the worst choreo. Now that I look back at it,
they were poo-poo.
Either way. So me being a total fucking nerd, of course, had to buy a bunch of those plastic lightsabers from Target and go to school every day with one strapped to my belt. Of course, every teacher's like, "Why do you put it away? Don't have that in class." I'm like, "No, Star Wars, no."
Wait, I have several questions. I'm sorry, I do have to interrupt.
Yes.
You honestly went to school with plastic lightsabers on your belt,
Mike? Fuck yes, I did.
Okay, this is the point where I Russell, and I remind you guys where I grew up, and the thought process in my head right now, as I'm putting Russell on pause, is how did Russell survive high school? Because me and the entire football team would have beat Russell to death. But we'll bring Russell back in and we'll let him explain his actions.
So, Mike, if you ever felt those original plastic lightsabers, we're not talking like the clear ones. We're not talking the Masterclass series. We're talking the cheap $7 ones.
I was joking. I love you,
plastic
Russell.
Walls like this thick. They were expandable batons. That's why I was walking around with 3 expandable batons in my bag, and all of my friends were doing the exact same thing. Every Vietnamese kid.
I forget that you're a city kid. I honestly forget that from time to time.
Every Viet kid, every Hispanic guy in the anime club, every white nerd that
in the what? Wait, in the what?
Anime club. Dude, tell me you're looking at me in this fucking background and I was not an anime club.
I had to put Russell on pause again because this is another thing that I just can't. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. But we'll bring Russell back and maybe he can justify his current statement.
Oh, I love it. You're just like, what is wrong with this guy? I'm like, you tell me that. And at this point, so
I love this. This is so much fun.
I will tell you why this was great. Because me and my friends, like the nerdiest of the nerd, like we're the ones that people look at.
My tongue hurts. I'm biting my tongue very hard. It hurts.
Oh, you're gonna bite right through this, man. Me and like the nerdiest, the most like, what is wrong with these kids? Are they special needs, but on a higher? Are these like the high functioning kids? Me and my buddies are sitting there playing with lightsabers in my junior year of high school.
Oh my God! You're not freshmen. Like you could get away with it as a freshman.
This is junior. But you know what's the great thing about being nerds in a place in California? I ended up setting up a pool to have a large-scale lightsaber battle at the end of school. You know how many kids showed up with plastic lightsabers? 50 kids on the basketball court.
I graduated with 64 And that was 3 elementary schools put together to make one high school and junior high.
50,
okay. Yeah.
50 kids of all age ranges coming in, just whipping out lightsabers, making stupid noises, and it turned into the biggest, most badass lightsaber brawl. Like, think Capture the Flag, except it's just like protect the kid who's in a cast with, well, he's got like the actual light up lightsaber, and all of us are just playing like I don't even know what. But I was able to get out there and actually, we'll say that I also already started doing a little early HEMA at this time, so I had a little experience in knowing what to do with these things. It was cool. But I have never had that much fun just like beating the shit out of random people in a fairly socially acceptable way. And of course, our what's his name? Our the school patrol officer comes by.
Oh, you had that?
We had several because inner city, there's pew-pews going on. It's a thing.
That's the thing. Like growing up, every kid in school had a gun in their car. Everyone had a pew-pew in their car, and it was for hunting after school. And the last thing you would ever thought of was somebody was going to go get one. You just had to worry that maybe somebody had a pocket knife, and it wasn't they were going to cut you. It was just that they were going to load their fists so they could hit you a little harder.
Different place for that. But anyway, so
different world. Different time.
We have our first security guard come in. He's just like,
that's what it was. Resource officer.
Calling for backup. And he just like looks at us and he's like, oh, hell, let them have their fun. And just walks away. He's like, yeah. All of us like little Jow was just, lightsabers above our heads. It was great. And then, of course, our other security guy who is not so cool rolls into his go-kart, gets on his megaphone, says he's going to call the police. They're already on their way. And we're just like, come on, man.
Wait, your resource officer said he was going to call the police? Wasn't he already the effing police? No. That doesn't make any sense.
He's just he's a hired hand who can't do it. Again, security guy. He's not.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't like a school resource officer, because actually my daughter's school had a school resource officer.
Low budget. We didn't have that. He did. The police rolled around. We're just like, God, come on, man. Just let us have our fun. The movie's coming out in a few days. We know it's going to suck, but just let us have fun. So I got to walk off the school grounds with like 50 other people with lightsabers and be like, dude, that was the best thing ever. Let's do it again somewhere else. And then they found out where it was because someone told someone and the police were already waiting for us at the next place. But still, tell me it's not cool to see a police officer come up and try to stop 50 kids from having fun with lightsabers.
I mean, it sounds like fun. I just you had me at the anime club. I was a little lost with that. And
well, yeah, come on.
Because we had clubs. The big ones that we had was football and basketball and volleyball. And that was about it.
Yeah, those sound like things that people just are only trying to get a scholarship go for. What can I say?
Hey, I played football and baseball. I was trying for a scholarship.
And I got to watch anime and go do cool shit. It was fun.
I didn't even see. Here's the thing. I didn't even know anime was. So when I was growing up in high school, so this was, I graduated in 91.
So
91, 92. So, but we didn't know what that was because I was in a town of 124 people and the big metropolis down the road where they had actual stoplights and shit.
Stoplights and shit.
Well, we had a stop sign. And that was just so that that was for cars that were going across. Like if you were coming to, because you had to cross the interstate to get to my high school or to my elementary school. So there was a stop sign there so that kids would actually stop and not get hit by a coal truck coming down the road, like Jake breaking, and you don't want anybody to get killed. No, we didn't have any of that stuff. Like honestly, we had nothing. And it was all like 1991. The biggest thing we had was I had a friend whose cousin lived out in California here. And so all the West Coast rap was just really starting. And there was all the big, like, oh God, it drove so many people nuts back. I lived in a Bible Belt, man. We still had cotillion. And it was like growing up in the 1800s. Like I went to cotillion. I know everything anyone would ever need to court a woman in the 1800s. Like I know how to waltz and the proper way. That's literally how I grew up. And so we had a friend and we would get tapes mixed. This guy would make copies of tapes, like Too Short and Miami boys, all this stuff that was like the stuff that it's like I lived in this little bubble, and then all of a sudden somebody tunneled under and gave you a little like, here you go. This is what the world's like on the outside. And you're like,
the first wave rap hip hop was good shit.
Right. And so like it was a perfect time for me. So like I honestly, this is kind of I'm going into a weird offshoot here. There's actually there's so many things, like people look at me and I forget what I look like. Like I honestly do, especially like when I go to a knife show and I speak to the Japanese companies and I'm speaking in Japanese and they look at me and they're like, Nico loves it. Like you can ask Nico about this when we go to Blade West. It's always hilarious because I'm married a Japanese woman. I speak Japanese and I will speak to Japanese makers in Japanese and use the proper terms for the types of steel and things like that. And you just see them like, what the fuck is happening? Am I having have I got a tumor? Did I have a seizure? What's going on? But so that my music taste is very eclectic because that was that time where stuff started to drift in. And so like if my iPod is on shuffle, you never know what you're going to get. God only knows. You're going to get like, you're going to get Dio, like heavy metal, and then maybe like Willie Nelson, and then like Rick Ross, Port of Miami, and stuff like that. So I actually have made friends with a gentleman on Instagram who is a very openly, and like this is just looking at me. I want you to think about, like, look at what you're seeing and think about what I'm going to tell you. A very openly gay rapper. And his shit is awesome. Like, it is great. He has some of the best shit that I've seen on iTunes. And I tell him all the time, I was like, you keep hustling, brother. Hustle till the haters ask if you're hiring. Yeah. And we talk back and forth. I'm actually going to try and get him on here.
Sweet.
It would be cool because it would be, can you imagine that? Me.
Yeah, very, very interesting community for him to jump into.
Right? I think he'd be like, I don't know if I should be here. But no, I was like, that's that kind of weird, like the things that you're talking about. Like, I never experienced any of that, but I kind of had like that was that weird kind of our own little weird revolution growing up where I did in the Bible Belt and the stuff that snuck into us.
That 10-year gap, like that 10 to 15-year gap between growing up, there's a big whole bunch of things that happened there. Like
the generation gap is an honest thing. I have a 13-year-old daughter. And I swear to God, I have no idea what the fuck she's talking about 90% of the time. I just look at her and I smile and I'm like, hey, whatever. Love you, baby.
I don't know what anyone who's like 10 years younger than me is saying. I don't know what
like on my phone. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is this? Is this drug? Is she talking about drugs? What is she talking about? I have no idea. Oh, it's cat videos. Oh, okay, cool.
Like there are people 5 years younger than me that I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. You are almost in your 30s also. What are you talking about?
But and the big difficult thing that I have with it, and we talked about this last night on the veterans mental health thing, is when you join the military, they do this intentionally. They emotionally stunt you. Like, so whatever growth, and it happens with alcoholics and drug addicts too. It's very similar. You stop emotionally growing when you join the military. And you don't start growing again until you get out. So I am literally 20 years behind everyone. I wake up in the morning, I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, when did this happen? I'm not 19 or 20 anymore. What's going on? I'm 47 years old, and you guys see how I act. And I like to say, I realized what was going on, and I've cultivated it. If you wake up in the morning and it's raining, and you go out and you look and you don't want to go outside and jump in puddles, you need to just give it up, because that's when they've stole your soul. And being adult is just a definition of age. Being a grown up, that's when they steal your soul. Mm-hmm. I will never be a grown up. My daughter loves it. I am probably, she's like, I hear her talking with her friends, and I hear them, they're FaceTime, and she has her headphones off. And they're like, your dad is so much fun. And she's like, no, he's not. And they're like, yes, he is. You just don't know.
He's a pain in the ass. Yeah, no. Never lose your sense of joy, because if you do, nothing is worth doing anymore. This is half the reason why I'm here in this company, is that, hey, you don't make stuff like this if you're looking for serious tools.
No.
You gotta have some fun with these things. Any hobby that you love deserves to be fun. Anyone that thinks that everything should be dead serious all the time, can't have fun, will not grow, change, or evolve.
That's why I have my wife.
Yeah. Get to work.
Ow. I have a little Japanese wife that is shorter than my daughter. I terrified. But Elliot,
Yeah.
Elliot's like, I was like, Elliot, you want to come over? And he goes, is your wife in a good mood? He's like, I'm like, yeah, why? He's like, okay, good, because I'm scared of your wife. She scares the shit out of me. But now this has been awesome. This has been fun. If you guys want to stick around for a little bit, I definitely will keep this going. Russell, if you want to stick around, that's fine.
I'm gonna dip and get myself. I'm gonna drink this last beer and get some sleep because I'm exhausted.
I bet you are, but I don't sleep because, like I said, sleep, that's when bad sleep is when the bad things come out. So, guys, I will. I think if you guys want to stick around, let me know. Do you guys want to stick around for a little bit? Because hey, Zach, I know you've been here, but thank you. So if you guys want to stick around for a little bit, I will continue to run this. It's only 10:30, 10:45 my time. If you guys want to stick around for a bit, we will. But I do need to go micturate, which is the technical term for urinating. Defecate, urinate, micturate. If you guys want to stick around, it's fine. We will. But you got to let me have a minor intermission. Pardon me. Yep. Russell, I appreciate it. This has been awesome. No problem. There's definitely going to be people that come in and see this, and there's going to be comments. If you would be ever so kind as to keep an eye on the comment section of this video so you can answer any of those questions that people might have after this. And if you guys decide to rewatch this video, keep in mind that it takes a while through this studio app that I'm using for the actual comments that don't pop up on the screen here, that I don't kick up, like this one right there. Keep in mind, it takes a while for those to populate, usually about 10 to 12 hours. So you won't necessarily see all of them. So if you guys want, I will leave this run for a while. If you guys want to do it, we'll do. I have like I put a whole another I had a 6-pack in the garage, and I put a 6-pack in the refrigerator. So we could run this for a bit.
Have fun decorating.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. So cool. Guys, talk amongst yourselves. We'll have some recess, and then Russell, it's been great. We'll definitely have to do this again. Closer to Blade West, I want to try and do it again so we can talk about what's going on at Blade West. One of the things that we didn't do, so before you leave, I'm going to hold you to this. Is there a chance? I've kept my lips closed on this. Mm-hmm. Is there still a chance there might be some Blade West exclusive Emler designs?
There is a chance. There's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yep. My dating life.
Yeah. All right, brother. You take it easy. It's been fun. I love it. Great. I'm going to exit you out of the studio unless you got anything else.
Yeah, I think we're good. This was fun.
All right. Well, of course it's me.
All right. Just tons of fun. Just a whole bunch of fun right here.
Tons of fun. All right, guys, hang on a second. I'm going to remove Russell, and then I will return momentarily. If you guys can just hang out for a second. If anybody shows up, just let them know that we had sorry, Russell's gone. Russell, you still there for a second? We got one question. There's a question here. Okay, Paramount EDC, go ahead. Throw a question. What's the question?
Yeah.
Anthony, we don't have much time.
Typing. He's typing.
He's typing. Is he type like me? Like, oh, God damn.
Furiously typing.
Where's the Q? I know there's a Q. Where's the Q?
Power typing.
Why did they put the Z all the way down
I forgot
here?
to show off the Sillax. I know I showed it off.
No, you showed it.
Briefly.
We talked about it when I brought the website.
There you go. Yeah. These are up now. We have a black version. We have the satin version.
So
kitchen knife.
Really I have an honest question about it. Is it a kitchen knife? Is it meant to be a kitchen knife, or is it an EDC?
Dylan calls it a utility knife, in the sense that it's kind of like skewing more towards EDC/kitchen versus EDC/outdoor bushcraft. So
okay, I got you. I mean, that makes sense.
It's different, but honestly, it's been really nice to have because you get a fairly lightweight, thin 5-inch blade. Which
there was a couple of knives like that back in the day, and I have to say there was a Boker that kind of inspired me to make an EDC. Do you remember the Tough, the tactical everyday carry, or the tactical everyday fixed blade?
That was an interesting one. Yeah.
What was the tactical urban fixed blade? That's what it was. TUF.
Yeah, there we go.
Hi, kitty cat.
But there are definitely some interesting ones out there. And it's like, you don't see a lot of knives like this anymore. And I know this really is perfectly passable as a kitchen knife. I'm using the prototype in my kitchen. I do believe that Anthony was, as they say, effing with us. No, there you go. There's something. Boom.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you answer that. I'll go take a toilet break, and then I'll let you go. I'll take you out of the studio when I'm done.
I have very easy answer for you, Anthony. What was the idea for the smaller Ian? It's pretty damn cool. Yeah. I'll tell you exactly what the idea was. White Mountain Knives paid for it. They wanted that. They said, we want this. Justin was like, we want to do a smaller Ian run with a liner lock and RPM 9. We want to keep the budget low. And we're just like, we got you. And we made it. And that is the entire idea, is that it was White Mountain's idea. So, yeah. As much as I would like to get in touch with Justin one of these days and chat with him about stuff, because they've run some winners. White Mountain has been doing really good stuff, and they always seem to pick up our stuff first. So I have no arguments there, and Justin has done really excellent business for us. And I actually have 2 of those coming to me because I didn't get any from the company. I'm like, I'm buying those outright because, again, for those of you who haven't seen, yeah, that's my EDC. I want the small one because it's cool. We actually ran it by Chris. If he's even still in here, we ran it by Chris to make sure the sizing was good. It should be fun, but yeah. Let's see. Yep. Paramount. That is absolutely Justin's idea, and you know what? I hope they sell out. I hope he sells all of them. I hope they fly, because that means we get to make more for him, and possibly a full Thai version, which would be sweet. Would love to see that. Don't know if it's gonna happen, but I would still love to see that. All right, so I'm gonna let Mike just kind of finish micturating, and I'm gonna bop out. But again, this is awesome. Good to see all y'all. Oh God, Todd's coming in with a favorite fixed blade. Okay, this is an off one because I don't carry a lot of fixed blades. Oh, hey, you're back. Someone asked me my favorite fixed blade. Someone asked me about my favorite fixed blade. This is a very difficult question as someone who doesn't often carry fixed blades.
Who asked you? Wait, what did I miss? When did somebody ask you about your favorite fixed blade?
This is bottom of the chat right now.
I know what your answer should be.
I know what it should be, but it's not going to be because you haven't seen the one. Actually, I don't think you've seen the one that I would definitely call my favorite.
It's okay. Neither one of my fixed blades are my favorite fixed blade, to tell you the truth.
So my favorite fixed blade, because it is the most ridiculous thing I own, I have a custom Bowie knife by Dirk Pinkerton. It is one of the most comfortable and most obscenely ridiculous knives that I own. And if I had an option to carry that knife, I would. But 1, I don't want to drop it, lose it, or damage it. And 2, it is a Bowie knife about this big.
I knew I could keep him longer.
Shut up, Mike.
I knew he'd stay.
I
knew it.
On that note, if you are micturated out, I'm going to go and sleep.
Yeah, you go ahead. I apologize. Oh, so Russell actually jumped on this like last minute. I definitely wanted this. I kind of wanted this to be the first of the actual series of kind of like this podcast interview thing for knife stuff. It was great. I'm going to go ahead and let Russell go. Somebody said run. So I'm going to remove him. Russell, thank you very much. You can exit anytime you want, and we definitely can do this again. Russell's in the green room now. So what would you all like? Russell's still sitting there. He's like, how do I leave? There he's go. Russell is actually going. I can't bring him back. I was going to click on it again. Russell gave me an opportunity to do something that I was passionate about. He felt the same way about it, and I'm really glad that he came. I didn't even talk to him about this till like, I think 1, like noon or 1. I had something else scheduled for today, and when it fell through, Elliot Williamson was going to do it, but he basically told me I had family stuff that he forgot about. So, Russell jumped in, and I was like, well, that's great, because the only person that's done more to help me with the in the knife community than Elliot was Russell. Like, you guys would not have a Sea Snake if it was not for the gentleman that was just in. So I really give him a lot of thanks to that, because he was as passionate about that project as I was. Stand up guy. Yeah. So Shopcat, actually, I'm gonna let you guys know, Shopcat might not be making. Shopcat was at the door scratching and wanted to go see my wife. Shopcat shares my dog's water bowl. I think it's going to be a good relationship between the cat and the dog. So, stand up guy makes me love Artisan. Yeah, and I mean there was some. I didn't take it down, but there was some kind of disrespectful stuff that was going on in the comments section, and I really don't appreciate that. I didn't block the individual. I'm not going to call anyone out, but if you're in my comment section and if you're being in the future, if you're being disrespectful to one of my guests, I will block you from my channel for all eternity. You will never be able to make another comment. So just keep an eye on what you're saying, because Russell's a really good friend of mine, and most of the people are going to be on this channel are friends of mine. And if you decide you want to at all be disrespectful, you'll have to find a different channel to do it on. So I didn't want to say it while Russell was here because I don't think he was really watching the chat, but I definitely was, because it's my chat section. So if anybody decides they want to come in here and be disrespectful to any of my guests that I have on this channel from now on, you will get an entire life ban. I will perma ban you from making comments on my. You'll still be able to watch my stuff, and you'll be able to downvote it, because like I like to say, if you watch everything I do and you say you hate me, but you still watch everything I do, bitch, you're still a fan. So I just didn't want to I didn't want it to become an issue, but that's the one time that it's going to happen, and I will definitely not allow that to happen again. I was hoping that some of my moderators would actually do it, but I don't think any of my actual moderators were in here. So I think the individual knows exactly who I'm talking to, which is why I didn't ban them. I think we know exactly who we're talking to, and it's not going to happen again. At least it won't happen again the next time it happens. So you guys want to talk about Paulo Blazano? I think I've had enough beer to go ahead and do that. You guys want to talk about the Mars knife? Because that's going to be a subject of its entire own podcast that I may bring. Oh boy, I know who we need to bring in for that. We need to bring in Flippin' Bean for that one. I'm going to reach out to him. We'll see if we can do that, but we can talk about that quickly if you want. Paulo Blazano update. So let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to scroll through. Good call, Mike. 80s brand. I don't read fast. I actually have dyslexia. I have a shirt somewhere that says I have sex daily, and then it says, oops, I mean I have dyslexia. Good call, Mike. 80s band girls. That was a good band. So thank you for a statement of humanity and civility that showed right there. I was in the military for a lot of years, and their big thing was be an ambassador. And I took that to heart. I saw a lot of my fellow military guys. Like I was stationed in Japan for 13 years. And there was a time in the military, so that you guys know, where they would send you overseas and they're like, it's cheaper just to keep him there. If he stays in, only offer him orders there. I stayed in Japan for 13 years, met my wife. I learned real quick that the fact was that if you're going to be an ambassador, you have to show a willingness to do it. And so I learned Japanese. I made a lot of Japanese friends. And to tell you, that is loud. Like I can hear that well over my headphones. And so I learned Japanese, and I made a lot of Japanese friends. And there was a long time that I had way more Japanese friends than I had American friends. I went out in town and hung out in Japanese bars. I actually got into the culture of Japan to the point where I could go into bars where most people go, gaijin wa dame, which means no Americans, no foreigners. And people would see that as a gaijin wa dame. And I'd come up the steps like, oh, Mike, oide, anata no bin wa aru yo. Like, I have your bottle. I'm glad I didn't want to answer it, Todd. I knew which band it was. It's Motley Crue. And I saw Motley Crue in concert at the Zip Center in Fukuoka, Japan, and I couldn't hear for 3 days. But yeah, being that ambassador of the country in a foreign country was I'm writing with small words. I know you don't read well. I took it to heart. And so, like, anywhere we went, I tried to learn the cultures. I went to Korea. I actually made friends in Korea. I went to Russia. I was on the first ship to actually pull into Russia in 50 years. We were the first ship in 15 years to pull into Russia, or 50, I should say. And it was amazing. I don't look like it, but I would run into a burning house to save Mama and Shop Cat because of you. My wife's like, I don't like the cat. I don't like that cat. And the next thing I know, my wife was the first one that had the cat all picked up. And I look at her and she's like, I don't like the cat. And I'm like, I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. Sweetest cat I've ever seen. I've never seen a cat that was scared of everything. Like that cat is terrified. It's like I had, so my Pew Pew had I'll show you what's on it now. I'm not going to show you the actual, because they'll shut down my live feed. But so right now I have just a Valkyrie, just a regular pistol light for my Pew Pew, because the one that has the laser on it, I'm a dummy and I dropped the entire, shouldn't ever drop a SIG. It's a bad thing. I dropped it on the floor and I broke the laser part of my Balder RL from Olight. I'm plugging I have an affiliate link with them. The only reason I have an affiliate link is never bring a product to you guys if it wasn't a good one. But so I had that light and it had the laser. And so I had, I'm always prepared for anything. I live close to the border. There's still crime down here. And like I said, 2 million times a year, a Pew Pew is used in defense. And it's an undeniable fact. And so at any rate, I was in here and I turned on the laser off my Pew Pew and I was shining around, and there's 3 other cats that will come they won't come in the garage, but they'll come all the way up and they're like playing with it. And I did it to Shop Cat and he's like, I don't like that. And I put it on his foot, the light on his foot, and he shot out of the garage, terrified. That cat is such a scaredy cat. So big sweetheart. I cannot believe that 3 hours and 25 minutes into this, we still have people here. I will run this for a while. This is the first one. Like I said, this is going to be a Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing. And I can honestly tell you, I don't know how some guys keep up with content. I'm doing 5 videos a week. I will admit I've been doing a lot of live feeds just because I'm trying to figure out this software, but I don't know how some guys keep up with doing content several times a day. If you ever go over and watch the quartering, that guy puts up like 8-10 minute videos a day and has another channel and a day job. And I'm like, I don't see how you do it. I honestly don't see how you do it. I don't have that kind of time. He's not scared of belly rubs. Not at all. Like he loves having his belly rubbed. My daughter's like, I want to pet him and I want him to lay down and I want him to do the thing where he rolls back and forth. So when my daughter's petting him, sometimes he'll lay down and she'll pet one side and he'll roll up on his back and she'll pet his belly, and then he rolls over and gets the other side. He's like, yeah, you got to go all sides. You got to get them all. I'm like, it's like he's like a hot dog in a barbecue. I can't find an available ZT0456. Is that a bad thing? I mean, really, Nathan, do you? So guys, if you don't know, Nathan has the coolest Instagram handle. Oh, Jigsaw. I gotta find my thing. I moved it. There it is. I'm using my Grimsmo as a striker. And then I'll highlight it. I'm slow on this. I'm not as good as Jared is at this. Was that Lindy? Same. Loki's the only cat that loves belly. Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember, Lindy, I don't know how much you followed me on Instagram and Facebook. I did live feeds sometimes, and we had a cat before. His name was Tiger, and that cat would go for walks with me and the dog. She liked belly rubs. Like she wouldn't get aggressive. She just liked to be belly rubbed. But that cat, when I would go to bed, she would come up, like I'd be in the living room and I'd be puttering around and she'd be looking at me and she'd like pat my leg. And I'm like, what she wanted was I would go to bed. Her favorite thing was like for me to go to bed and then turn on the TV and watch movies. And she wanted to get, like, I would lay on my side like this and she'd get up in my armpit and just lay there, and pissed my wife off to no end. The cat wouldn't do anything. My wife was like, wants to hold the cat. And the cat's like, let me down. And I could lay down and the cat would just jump right up. She goes, I hate you. I hate you. So that's where we're going with this cat. Last comment is autocorrect. Oh, love Jeremy at the quartering. Yeah. If you guys don't follow Jeremy over at the quartering, he does have a lot of stuff that is like, it's not so much like, it's not all mainstream stuff, but he does put out a lot of stuff you're not going to see on mainstream media. And he's pulling down actual news stories. So it's a good place, it's a good channel. Like I watch a lot of not mainstream media news. I watch both sides because as much as I say that CNN is garbage, Fox can be every bit as bad. So if you're only getting it from one source, you got to be careful. That's why I like Tim Pool. Tim Pool will he just gives you the stories. That's it. What was that? That's how our little kitten is. I just want her to cuddle with me, and she just wants Richie, gets under the blankets and sleeps on his chest. Well, the cat that we had before, Tiger, neither one of these cats are our cats. These cats have adopted us. Cats pick their people. And so these cats both have adopted us. So this cat likes everyone, likes my wife, likes my daughter. My daughter was so scared of the cat we had before, Tiger, she'd scratch my daughter, but she didn't like my daughter. She'd let my daughter pet her a little bit, and then she'd scratch her and run away. This cat, my daughter's like, oh, I'm afraid of her. And I was like, don't be afraid of him, because it's a he. I was like, don't be afraid of him. He's not at all aggressive. Like, he just wants to be loved. And so she was sitting out here in my chair in the garage the one day, and the cat just jumped up in her lap, and she's like, what do I do? And I was like, just get here, have the brush, just brush him. That's all he wants. She goes, but he's gonna bite me. I was like, he's not trying to bite. He's like, when he meows, he just opens his mouth and nothing comes out. And I'm like, he just wants to be loved, babe. That is the least aggressive cat you'll ever see. Cats train people very well. Cats are good to have around too. We don't have a problem with cockroaches or mice. I'll tell you that. We've got not just him. There's 3 or 4 others. I don't know if you guys saw some of the Shop Cat Chronicles, but there's several other cats that look just like him, but they've all been fixed. And that was one of the terms of the lease. I have to feed these cats. So there's like 4 cats that are always in my yard, come about 4:30 at night, 4:30 in the afternoon, and I got to feed them. If you know both sides, no one will fool you. It's true. It's true. It's a very true statement. I mean, I don't want to get into any politics because then this gets shut down and they demonetize it, and then I lose my channel. But yeah, there's a lot of shit going on both sides. What was this? Yeah. Well, like I said, I've got like 4 cats. I'll go out and take the dog out late at night. Like, the dog will I could tell the dog wants to go out every once in a while. He's had too much water or something. And I don't sleep. So like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, the dog is like at the door in the bedroom, because the dog sleeps in our room. Because my daughter's bed, like, the dog like moves around a lot and it bothers my daughter. So she doesn't sleep. She doesn't sleep with the dog anymore. So the dog sleeps in our bed, in our room. And I can tell like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, the dog gets up, goes to the bedroom door. I'm like, oh, she needs to go pee. So I'll take her out, and the cats are out, and she gets all excited. She goes out, and those cats are like in our yard, like all night. Like, they basically live in our yard. Haha, that's part of the lease. It's not in the written lease, but the caveat to us, because, okay, so California has this weird thing going on. To rent a house, you have to show proof of 3 times the rent in monthly income. And I'm like, well, good luck. Because this place, the rent is $2,300 a month. And to get 3 times that, you're looking at somebody that's making $7,000 a month. You're going to have a hard time finding something that's going to meet that requirement. And so since we couldn't ever find a place, and with me working contract work and not having a steady monthly income, so like I said in a video, I made like $11,000 in April. And then I really haven't made much. I've made some here and there. I made like some here, some there through contracts and stuff. But as a contract vendor, I don't have a stable monthly income. I make what I make. And then hopefully at the end of the year, everything comes out as a wash, right? And no one was letting us lease. And I was like, well, we already sold our house. I already sold my house. I got like $100 and something thousand in the bank. And people are still like, yeah, we don't care how much you got in the bank. We're not letting you move in because you're not showing 3 times the income, or 3 times the rent in income. And I'm like, this is turning into some bullshit. And our real estate agent that sold our house was like, okay, I have a client who lives in a house that's owned by another client. And he's like, if you guys would like, I'm pretty sure I could figure it out. And he was like, the only weird thing is you got to be willing to feed the cats. And I'm like, I love cats. Why wouldn't I feed cats? I mean, there's a good chance I would have seen cats and be like, I should probably get some food, start feeding these cats. They look hungry. And he's like, perfect. It sounds like a win-win. He's like, yeah, that's the only weird thing. He's like, he's just like, he's going to say that you have to feed the cats. And I'm like, why wouldn't I feed the cats? That sounds like there's cats? What kind of human, what kind of horrible person wouldn't feed these adorable little animals? So I like to talk about being tough and being a big alpha male, but I love cats. I love animals. I'm just a big softie. So you pushed me the wrong way. And then like, he's like, he broke my arm. It's broke. Like, it's literally broke. The elbow, it's bent the wrong way. I'm really upset. I'm frustrated and upset. I don't like, I really don't want to block. I really don't want to wind up blocking someone. So I hope that the individual that was being disrespectful, I'm like, I was hoping that just ignoring would go away, but I've come to realize I don't think that's going to work. So please be respectful in my comments section. That was it's embarrassing. That's where I was going to go with it. It's embarrassing. You guys want to see something cool? I wanted to pull something up. There you go. I will share this. Let me share this with you guys, and you guys see. I wanted to show you guys something that I really like. We didn't really get a chance to talk about it on this. Now let me share this, and let me pull this back up. I want to go to new arrivals. There's a knife on here I wanted to talk. Okay, so we didn't get to talk about this, but this is the Tigress. Now I have a knife that's really similar to this. We're back to knife talk stuff, but I have a knife that's really similar to this knife. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. I have to do this. What was that? Sorry guys, I heard a noise and I couldn't tell if it was in my house or if it's outside, but I would imagine it's probably outside. Guys, just listen. Okay. Anyway, so this is the Tigress, and you have a Tigress, John? Okay. So what I wanted to say was I've told Russell this a couple times that I find this knife you know what it reminds me of? There is a Nissan SUV that is really cool looking and it has kind of the same lines. Am I wrong? Am I wrong that looks like that? I can't think of the Nissan SUV that I've seen. Am I wrong with saying that that's what it looks like? It kind of reminds me of it. Xterra, bingo! That's the one. The Nissan Xterra. Am I wrong? I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy. I want to make sure I'm not going crazy. What it looks like, we talked about it, and it's kind of a budget version of this, which is not a cheap knife. This is the Mastiff. I mean, and that's what I told him. I was like, oh, I don't need a budget version. I have the original. Guys, I love this knife. I really do. The one that I saw was completely black. The original one I saw was completely black. Not going crazy. I mean, you can't drive me crazy. I'm close enough to fucking walk. I've been thinking about, I'm going to do another fast of another. Let me try this in English. Another fast. God damn it. 5 fast knife reviews, because Jared says it works out really well, but it did. I'm not gonna lie. I got some traffic, but I had a video that definitely did better. I'd pull up my analytics and show you. I was like, oh, I'll pull up my analytics. Then I remembered I can't show you my analytics because I'm in a non-disclosure agreement with Google, YouTube, and Alphabet Corporation, because I actually get to I raised enough of a stink with Google that they were like, this guy's making a lot of noise on our platform, but he has done nothing that we can take him down for. So let's shut him up by giving him some stuff and make him join a non-disclosure agreement. So that's why I have memberships. I'm part of a beta testing group, and so I get access to YouTube features before everyone else does. But I was getting ready. So I was like, oh, I'll share my analytics. I'm like, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. I was like, that kind of steals from it. But I was going to show you some of the stuff that, like the video performance stuff, like things that work on one channel might not work on another. And Jared and I have talked about this, and he goes, oh, you should do this. I'm like, Jared, I do that all the time. I use the same tags. I use the same kind of, I use the same kind of stuff that Jared does. And like my videos don't get as much traction. I'm like, well, there's reasons for it. Well, I say stuff that YouTube doesn't like, and they squelch my channel. And then the flip side too is not everything works on every channel. You know, this might do well, or it may not. Who knows? But it's 33 people here at 3 hours and 39 minutes in. So I think it's going to be okay. So let's go ahead and do. I don't want to stay on here forever. We got like 20 minutes left. Let's do who's got questions. We'll do the final question and answer session, and I'll just pick some questions that I want to answer because it's my discretion. I get to answer those questions. Bingo. We definitely are all going crazy. We're all going to hell in a Winnebago. Close enough to walk. You'd never heard that? That's a common thing. You can't drive me crazy. I'm close enough to fucking walk. Oh. Let's see here. Any questions? 32, 30. Guys, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed scrolling across the bottom, I am running a summer sale for knife sharpening, which is cheaper than Jared. Just saying. I was hoping Jared would come in for a little bit at least. I texted him, and I think he's been busy. He hasn't responded back to me all day. I tried to call him a couple times. I wanted to see if he was going to try and make it. But guys, it's like if you guys don't know, like, I mean, I know that like Lindy probably knows, and some of you guys probably know because you deal with him. Jared is probably one of the greatest guys I know in the knife community. He's way up there on that list of guys I know in the knife community. Like the reason that I have this is the reason this works is because he walked me through this. So I talked to him. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get StreamYard. And I was like, I don't know how to use it. He goes, he's like, just send me a link. He's like, log in. And we were on the phone. He's like, that's what you do. He's like, now send me a link. And I was like, okay. And now what? And he goes, well, just watch. We're going to do it. And he's like, I'll just walk you through it. He's like, so you'll be able to see what we're talking about. And I was like, oh, wow. So we just basically, we did this like a Zoom. And he was like, yeah, you do this, you do that. And he helped me. Like he helped me set up my affiliate links, all that shit. So like, and I joke about it. I was like, oh, it kind of sucks. Like Jared's only been doing this for a little bit, but he's doubled my subscribers. I'm not going to get butthurt. I'm not slicey dicey. So let me see here. Somebody asked a question. Jared Evans, Jevons knife. How would you horizontally carry the, if you give me a second, I'll show you how I did mine, but they're absolutely right. It's soft loops. Mine is just over here. I just have to get it. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh God, my knees hurt. Show you a couple different ways. I do believe I have a couple different ways. All right, let me see here. Guys, there are a lot of empty beer cans on this floor. There's a couple different ways to do it. So this is one of my custom. This is the first Habu that ever existed. I made this for my daughter, and it has a Dots Tech Lock on it. And this is a custom sheath from Armitage Carry. So you can do it that way. You can get one of these Tech Locks. They fit pretty good. They actually will fit these. I prefer these soft loops. So you can use the soft loops. They work pretty good. Technically, they work pretty well if you're going to stick with the fact that I had straight A's in college English. Miss Harrison will be pissed. And end sentences and prepositions. These work great, but the other option too, to tell you the truth, if it's every bit as good and every bit as easy, is you get some 550 cord and you just wrap it and you just tie it on your belt and you just leave it slack and you wrap it through and you just tie it off. I used to do that. I mean, I've lashed stuff to my gear. I lashed stuff to my weight bearing gear and all that stuff. It's just, there's a lot of ways to do it. And the fact is those holes on those sheaths are pretty good. Shots fired. What did I forget what I even said that was shots fired. Lindy, remind me what I said. Lindy, remind me what I said that was shots fired. I forget what I even said. I forget what I even said. I was probably something sarcastic and dickish. I'm good at that. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Let's, oh, slicey. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to let you guys know. I went on, was it OCD for EDC's thing. And I told him, I was like, hey man, I know my channel's like a biscuit larger than yours, but just avoid the drama, because I had only seen like a little bit of stuff. And while I do not see eye to eye with Super Steel Steve, and I think a lot of it was because I'm going to let you guys in on something. So I blocked Super Steel Steve on all my platforms, and I feel bad about it. I honestly feel guilty about it. I would like to reconnect with Steve, and I mean, everybody has personality faults and things like that. At the time, I honestly was in a very deep depression, dark place in my life. I'm really religious. I would never think about committing suicide, but there were a lot of days I would wake up and I was like, why can't I just have a really bad car accident so that my wife and kid can have the money and I can just be gone? It's a dark part of my life. I was experiencing a lot of PTSD, and anybody that came on my channel and it was at all argumentative, I blocked them. And it was a dick thing to do, but I was in a bad place. I was abusing alcohol heavily. Like I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like I swear to God, it's not a joke. I was drinking a 30 pack every day and probably half a bottle of whiskey. No, I would get off work and I would come home and I would drink until I passed out. And people called me out on it, and I did. I slowed way down. There was a big chunk of time where I just quit drinking entirely, and I was self-medicating. And we talk about it in the video last night, and I feel bad because like Steve has a lot of really valid points, and I didn't care to hear him, and so I blocked him. But I watched Super Still Steve's live feeds, so I knew what was happening with OCD for EDC, and it was I saw that like okay, so Brian's being a dick. Like everybody can be a dick. Like Brian was upset because their live feed overlapped. I'm like, it's kind of petty. But then the stuff that Steve brought to the plate and was showing everybody, I was like, oh, okay, that's a little bit different. That's beyond dickish and into the realm of, I don't know if I could forgive that. And I really want to talk about it. But like I said, before I jump to any conclusions, I really want to, I want to kind of find out. So, so I'm like, watch. And that's why I want to talk to Super Steel Steve. So any of you guys that are in touch with Super Steel Steve by any chance, tell Steve that like, I'm sorry, I was a dick. It was a bit of a rectum. Damn near killed him. So if any of you guys are in touch with Super Steel Steve, let him know I apologize. And I would like to, I would definitely like to talk to him and see if we can't hammer things out. And, everybody has personality faults and things like that. But what was this? How about the inside pocket sheath like Graham? I actually had a Graham Razel with mammoth tooth scales that had one of the inside pockets. And here we go again. I gotta hang on a second. Let me. Can you hear me now? How's that? Is that better? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I think, yeah, okay. So, oh, a shop cat. So I actually have a Morgan. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. You can actually get, I have a Morgan custom that has exactly what you're talking about. I know I had it. Where did I put it? Here it is. So I have a Morgan custom. I actually had a Graham Razel for a while. I sold it to my buddy Tino. It was here like on loan. I'm trying to block my wife. She doesn't be on camera, but I have no way of blocking it now. So this little knife came in a sheath that has an in the pocket pocket. This thing actually is one of the reasons that this even exists is because I have this. This was a gift from a subscriber. The original anonymous benefactor. Well, hey, buddy. So this has that same style. I know what you're talking about. It has that same style sheath, and it is great. And this gets a lot of pocket time. And this thing is a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous little knife. See, mother of pearl handles, red linen liners, hand done stuff. I handed it to somebody who was like, "Oh yeah, they're that garage days." I'm like, motherfucker, if your garage days look like that, you're a master craftsman. Because if it throws me back to garage days making knives, I was like, right. Yeah, the garage days of making knives, if you were making stuff of this quality in your garage. Yeah. And I mean, because it's not even like, look at that. Look at how that's in there, like dovetailed in. I'm like, oh, okay, buddy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's Mama Bear. But I have no way of blocking her out. So the only thing I do is like, just don't look over this way, babe. They won't be able to see it. We're in my garage. This is where I do laundry. Can't help it. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I guarantee she's like, yeah, I got shit I got to do. I have a beer. Yeah, I mean, Lindy, if you can, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Lindy. I saw you can DM him on Instagram. Yeah, just tell him like, I was being a dick. Just tell him I feel bad about it. I'd like to talk to him. I'd like to reach back. I commented on his videos a couple times. Like, just shoot me an email because I would like to talk to him about it here. This would be a good place to do that in a forum like this. If it's me and Steve, there's no way we could ever monetize it. So that would just be one of those things. But I want to get his take on it because he has more information than I do. It's not readily available, but I have found out. And I don't like that. I don't like like I said earlier, this community doing things in this community that are hurtful is really bad, especially like a lot of the things that have helped me in the mental health way, being a veteran with PTSD has come from this community. You guys have been great. I've never, like, outside of the military community where it's tight knit, I've never had a group of people that are just so willing to help each other, not even really knowing each other. But every once in a while you get those bad actors. Like, here we go. Let's go ahead and do this. And we'll just run it. I'm pulling this up right now. We're going to go to the Mars knife. You guys knew it was coming because it was working. The Mars knife Kickstarter. Let me see if I can get it pulled up on Kickstarter. Do you guys want to do this? Because I hate Paulo Lozano. I hate him. Like, I don't use that word lightly. But I hate Paulo Lozano. Like, let's put it this way. Like, I had a division officer in the military that I hated. And we were going out one time, and the guys are like, we got to do something to Divo. I'm just going to give you a reference to how bad I hate Paulo Lozano. And the guys were like, oh, we should do this. And I was like, here's what we do. We go out in Thailand, and, there are these guys called Benny Boys, and they're like these trans guys. And we just pay them to drag them around the back behind a dumpster. And how do I say this without violating terms of service? provide him with man love forcefully against his will. There we go. I haven't said the word. And everybody was like, we just wanted to like give him food that would make him sick. And I'm like, yeah, but just think about it. If we do that, then he can't come back and tell us, like, we're all alpha males. He can't come back and tell us what happens. He'll never be the same. And the guys were like, boss, I don't think that's a good idea. So what we did was we wound up paying a bunch of little kids. We found a bunch of little kids and we gave them like $20. And we say, yeah, right. That's pretty much right there. That's dude. We basically, that was my plan. I was like, he'll be all fucked up. Like he'll just come in and just like cut the corner and cry and shake and stuff. And I was like, he'll never be the same again. He won't ever bother us. And the guys were like, that's a bit overstuffed. So what we did was forceful man love, unrequested, unwanted attention. What we did was we paid a bunch of kids to throw rocks at him for 3 days. Like they camped out outside of his hotel against his will. That was my plan. And the guys were like, no, that sounds a bit excessive. It sounds like a bit much. I'm an evil. Like, because the whole thing was the guys worked for me. I love my guys. I treat them like they were my kids. I called them my kids and he was fucking with them. And I was like, I really want to end this. So at any rate, so what had happened was, so if you guys don't know the backstory, Paulo Blazano and a guy named Vas Efron, I believe that's how you pronounce it. They got together and they started this Kickstarter. So if you didn't know, there's actually 2 parts to this, and I'm gonna get Flip and Bean on here, and we can do this upright and show all this. But so what happened was they did Kickstarter for the Mars knife, and then Vas Efron got in with Paulo, and they took all this money. So really, when you look at it, it was $30,000 for the Mars knife, and then it was another like $20,000 or $30,000 for Vas Efron's, whatever it is. However, who cares? He's a thief. But they bound up taking all this money and not doing anything with it and not running the project. And they bought the equipment and they never used it. And so now here it is. I'm going to pull this up so you guys can see. I'm going to share this page. We're going to share the screen. Chrome tab, Mars knife, Google. So I'm going to bring it in. And so this is the Mars knife. So there were 70 backers. And the last update was June of 2020, right? So this was supposed to be, let's scroll this back down. And this is what you pledged. Estimated delivery, December 2016, $379 or more anywhere in the world. 9 backers, limited, 1 left. If you guys want to get in on this, you can still get one. 1 of 10 serialized Mars pocket knives at $40 below retail. If you guys can see that right there. Now, I'm going to tell you right now. That is the most basic bitch fucking knife I've ever seen. And it is a very, very expensive basic bitch knife. So we'll go ahead. We'll go back to this. No, that's not what I want. I want this. So you guys can see that. That's really, really plain. So they collected on this project, as you can see right here, 70 backers, $29,687. So I had the story and his campaign and the Paulo Blazano thing and all these knives and how they were supposed to look and all this great stuff. And then let's go to the updates. So if you go to the updates, you can see here, we go through it and we'll scroll down. And it was like in-house manufacturing, all systems go. That's October 2016, right? It shows all this stuff where he's talking about we've revised the spreadsheets and ordering hardware and all these things. And you coming up on the finish line with December deliveries. Now, coming up on the finish line with December deliveries in 2016. It's 2021. No one has a Mars knife. Just saying. So closing up on the finish line with December deliveries. Please, Doug, please, you're in my cord. You're going to yank my computer off this precarious stack of milk crates, sweetie. You got to go. Closing up on the finish line with December deliveries is December 15, 2016, right? And now providing my best work, price, shipping, shipping delays. So now he's making the excuse of shipping delays. This post is for backers only. I'm not going to back this. And then this one, Raptors finish for whatever this, Vassano do, whatever it is. And then for the wrong-handed backers. So all these things, 3 finish options. Sorry to say, I'm not just here making knives. So this was in 2017. So this was 2017 when people started to ask him questions about what the fuck is going on with this knife. You said December 2016. So that's when people started asking questions, and then people in the comment section started to get aggressive and like, hey, I want a refund. And he's like, you can't get a refund. What you can do is you can just, once you get the knife, you can sell it to someone for way more than it's worth because people want this knife so bad. Now, this is 2017. He's telling people this, right? So, God, I love this. This is one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things to do. So then he gets in here and he's like, I'm not just here to get knives done. I'm here to get perfect knives done. I'll take all the time it needs in order to get that done. Although I understand this has been frustrating by some back. This is September, by the way, 2017, a year after he said that they were going to be delivered. Then first shipments, October 2018. Now, I'm going to click on this and then I'll click back because I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear this.
I think we're just going to keep it simple, though. Yeah, like if a customer's knife is shipping as part of this first shipment, then they'll get information saying that their knife is on its way. And then if
can you guys hear this?
If a customer does not receive shipping information that their knife is part of the first shipment, then it means that their knife isn't part of its first shipment. It seems pretty simple to me. So that's what we're going to do. All right, meeting adjourned.
Could you guys hear that? Could you guys hear that? Could you guys hear the audio on that video? I don't know because Jared told me sometimes you have to have your headphones plugged in. Okay. So you condescending prick. People have been waiting. This is October 2018. People have been waiting for 2 years. And you're like, if their knife is shipping, their knife is shipping. And if they don't get a notification, their knife is not shipping. You promised delivery in 2016. You dirty, slimy, thieving bastard. Oh, let me move those knives for you, Shop Cat. I'm sorry. Do you want up in the chair? I'm sorry, I'm talking to Shop Cat. We got distracted by Shop Cat. Now this is about the time that I got involved in the entire like, let's bust on this idiot scenario. So that was his update in 2000. So now if you saw, there was a lot of updates and then they basically were a year apart, right? Like a year apart. So that was October 2018, like 2 years after the delivery date. So let's go back to all updates. So from that update in October 2018, there was nothing until June 4th, 2020. Although I'm not 100% solid on a date for the restart, I'm happy to report deliveries will resume before October. Before October 2020, right? You ready? He didn't say what fucking year. It is now almost October 2021. Not a single one of those knives have been delivered. And he is a slimy, thieving, dirty fuckboy. And then had the gall to tell someone, because I did a video about this, he had the unmitigated gall to tell someone, if I see him at a show, I'm going to kick his ass. To which my friend looked at me and goes, have you ever met that big angry Viking? I don't think that's something you want to do. I would love nothing more than for PB to step to me at a knife show and take that first swing. That's all I want. That's all I want. That's all I want. I want that more than I want a Corvette. I want that more than I wanted this Norseman. What I want is an excuse to introduce him to the taste of his own asshole. God, I want it so bad. I want it so bad that it's painful. Because I would love to take him and pull his arms off, beat him viciously with them, and then put him in an ambulance so they can take him to the hospital, sew his arms back on so I can do it again. I don't like Paulo Lozano. But there's even more fun to be had. Even more. Even more fun. So much more fun. You guys ready? We got time. I'm not going anywhere. Let's go ahead and let's share this back up, and we can go in and we can look at some of the comments that have been made. 7 months ago, I guess another year, no more knives. This guy has been so incredibly patient. John Egan, super backer. This guy, he is so optimistic. So Javier Bernal, guess another year and no knives 7 months ago. Any update, buddy? Well, he gave you the update. October. He just didn't say what year. I guess you're gonna have to go to Mars to get that. John Egan has been so optimistic. Super backer. I'm looking forward to using the Mars knife. Fantastic design. I'm sure it will be well made. Thank you. That's a year ago. Any update? Mark Clarkson, very disappointing. Nothing. Blazano, back glow. So this is the guy's talking. Took $5,000 just over a year ago. $5,000 of the money that was supposed to go towards the knife, and bought a project software or something like this. Evidently, he still exists, John says. He just backed a Kickstarter project with our money, right? Paul is a cuckold. Yeah, he's a cuck. Nothing going on 3 years, I should say. Anybody get anything? These go back like 2 years. Me too. We're going to get to my favorite one, guys. My favorite one's coming up. Even though it's been a minute, I'm still looking forward to the Mars knife. Still a sweet looking knife. No, it's not. It is a basic bitch, plain Jane piece of garbage. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret in a little bit. There's actually an update he took down because he had pictures of knives that were ready to ship. Still waiting, Javier Bernal. 2 years ago, this guy's still like, I feel bad for these guys. John, $29,687. Says they started shipping, but no one's seen a knife. $29,687. I like how you reiterated that. John, any shipping yet? Anyone have a shipping notice? Brian Gibson, it's sad that you continue to post fake updates. Nobody believes you're shipping anything, almost like you didn't have a plan to wrap up your scam. What's your final name? What's your final move? Claim ninjas broke in and stole everything? Guys, that's one of my favorites. However, my favorite of my favorites, we haven't got there yet. So I'm going to go back to the page and show you. What, Jigsaw? What? Right? What? This is great. You guys, I know that some of you guys are just being brought into this, and I'm so happy to pop your Paulo Blazano cherry. It's just, I love doing it. Brian Gibson, this is my favorite. They come hand in hand. Right here. It's best. It'd be best for everyone if you didn't exist. And then this one, Brian, also, if you have kids, I feel sorry for them. You're a terrible person. Paulo, hey, Paul, I hope you cut an artery when you're packing my knife. This guy's a crook at a Kickstarter. So Brian, I think Brian really caught on. But my favorite is that it'd be better for everyone if you didn't exist. I think that's my favorite comment on any Kickstarter. Now, the thing that I was going to tell you is there's a whole nother project that these guys got together. They were partners. And Paulo, I would show you on Instagram, but Paulo blocked me on Instagram. Paulo took over this project from Voss Efron or whoever it is. There was a whole nother project that got another like $30,000 or $40,000. And I promise you guys, we will bring Flippin' Bean in and we'll talk about it. And Adam and I will talk about it. And we can just do this. And I'll let Adam talk and I'll just scroll through this. Adam actually told him that he was going to hate fuck his soul at a knife show. And Paulo called the cops on him, and the cops were like, he didn't do anything. Like Paulo actually, so that you know just what kind of POS this guy is, Paulo actually has been barred from going to pretty much any knife show because outside of, I think it was Blade or USN, he got caught brown bagging. He was selling items outside of USN. Now, let me know you why. Let me let you know why this is also funny. So everybody's like, yeah, but he posted pictures of the knives. Yeah. Dramatic irony. They go hand in hand. Like if you're a piece of shit in the knife community and you're screwing people, it's going to come back and haunt you. And there's guys like me that never forget, never end, and will continue to do this. This is one of my favorite things because October is coming up. And it's October. I did it last October. I'm gonna do it this October. It's like my Halloween thing. I do the Paulo Blazano update, but I just thought I'd bring you along for those of you that had not had your Paulo Blazano cherry popped yet. So there's another $29,000 that got thrown into this project. Now I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Paulo was an animator. So everybody's talking about all these knives, but he had these examples. He had trays of knives that are ready to ship. They're all done. He showed them. They're great. Have you ever heard of what's called a photorealistic render? Paulo did animation for Disney. Paulo did animation for Nickelodeon. And Paulo also does photorealistic renders. Talented. Not going to lie. The dude is a talented artist. And if those pictures you saw could speak to anything, it would speak to how good he is at photorealistic renders. Those knives never existed. Never. He made one and gave it to Recon One, and they sold it for like $700. It's the only one. He has made several like half-ass bullshit ballast songs. He's posted up pictures of knives he was trying to make, and the finish was obvious he tried to heat treat with no packets because the steel was all pitted. So he's tried, he just can't. So he can't execute actual knife making. He lacks the skills. He should have stayed as an animator and doing photorealistic generation of designs and things like that, because he could have done really well. And I'm not going to say he's not talented in that field. Unfortunately, he's just a garbage human. And it would be better for everyone if he got cancer and then got really sick and was in the hospital and then got like recovering from cancer. Like he it went into remission, and then he's getting better. He feels better. His hair's starting to grow back. And then he had a stroke. And he can't walk, he can't talk, but he's starting to get better. And he's on his walker and he's walking along and he slips off the curb and he gets hit by a bus. And then maybe he died. That would be poetic justice. Or he could just get ball cancer. I don't care. I've never really wished cancer on more than one person. And like Paulo's the second one. That's the second person. I actually told that division officer I was telling you guys the story about earlier. I told him, he was like, you don't like me very much, do you, Petro? I was like, personally, I hope you get ball cancer, but the fact that I hate you doesn't affect my ability to carry out your orders. And he's like, I want him put on report. I want him to see the captain. And my chief was like, you ask him a question and he answered it honestly. You can't. You can't hold him responsible for answering a question that you asked him, sir. This is also the officer that told me that I could make sir sound an awful lot like fuck you. And I was like, oh, it comes through. He goes loud and clear. That's how I feel about Paulo Blazano. If you guys stick around and keep watching these Monday, Wednesday, Friday beer and blades, which apparently is now my job. God, I hate saying that. I never thought that I would try to be a full-time YouTube creator. And now president and the government of California and the Unemployment and Disability Board have left me no other option. So guys, I appreciate all this. It's been 4 hours and 13 minutes. As much as I love the fact that you guys are still here, I still have a video to edit, and I would like to be able to have some time with my daughter tomorrow because I still have to provide 5 videos for next week. So I am going to get off of here. Guys, if you want to support the channel, there's a membership tab. Jeremy was not here. Luke, I'm sorry. I have a member. He just came back from Persian Gulf. His name's Luke Harper. He was a paying member before. He went on a deployment in Persian Gulf. He made it back. If you see him in the comment section, thank him for his service, because being in the Persian Gulf blows monkey balls. And I just want to appreciate that. I know what it's like. I spent a lot of time in the Middle East, and coming back sucks because no one understands how hard it was there and the things that you had to see and do. And they just tell you to suck it up. So if you see him in the comment section, give him some love. He just joined back into he did 10 months as a paying member and now is back. So like I said, I've had paying memberships for a little bit now. We've got like 30 paying members. If you want to support the channel, that's fine. If you want to drop super chats, if you want to drop super likes on videos that you do like, and if you just want to use the affiliate links, that's great. I have to do this. It is a business. So I am plugging all my shit. There's affiliate links and things down below. There's the Ember shirt code. If you purchase shirts from there, it's great. And if you just want to share the videos and get the word out that I am going to do this series, I will do this as long as I guarantee there's going to be times that I can't do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because there's just going to be times that I don't want to be the only person here if I can't get a guest. But I will definitely keep people notified. Lindy, I will hit you up on Instagram. Zach, I'm going to hit you up on, I think I still have your message. I want to have you guys both on here. I want to get Jared on here. I already talked to Jim Skelton. He's on board to do it. We just got to work around his schedule because he's got family in town. Nick Shabazz said he would do it. He's willing to come on. So he's busy right now. So we're trying to figure out time for that. So we definitely will have some bigger channels, bigger platforms, Mike. Platforms. Put the letters in the right order. I didn't know dyslexia affected how you pronounced words. You fucking dummy. So, we'll keep doing this. I can't do a 4-hour and 15-minute one every time, but this has been incredible fun. And since it was the first one, it's the inaugural Blades, Beer and Blades video podcast, I guess we'd call it. So, my favorite mixed drink. I like when I order. So I'll go to the bar and I'll tell a bartender, put me 3 fingers of whiskey in it. And she goes, you want it mixed with anything? I was like, if there's room in a glass, put in some more whiskey. Why would I mix whiskey with anything? That is a silly question. And I'm almost afraid that I may have to block you from making comments on my channel for saying something like that. Who mixes their whiskey with anything? Very disappointed, Grim Flips. Grim Flips, I'm very disappointed. Paulo's blood. Perfect world. A perfect world, somebody hit him with an 18-wheeler and smear him across. I did beer and blades because I'm like, I want people to be confused, except, I have morals. I can't say that, what? I should allegedly. Okay, so Brian is allegedly a piece of shit. Like, I was allegedly at the scene of a fire that may have started in a KFC where it got burned to the point where they couldn't salvage the building. And when the Japanese fire department showed up, they had to spray down the buildings adjacent to it. Allegedly, I was there. I don't want to jump to snap judgments, but, I think there's been enough evidence presented. Steve did a pretty good job. Jigsaw! You guys are keeping me here longer. You guys just don't want me to go to bed, do you? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And back once again to tell you guys something. You never once have to thank me for my service. It was an honor, every minute of it. It was a pleasure. I enjoyed it. I loved it. And I would tell kids, last parting thought, I would tell kids that when they were getting ready and they're like, I don't know if I want to re-enlist. And I would tell them, you know what? That's fine. You don't have to re-enlist. It's not for everyone, but I want you to think about one thing, a couple things. The job we do on the ship, I was a weapons guy. I handled gunnery. I handled shipboard artillery. And I would look at them, I was like, you currently have a job where you work in a 3-story gun that fires a 72-pound projectile that's loaded with high explosives. And it fires that projectile at twice the speed of sound for 13 nautical miles, whose impact is associated with a bright light, a loud noise, and a rapid going away of things. And you can't do that in the civilian world. And just saying that out loud to this day gives me goosebumps up and down my spine. I loved that job. I loved every minute of it. I will never have a job that could ever compare. I was lucky enough to pick a job and join the military and have a job that I didn't have to go to work. I got to go to work. I had the privilege and the honor of working with some of the best people in the world. And I woke up every morning and I didn't have a job that I had to go to. I had a job that I woke up early so that I could go into early. So you don't ever have to thank me for my service. You know what? We got 10 minutes. We'll run it for 4.5 hours. I'll keep you. There's 24 of you here. We'll run it for 4.5 hours. I'm not that tired. Sleep is for baby and old people. And they would look at me and these kids would be like, you know what? I'm fucking re-enlisted. I'm going to ride this out. And the day that I got told I had to medically retire, I started to cry. I cried for a week. And then I woke up on a day and I started looking for jobs. Not everybody is given that opportunity. I was given it and I was paid to do it. I probably would have done it for free. To tell you the God's honest truth. It was amazing. It was fun. And I got to work with the best people in the world. So cheers to that. I appreciate it, but you don't have to thank me for it because most people will never get the experience half of the things I ever did in the 18 years that I was in the military. I lived 3 lifetimes and I'm grateful for it. So if you want to thank me for it, I honestly should say I should thank you for it because you guys were taxpayers that paying my wages for me to have that much fun. But I don't want to sound ungrateful. I do appreciate the thanks and things like that. But yeah, we'll keep this going till 4. Thoughts on sensitive youth. That's a good one. I mean, I can't say I'm sensitive about things. Much more so now that I've gotten older. I think that I can sum it up with one phrase. There's a phrase that I've heard for years, and I think it's true. Strong men make good times make soft men make bad times. And it's a cycle. If you read the book, The Fourth Turning, you'll see what we got going on. It's a cycle. Society goes through cycles, and it's well documented, and it's just like the seasons. And so if you read the book, The Fourth Turning, you'll see. I'm gonna let you guys in a secret. I had enough beer in me. I'll let you guys know. I actually have a very high IQ. I just like to keep it a secret because you can't let too many people know this. There's only 25 people here, so it's much easier to walk around with people thinking you're an idiot. So I like to joke and say, I'm not an idiot, but I play one on YouTube. It's a very factual thing. I do a lot of reading. I like to read sociology. I like to study chemistry. I like a lot of things that doesn't look. I know what I look like. Guys. It's really easy to fall into that and portray that I'm just a big dumb hillbilly. But there's a lot of. I had A's in sociology. I carried an A- average in advanced Japanese. I have enough college credits that I could clep out of associates, and then only do like 4 more classes of my bachelor's. But I don't put a lot of stock in degrees because the fact is teachers can lie and books, just the facts can't. So it's a little insight into me at fucking almost midnight when we started this at fucking 7:30. Thoughts on ballad songs? I actually had ballad songs. There's a ballad song sitting over here somewhere that I was messing with. I've had numerous ballad songs. For depending on who you are, where you are, what you want to do, they were they had their purpose. They actually, if you want to know the truth, study the history of it. A lot of times the ballad songs were used as straight razors in the Philippines for shaves. So ballad songs are, hey man, it's a knife. If you enjoy it, enjoy it. Fuck it. Just have fun. What did Jigsaw say? I don't know where this is coming. Stuff Cal for now. Guys, you know what I just realized? I had, it's midnight and I have had what did I had one hamburger patty, frozen hamburger patty that I fried when I got back from the vet this morning. I haven't eaten anything today. I've been editing videos and shit and drinking beer. I just realized, like, why am I so hungry? I was like, I haven't had the glass from. I know, I see you, buddy. Shop cat's over here on this footstool. I was like, why am I so hungry? I haven't had this glass saxophone out and hit the jazz cabbage. I was like, why am I so hungry? I was like, oh, it could be because you've had nothing to eat since 9 o'clock this morning. I literally shot and edited, working on videos. So bless. Ever own a Harley? Yes, I have owned a Harley. I had a Harley while I was in Japan, and I actually had a ZRX, and I had an R1 as well. I had a couple cross rockets. I had a Harley Davidson, and I sold it. I shipped it back. I sold it to my buddy. I shipped it to his house because I didn't have a place for it. And at that point, my back was starting to get so bad that I just really couldn't ride it. It was uncomfortable. And I sold it to him here 7-8 years ago. It had been in his garage forever, and he rode it. Like, basically, it was his bike anyway. I was like, hey, give me $300 for it. It's yours. And he goes, you're going to sell me a Harley Davidson for $300. And I was like, I paid $4 for it. So yeah, I had a Harley Davidson. I had a Fat Boy, a Harley Davidson Fat Boy, and I put heated. You ready for a story? Me and my buddy drank. It was winter in Yokosuka, Japan. It was snowing, and I was riding the bike to work. And so on the Fat Boy, my hands would. It's cold. Like, it's cold up there. You're just outside of Mount Fuji area. It snows and shit. I'm like, I was like, I'm putting heated grips on the handlebars. I'm putting them in. He's like, oh, that shouldn't be that big a deal. We can wire those in. And got them. We started reading the instructions. We started drinking, and we drank the better part of drank the better part of a bottle of Jack Daniels before we ever started knowing to work. And somehow we managed to get it set up that you couldn't turn them off. They were just hot all the time. They're just on. So the motor was on. The heated grips were on. And I messed the shit. So the only way to do it was we rewired it. So I couldn't figure out why the switch wouldn't work. And basically I just wired it directly to the to the hotline on the battery. And if you didn't want the heated, it was like in the summertime, you just have to take the wire off and tape it up in. Yeah, not smart. I had a friend. No, I said I had a friend who bought a Hayabusa, the fastest production bike in the world, and then proceeded to buy a turbo kit. Now, you can buy a turbo kit for a Hayabusa, the fastest production bike in the world. And he made it a little faster. We're like, that bike's going to kill you. And little did we know, we were right, because when he wrecked that bike, they figure that he was dead when he went through the first tree, and the other 3 that him and the bike went through was purely academic. They imagined that the first tree killed him, and the other 3 were just icing on the cake. How fast you have to be going on a motorcycle to go through 3 trees. Like, he took down 3 trees with him and his motorcycle. My God, do you have to lick your foot so aggressively? So I know a little bit about cat psychology. This cat likes to groom, and he over grooms, and he will groom people. Like, he thinks that grooming himself also, like, he'll get to licking my beard, and he'll lick my head, and he likes to lick my arm. I think that this cat possibly got removed from his mother way too young. And so that social bond that comes from the mutual grooming, he didn't get that. And so he grooms a lot, aggressively. And he will groom my beard, and he will groom my head. How am I still going? What do you mean? No, I'm only like eight or 9 beers in. So, well, because I told you guys I go till 4:30. Or to 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we're going to go till 4 hours and 30 minutes. We have 2 minutes left. So if you have not went to it, Monster Racing has got a very worthwhile GoFundMe that you should probably go take a look at. I just don't sleep. Like I said, I got PTSD. That's when the demons come out. So yeah, if you want to go check out Monster Racing's GoFundMe, there's a link to it on his Instagram. I'm going to try and get someone else in here. Here's the caveat to this with this Monday, Wednesday, Friday live feed thing. There's a good chance I'm not going to do the morning live feeds. It's just gotten to a point where I have so much time tied up in this that I'm going to have to start judging my time better. I mean, if I'm doing a 2-hour live feed Monday, Wednesday, Friday, should I be doing a Monday morning live feed? So I don't know. I'll do them if I feel like it. You know, I do the live feeds. I do the live feeds. This is my favorite part. I do the live feeds because I enjoy them. I do the scripted, edited videos because you guys like them. And now I'm doing this podcast interview thing because I like talking with other people in the knife world. So it just makes sense. And like I said, I am not allowed to go back to work because I have an autoimmune disorder, and the COOF pandemic is preventing that. And like, if this is how I have to go to make money, holy crap, Jigsaw. If this is how I have to treat this like a job and actually make money, I have to do it with some thought process and not overload and not wear myself out, because I'm famous for finding something and latching onto it, and typical addictive behavior. I'll wear myself out doing it. So I'm going to set some limits on myself. This is going to be a Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 7:30 to at least 9:30. Fridays, we might run it long like this, but during the week, I'm going to try and keep it to 2 hours. And we're going to have guests on. Like I said, Jim Skelton rogered up to do it. I'm going to talk with Jared. I'm going to get Lindy on. We're going to get Zach on, and we'll just see how that goes. I've reached out to Tim Reeve. Knife Nuts Jake from the Knife Nuts podcast has rogered up. I'm going to try to talk to Brian Nadeau. Brian and I actually are friends. We talk pretty often. And here's the benefit. I know so many people in the knife world that I could talk to, and we could do this, and we can do this. It could be something that we could do a lot of. And then there's just gonna be a lot of times where it's just me, you, and we're just talking, and we're going to talk about things like Paulo Bazzano, the infected carbuncle on the backside of the world. If you guys don't know, that means he's just a big infected boil on the ass of the world. God, I hope something bad happens to him. I don't like to say that because I am about half, my wife is Japanese, and I'm like, uh-oh, hey, what you doing, buddy? I don't like to wish bad things on people because a lot of times that has a tendency to come back on you. But I do have to say that, I really hope something bad happens to him. I'll suffer the consequences of that karma. You are so warm. Hi, sweetheart. You're a good cat. You're a good buddy. Mama doesn't want you on the love seat. So, but to quote Waterboy, what Mama don't know won't hurt her. Guys, I love you all. I'm ending this. Take it easy. I will see you all next time. Like I said, there's affiliate links and stuff downstairs. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the showing on this first podcast. It's amazing. It's great. I think it bodes well for the future. Love you guys. Honestly, that's not a joke. I love you guys. Take it easy, and I will see you next time. And I always forget, it asks you if you have to end it twice. You have to click the button twice. So I always look like an idiot. Those are sharp. Quit scratching my back, you jackass.